This is Audible.
The Mysterious Miss Flint, Lost Ladies of London, Book 1. Written by Adele Klee. Narrated by Lisa Ivory. Chapter 1.
What the hell do you mean? You must know where she is. Oliver Darby, 4th Earl of Stanton, rounded the solid oak desk, grabbed the solicitor by the flimsy lapels of his coat, and shook him. Wickedness is in the blood. My father is dead and buried, but I am very much alive. Now, tell me where he sent her. The late Earl made no mention of it in his will, my lord. The man's neat white periwig slipped down to cover one eye. Perhaps Lady Rose went to stay with an aunt. Lies I can deal with. Stupidity I cannot. Oliver released the pathetic creature, and he tumbled back into the chair. We have no other kin, and you damn well know it. Mr. Wilde straightened his wig. What about your sister's godmother, Lady Stuart? Neither of us have seen Lady Stuart since our mother died. Our father forbade any contact. Oliver's tone conveyed more than contempt for his father's controlling manner. And according to the housekeeper, no one has seen my sister for 6 months or more. I think that's a little long for a visit, don't you? My lord, I don't know what else to suggest. Mr. Wilde winced, as though expecting another volatile outburst. I assume you have questioned the staff. Questioned them? Oliver had torn the house apart to find answers. He'd interrogated the servants until they confessed to all manner of misdemeanours. The footman's dalliance with the maid was hardly surprising. The housekeeper's deception over the price of a bottle of brandy proved more so. Mrs. Baker's brother was the proprietor of a liquor establishment. Any extra funds gained from the forged bills were passed to the housekeeper to purchase candles, since his father had reduced the household budget. Despite hours of prodding and probing, none of the servants knew what had happened to Rose. Most presumed she was visiting friends in the country, even though she'd left without her maid. A sense of foreboding gripped him. I want a detailed breakdown of my assets, Oliver corrected. A list of all land owned, regardless of how small the plot. An image of a shallow grave entered his mind, and he cursed under his breath. Surely the bastard wasn't cruel enough to do away with his own daughter simply to spite his rebellious son. I want a list of all property owned outright and any bought in partnership. Include all buildings rented by tenants. Had rational thought abandoned him? Perhaps Rose had eloped and decided to break all contact with her family. Based on their father's possessive nature, no one would blame her. Perhaps she would breeze into the dining room this evening with rosy cheeks and a bright smile and regale him with tales of times spent in Brighton. The painful knot in his stomach said otherwise. Rose had failed to attend the funeral, failed to appear to hear the solicitor read the will. Mr. Wilde coughed. I'm afraid I have a 3 o'clock appointment, my lord, and couldn't possibly assist you today. But I can prepare the papers tomorrow. Tomorrow? An innocent young woman was missing, and it was Oliver's fault for leaving her in the care of a brute. Panic came in the form of a hard lump in his throat. You'll give me what I want now, else I'll empty every damn drawer myself. Mr. Wilde loosened the collar of his shirt and fanned his face. My lord. Now, Mr. Wilde. The man stood, though there was doubt as to whether his legs would support his weight. He scurried out into the hall and called Mr. Andrews, the clerk. While the two men ferreted about in drawers and cabinets, piling papers and files on top of the desk, Oliver contemplated the part he'd played in neglecting his sister. The day his father insisted he marry Lady Melissa Martin, the most arrogant, conceited debutante ever to grace a ballroom, was the day he left Stanton House and the fog-drenched streets of London behind. His escape took him as far afield as Naples, until his father cut him off without a penny. But Oliver was nothing if not resourceful. He'd always excelled at cards, and had stumbled upon many a wealthy, drunken sot eager to part with his purse. "I think that's the lot." Mr. Andrews pushed his spectacles up to the bridge of his nose. "Do you need any further assistance, Mr. Wilde?" "No, Andrews. That will be all." "Wait." Oliver gestured to the mountain of paper. "I want a single list of all land and property. If Mr. Wilde has no objection, you may take notes." Oliver raised a brow and stared down his nose at the agitated solicitor. "And lock the front door. Unfortunately, Mr. Wilde cannot make his 3 o'clock appointment." Arrogance was a trait Oliver despised, as was using one's position to control and manipulate people. But Rose was missing, hidden away in some God-forsaken place so his father could punish him from beyond the grave. Mr. Wilde offered no objection to the demands made, yet the hint of disdain about his countenance mirrored the look Oliver had cast his father many times in the past. A pang of remorse for his high-handed approach hit him squarely in the chest. Had my father's man of business not disappeared along with half the silver, I would have had him attend to this sorry task. "Mr. Burroughs did not disappear," Mr. Wilde said, brushing the dust from his hands. "Your father dismissed him some time before his death. Burroughs had not been paid for 6 months, and no doubt thought to take the cutlery to pay his rent. Why, my father was not short of funds. On the contrary, Oliver had inherited a substantial income. Regardless of his father's disapproval and their subsequent estrangement, continuing the Darby bloodline was paramount, the only thing that mattered. But it took more than money to produce offspring worthy of a life of privilege and title. It took marriage to a simpering debutante from good stock. It meant conforming to the rigid rules Oliver had fought long and hard to avoid. Witnessing his parents' constant battles was enough to convince any man of the merits of bachelorhood. Indeed, the only promise he'd made was that the Darby line ended with him. From what I gather, they were at odds over business. Mr. Wilde sat in the chair behind the desk and opened the first file. The refusal to pay Burroughs was simply an act of defiance. Oliver gave a snort of contempt as he dropped into the seat opposite. My father liked to make a point. Mr. Wilde's resigned nod spoke of personal experience. "So, other than Stanton House and Bridewell, there's the shooting lodge on Loch Broom." He turned to his clerk. "Are you writing this down, Andrews?" The clerk nodded from the small desk in the corner of the room. "There's the house on St. James Street," Wilde continued, flicking through the documents. "One on Mount Street, and the house bequeathed to your late mother in Acton, Shropshire." Scotland, Shropshire. The list went on. Bloody hell! He'd been the Earl for almost a week, missed the funeral, but had made it home for the reading of the will. In light of Rose's disappearance, the finer details had seemed unimportant. Hearing the vast extent of his father's estate filled Oliver with dread. Despite searching Bridewell, their family seat in Sussex, and finding nothing, the accompanying 8,000 acres would take months to search. The more the list grew, the more Oliver's temple throbbed. All the other houses mentioned were leased to tenants. It would mean investigating every one, a mammoth task for a man on his own. And while he plodded about from one county to the next, heaven knows what predicament Rose found herself in. "What about derelict buildings?" Oliver said, his tone more subdued now. Various images flashed into his mind. A damp, rat-infested cellar, a crumbling shelter, home to stray dogs and vagabonds. Mr. Wilde frowned. "Your father would not have sent Lady Rose to a place unbefitting her station." "Oh, his father would have sent them both to the devil." Thankfully, Oliver possessed the Darby family traits. Slightly crooked little fingers, a V-shaped hairline, and a Roman nose with an aristocratic bump on the bridge. The Darbys were ugly men. However, Oliver had been fortunate enough to inherit his mother's striking blue eyes, full lips, and evenly spaced features. The old Earl's obsession with his wife's beauty led to suspicions of infidelity and was the cause of his distant relationship with Rose. While Oliver had hair as black as his father's soul, Rose was the only Darby ever to possess honey gold tresses. But to send her away, to ignore her absence and pretend she'd never existed. My father would go to any lengths necessary to achieve his goal. Numerous times he had demanded Oliver return home. Had Oliver known Rose was to be a pawn in their game, he would have employed different tactics. "The list is extensive," Mr. Wilde said as he tied the string around the last file and placed it with the others. "Perhaps an inquiry agent might help you to investigate those properties further afield. If you plan to search the length and breadth of the country yourself, may I suggest you start at Gretna Green?" "I shall consider my options." Oliver wouldn't rest until he'd checked every property, although hiring an agent in Scotland might save him weeks of unnecessary hours on the road. "A gentleman of your status and position requires someone to manage his investments. Should you need such a man, I am happy to make a recommendation." Deception was rife, it appeared. Oliver trusted no one. "I prefer to keep my own accounts for the time being." "As you wish." Wilde pulled his watch from his waistcoat pocket and checked the time. "And does that conclude our business for today, my lord?" "It does," Oliver replied, as the clerk approached the desk and handed him the written list of assets. His stomach churned at the thought of the monumental task ahead. "And you're certain that's everything?" "Indeed." Wilde gripped the arms of his chair and edged forward, a manoeuvre to encourage Oliver to stand. While sitting in the confines of the small, musty office, the job of finding his sister seemed achievable. Everything he needed was on the single piece of paper in his hand. Hope blossomed in his chest, if only for a fleeting moment. But the world was a vast place when someone was missing. The clerk's persistent cough and constant shuffling dragged Oliver from his reverie. "What is it, Andrews?" Mr. Wilde said, his gritted teeth masked by a forced smile. "It's just that the late Earl also did business with Mr. Jameson." The clerk shrank back as soon as the words left his mouth. "Jameson? But that's ridiculous. I was the Earl's solicitor." Wilde scowled. "What need had he to visit with Mr. Jameson?" The clerk's mouth curled downwards. "Perhaps it was a personal matter, sir." "But I dealt with all matters. You must be mistaken, Andrews." Oliver exhaled. "Can we not simply call Mr. Jameson in and ask him?" Mr. Andrews took a hesitant step forward. "Mr. Jameson is away at Park Hall, drawing up papers for Viscount Trench." "In that case he can offer no objection. Find my father's file and bring it here." Both men looked at him as though he'd suggested sacrificing all firstborn males. Mr. Wilde shook his head. "We cannot enter a colleague's office without his permission. We must wait for him to return. If your colleague drew up papers for my father, then they belong to me. The fact Jameson has failed to pass them over to you is suspicious, is it not?" There was a prolonged silence. "Very well." Oliver shot to his feet. "I shall search for the file myself." "No, no." Mr. Wilde waved his hands in the air as he scanned the breadth of Oliver's chest. "It is best that I go." The drawers are full of private documents. Should our clients learn of a security breach, they may take their business elsewhere." Oliver gestured to the door. "Then let's get to it." There wasn't a minute to waste. Accompanied by the clerk, they entered the office across the hall from Mr. Wilde's. The room was just as dark and dingy. Breathing the musty air was akin to sucking in sawdust. Wilde scurried over to a tall cabinet, glanced back over his shoulder numerous times, as if expecting Jameson to jump out from behind the coat stand. "This is highly irregular," Wilde muttered as he flicked through the contents of a drawer. "I can see nothing listed under Stanton or Darby." "Then I suggest you look again." An odd feeling in the pit of Oliver's stomach convinced him they were looking in the right place. "See if there's a file under the name of Benting." Mr. Benting was an alias used by his father when he wished to travel incognito. When he stalked his wife and booked into coaching inns to check she wasn't meeting a lover. Wilde opened another drawer and scanned the row of files. "Yes, there is a Benting," he said with some surprise. He placed the thin file on Mr. Jameson's cluttered desk, read a missive, and then examined a document embossed with a wax seal. "Well?" Oliver's fingers tingled as he contemplated ripping the document out from under the solicitor's nose. "What have you found?" "There is no proof that the Mr. Benting mentioned here is your father. There is nothing to suggest a connection or why he purchased the property." Wilde glanced down at the piece of paper and shook his head. "Without Mr. Jameson to corroborate Andrew's story, I'm afraid there is nothing more I can tell you." Even if Mr. Jameson were available, he would have received a substantial reward to keep his tongue. "Indeed," Wilde continued, "I fear there has been a terrible misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" The comment caused an irritating prickle at Oliver's nape. "You mentioned a property," Oliver said, his curiosity piqued. There had to be a reason why his father was secretive about the purchase. "Can you not tell me where it is? Is anyone living there?" "Such places are never short of occupants," Wilde answered cryptically. "But it appears there is some mistake. The property was bequeathed to a Miss Flint, although she has yet to come forward and claim her inheritance." Who the hell was Miss Flint? "Then I see no harm in riding there and introducing myself." Perhaps his father's jealousy stemmed from guilt. Could Miss Flint be his father's mistress? To discover the old Earl was a hypocrite would be amusing under less dire circumstances. The solicitor's eyes glazed over. "Good Lord, the manor is not somewhere one visits whilst in the neighbourhood. I cannot imagine why anyone would want to stop at such a place." "Really? Why ever not?" "Because Malton Manor is an asylum." Chapter 2. With her ear pressed to the bedchamber door, Nicole Flint listened for the heavy trudge of the guard's footsteps. The brute Stokes was ill with a fever, leaving Baxter to patrol the manor at night. Once a home for the insane, the house was still a prison, despite the effort to transform it into a private dwelling. "Can you hear anything?" Rose hovered in the shadows. She gripped the candlestick in her hand like a club, although her trembling arm conveyed a reluctance to strike. "No, but we must be patient," Nicole whispered. If Rose stood any chance of escaping, they had to remain focused. "It will be a few minutes until Baxter makes his rounds." Baxter was the most conceited of the men the Earl of Stanton had hired to ensure they never left Malton Manor. With his pleasing facial features and full set of teeth, the women in the village found him irresistible. A few softly spoken words and a flirtatious grin would be enough to tempt him to enter the bedchamber. While preparing to put their plan into action, Nicole had spent the last 2 days batting her lashes at him and offering the odd coy pout.
"Please say you've changed your mind." Rose stepped closer. "Please say you'll come with me. I can't bear the thought of leaving you here alone." "You know I've no choice but to stay, Rose." Nicole closed the gap between them and rubbed her friend's upper arm. "But if we tie Baxter's feet and gag him, it will be hours before someone notices he's missing. You need to get as far away from here as you can. The last time you escaped, you'd barely travelled a mile before they caught up with you." Nicole flinched at the memory. Stokes had bound Rose's wrists so tightly the rope had rubbed red welts into her skin. "Are you not paid to be my companion?" Rose said in desperation. Nicole cast Rose a look of reproach. "That would be a valid argument had your father paid me. When I accepted the position, I didn't realize I'd be locked in the house day and night without a penny's worth of gratitude." Rose smiled. "Once I am married to Lord Cunningham, my father will have no choice but to pay you what he owes." Nicole's reasons for deciding to work for a living had nothing to do with money and everything to do with hiding. "One of us has to stay with Baxter," Nicole said. "And a night spent locked in a room with an angry guard was safer for her than a trip to London. One of us must make sure he cannot leave this room until morning." Rose's bottom lip trembled. "But what if they punish you?" "Nothing could be as bad as what her brother Jeremy would do if he ever found her. Other than the Earl, no one knew she lived at the manor, and she had every intention of keeping it that way." "What can they do? Lock me in my room without supper?" Nicole snorted. "But you're faster on your feet," Rose persisted. "You could cover the mile to the main road in no time." "You know I cannot take the chance of being seen in London." Nicole's tone conveyed the gravity of her situation. She attracted bad luck like a magnet did iron filings. Someone was bound to notice her. "Which is precisely why you must come with me. My father will throw you out when he discovers I'm gone. You'll be of no use to him. What will you do then?" Nicole swallowed down her apprehension. "Hopefully, I'll have a week before the Earl arrives. Stokes would scour the countryside from dell to dingle looking for Rose before admitting defeat. Going back to London is not an option for me." "Then head north, far away from those who wish you harm." Rose's suggestion proved tempting. Bless her, despite her own misfortune, she always thought of others. "Unlike you, I have nothing to recommend me. You are Lady Rose Darby," Nicole said, remaining resolute in her decision to stay. "Lord Cunningham loves you, and has no doubt been out of his mind with worry these last 6 months. The Earl would stop at nothing when it came to controlling his daughter's future and deciding whom she could marry. Lord knows what your father has told him." A whimper left Rose's lips. "Do you think his love will have faded after such a lengthy separation? Once true love springs to life in one's breast, it can never be tempered." Well, that was what she told herself in a bid to banish the nightmares. Nicole considered the kind and beautiful woman before her. "Only a fool would refuse to wait for you. Find Lord Cunningham and elope to Scotland as you'd planned." While Nicole's tone brimmed with hope, inside she acknowledged the daunting task ahead. But London was only 20 miles away. Plenty of carriages passed through the village. Someone was sure to offer a gently bred lady assistance. Rose sighed. "Will I ever see you again?" "Of course." Nicole had no idea where or when, but the close friendship they'd developed during their ordeal was strong enough to withstand anything. "But let us not think of that now. You must—" She stopped abruptly. "Hush!" Nicole's heart thumped against her ribs at the sound of Baxter's heavy gait plodding up the stairs. The guard was slight of frame and pounded the wooden boards merely to prove he was not shirking his duties.
Nicole's hand settled on the doorknob. "Wait!" In a sudden flurry of panic, Rose gripped Nicole's arm. "I can't do it," Rose whispered. "If I hit Baxter on the head with a candlestick, I'll surely crack his skull." Baxter's faint humming was drowned out by the violent rattle of the door at the far end of the hall. Nicole turned to Rose. The lady was so petite, it was foolish to expect her to render a man unconscious. But it was too late to alter their plans now. "Don't worry. Take this instead." Nicole handed Rose the linen napkin, took the candlestick and placed it on the floor behind the door. "Force the napkin into his mouth as soon as he's on the floor, and I'll deal with the rest." Despite experience when it came to physical scuffles with men, or one man in particular, nerves pushed to the fore. She sucked in a deep breath, rattled the door and rapped a few times, just for good measure. The creak of boards beyond the door confirmed Baxter's approach. "Baxter!" she called through the gap between the frame and the jamb. "Open the door, quickly!" "What is it?" he answered back. "I need to speak to you, just for a moment." Nicole signalled for Rose to hide behind the armoire. "You know I can't open the door." "It is of a personal nature." Nicole softened her tone. "There are too many people watching us during the day. I have seen the way you look at me." Her comment was met with silence. Seconds passed. Then the jailer's keys jangled and one rattled in the keyhole. The lock clicked. Nicole stepped back as Baxter opened the door. The faint glow from the candle in his hand illuminated his face. He was a short man of less than average height, which accounted for his need to boast of his conquests. From the playful glint in his eye, he understood her meaning. "What are you doing out of bed, Miss Flint?" A confident grin played at the corners of his mouth as he crossed the threshold. "Looking for trouble, no doubt." "A lady struggles to sleep during such turbulent weather." A gust of wind shook the sash window behind her. Even the elements were on their side tonight. Nicole retreated further into the room. "Your whispered words of comfort are all that's needed to soothe my fears." The candle flame flickered as he held the brass stick. His lips parted as his firm eyes centered on her mouth. "What about Lady Rose?" Baxter's gaze drifted to the mound of pillows hidden beneath the blankets in the far bed. "Rose is asleep. Step inside while I find my cloak, and then perhaps we could take a stroll outdoors." Nicole shuffled back and drew Baxter further into the dark room. After all, we would not want Mrs. Gripes to find us together. The temptation to glance at Rose was great, but she resisted. "I'm not supposed to enter my lady's bedchamber," he said, but his feet proved to be in discord with his words. "Stokes will have my hide if he hears about it." Nicole reached for the cloak on the bed and clasped it to her chest as she closed the gap between them. "Well, I won't tell him." Baxter stepped closer and moistened his lips. "And you can be damn sure I won't." "Then there is nothing to fear." Nicole gestured to the burning candle in his hand. "Let me take that. It is not the heat from the flame that I want to feel burning my body." A low growl emanated from the back of Baxter's throat. He grinned before wetting his thumb and forefinger with his thick tongue. The wick sizzled between his fingers, and he bent down and placed the brass holder on the floor. As soon as Baxter lowered his head, Nicole threw the heavy cloak over him, wrapped her arms around his body, and gripped him tightly. "Now!" she called to Rose, who rushed from her hiding place in the shadows. Baxter writhed and wriggled in an attempt to break free from Nicole's grasp. "Use your foot and take his legs from underneath him. Hurry!" Rose kicked out at Baxter. 2 swipes, and he landed in a heap on the floor. "What should I do now?" The man was stronger than Nicole expected. Not as strong as Jeremy, of course. "You must hit him, Rose, with your fist, as hard as you can." "Hit him?" A lady of such gentle breeding rarely ever raised a cross word, let alone assaulted a person in anger. "This is your only chance of escaping," Nicole said to rouse the lady's ire. "Lord Cunningham may well have married someone else in your absence, and it is all Baxter's fault." Not just Baxter. The Earl of Stanton was the first one in the queue when it came to apportioning blame. With a growl like that of a newborn wolf cub, Rose thumped the shrouded figure on the floor. "That's for keeping me a prisoner these last 6 months," she said. "And that's for trying to ruin any hope I have of marrying Lord Cunningham." Rose delivered another blow. Upon witnessing Baxter's slow movements and hearing his gasps for air, Nicole decided he was weak enough for them to bind his legs. "Where did you put the rope?" Nicole said. It was the one they'd stolen from the barn, spent an hour sawing into 2 pieces with a butter knife, and hidden on top of the armoire. Rose scampered to the bed. She thrust her arm underneath, patted the boards, and pulled out the length of rope. "You must sit on him, Rose, while I tie his legs." Nicole's firm tone left no room for doubt. With Baxter's head and face covered by the travelling cloak, the task would not seem as daunting. "Quickly!" In spite of her small frame, Rose sat on Baxter's stomach while Nicole sat on his legs and bound his ankles together. "Now we must bind his wrists. When I remove the cloak from his face, you must push the napkin into his mouth." Rose nodded and reached for the table napkin she'd dropped on the floor. "Where did you learn to tie such tight knots?" An image of Jeremy's cold black eyes and ugly sneer flashed into Nicole's mind. She shivered. "It is not so much how I learned to tie them, more how I learned to undo them." Rose raised her head in acknowledgement. They had no secrets. During their months in captivity, they'd shared every hope, every fear. "Are you ready?" Nicole clutched the second length of rope. "Remove the cloak." Rose did as she asked. Baxter's enraged glare proved unnerving, but Nicole dismissed all feelings of anxiety. Despite Baxter nipping at Rose's fingers like a rabid dog, she forced the linen cloth into his mouth. Baxter fought them, lashed out, and Nicole had no choice but to punch him on the nose. The man wailed against the gag in his mouth. Blood trickled down over his lips, and Rose used the edge of the cloak to mop it up while Nicole set to work, strapping Baxter's hands. With the job done, they both stood and heaved in a breath. But there was no time to waste, no time to celebrate the small victory. "Hurry! To linger only serves to tempt fate." Nicole grabbed the travelling cloak and fastened it around Rose's shoulders. "Do you have your provisions?" "Yes." She opened the door of the armoire and ferreted about inside. "There's bread from breakfast this morning, and fruit taken from the bowl in the dining room," she said, holding up the linen bag she'd sewn using remnants of fabric stolen from the box in the parlour. "And you have the purse of coins I gave you." Rose nodded. "Promise me you've got money too. Please do not worry about me." Nicole couldn't lie, and so avoided answering directly. She grabbed the small bunch of keys from Baxter's pocket, removed the black iron key and handed it to Rose. "Now go before someone notices Baxter is missing." They hugged. "Be safe. We will be reunited soon," Rose whispered as she tiptoed along the landing. Nicole returned to the bedchamber and hurried to the window. She watched Rose rush out into the night and make a dash across the lawn. When Rose reached the overgrown topiary hedge, she stopped, turned back to the window and waved. With a heavy heart, Nicole pressed her palm to the glass. Rose was the only person who had ever been kind to her. The only person she regarded as a true and loyal friend. Perhaps their paths would cross again. Perhaps the image of the gentle lady fleeing her prison would be the last memory of all they'd shared. Baxter's muffled moans and mumbles forced Nicole to turn around. "Now the roles are reversed. I doubt you find it half as entertaining." With eyes wide, Baxter murmured something incoherent. "Well, you shall have but one night of misery, whereas we have endured 6 months."
With the keys in her hand, she strode over to the door and locked it before sliding down to a sitting position. "In 6 hours you shall be a free man, whereas I will pay for my disobedience." Some would find such a long wait tiring, difficult to bear, but Nicole would use the time to come up with a plan. Her main objective hadn't changed. She needed to be far away from Jeremy, far away from his wife, Rowena. Once she'd found a way out of Morton Manor, she would head north, take work as a governess or paid companion. As always, her mind became engrossed in fanciful daydreams. Where were the knights of medieval times, the men willing to risk their lives to save a damsel in distress? Where were the honourable men, those not preoccupied with lining their purse or finding a willing woman to warm their bed? Baxter raised his arms and gestured to his wrists. Had the scoundrel shown remorse over playing jailer and master, she might have pitied him. Instead, she raised a reproachful brow and settled back against the door to wait until morning. Darkness gave way to the golden rays of dawn. But while daylight heralded a wonderful new beginning for Rose, the sight filled Nicole with dread. Rose's absence meant there was no need for Stokes to control his vicious outbursts, no need for Baxter to suppress his debased morals. After all, why would the Earl care what happened to the paid companion? The sound of carriage wheels crunching along the gravel drive dragged Nicole to the bedchamber window. One glimpse of the painted black and yellow conveyance, and her heart dropped to her stomach like a lead ball in a well. The Earl of Stanton's coat of arms, 2 black eagles holding a gold shield, was instantly recognisable. Good Lord, what wicked turn of fate was this? How was it the devil had arrived so soon? Had he stumbled upon Rose at the coaching inn, only to bundle her into the vehicle and return her to their rural prison? The red iron shod wheels stopped rolling. The door flew open before the coachman climbed down from his box seat. Nicole pressed her nose to the glass. The handsome gentleman who vaulted to the ground was most certainly not the grumpy old Earl of Stanton. With keen interest, she observed the stranger. He was tall and broad, of athletic build, with a slightly rakish air about him. A strong, powerful stance added to his appeal. In a moment of fancy, Nicole wondered what it would be like to waltz with such a gentleman. Would she feel the evidence of those muscular thighs pressing against her legs? Would his masculine scent make her giddy, make her want to bury her face in his neck and inhale the musky aroma? Nicole shook herself to her senses. For all the saints, it wasn't the first time she'd gazed upon a well-proportioned face. Yet it was the first time she'd looked upon a man and felt a rush of excitement. The first time she'd not felt a frisson of fear. He straightened his coat and brushed the sleeves before surveying the building's exterior. As he scanned the facade, their eyes met. He jerked his head back and raised a curious brow. Like a bolt from the heavens, a strange sense of familiarity struck her. This was a scene she'd lived through before, although logic deemed it was impossible. Then again, she'd had many dreams of being rescued by a kind-hearted gentleman. A need to discover more about the mysterious visitor took hold. Offering a sinful grin, he inclined his head to her, and she shot back from the window, unnerved by her instant reaction to his dangerous charm. A pleasing countenance was often a mask used to hide the scoundrel within. Perhaps this man would prove to be more of a threat than any she'd come across before. Baxter's muffled cries of protest woke Nicole from her musings. The guard shuffled vigorously and wiggled his arms in an attempt to break free from his bindings. Nicole sighed as she considered her predicament. She would have to release Baxter eventually. It was only a matter of time before someone came to look for him. No doubt Mrs. Gripes was up and dressed in her apron,
ready to serve charred toast and coddled eggs. In a moment, I shall untie the ropes, starting with the one around your ankles. She edged closer to the disgruntled guard. The stranger's timely arrival would prevent the staff from delivering whatever vile punishment they had in store. Baxter sat calmly and watched her perform the ministrations. It appeared the man had no more fight left in him. But as soon as the restraints fell away, he jumped to his feet. Nicole dodged the swipe as he hit out with his bound hands. She ran to the door, unlocked it, and fled along the landing. The stomp of Baxter's unsteady gait on the floorboards confirmed the guard was in pursuit. Chapter 3. Morton Manor was the house of nightmares, an ugly monstrosity that looked to have burst up through the ground from the fiery pits of hell, a place where people experimented with the dark arts, where they sacrificed animals on a stone table located through a secret door in the cellar. But it wasn't an asylum, not anymore. According to the villagers, it hadn't housed patients for years and had long since been a private dwelling. Oliver stood in the stark courtyard and surveyed the house his father had kept hidden. Heaven knows why. There was nothing remotely appealing about the 16th century building. Everything looked odd and mismatched. There were too many small windows dotted about the grey stone facade. The uneven flight of steps leading up to the front door were evidently an afterthought, thrown down when the owner discovered he was too short to reach the threshold. A sudden movement in the upstairs window caught his attention. He looked up, surprised to see a woman staring back at him. Oliver caught his breath. Had she possessed flowing white hair and a gown to match, he might have thought her a ghost. But this flame-haired beauty was very much alive. As their eyes met, Oliver's heart lurched from a sudden pang of lust as opposed to an irrational fear of spectres. Was this beguiling creature the Miss Flint named as his father's benefactor? He inclined his head, and she shot away from the window as if he were a witch-hunter come to round up all the young women in the village. Regardless of the early hour, Oliver marched up to the front door of the dreary manor house and rapped loudly with his fist. The thud echoed through the hall beyond. When met with an eerie silence, he raised the rusty knocker and let it fall. The butler slept with one eye open, so where in the devil's name was he? Oliver knocked again. The house was occupied. He'd seen the evidence for himself. Unless the pretty temptress staring at him from the upper window was a mirage, a tempting illusion to remind him he'd not bedded a woman for weeks. The lady appeared far too young to bed his father, and would no doubt welcome the skill and stamina a more virile member of the family could offer. Had his mind not been focused on finding Rose, he'd have Miss Flint writhing and panting between the bedclothes before the day was out. Then another thought struck him, one that seriously dampened his ardour. Perhaps Miss Flint was his father's byblow. A high-pitched scream from the hall beyond disturbed his rampant musings. In a sudden state of panic, he seized the knob and twisted, equally shocked to discover the door unlocked. Oliver rushed into the entrance hall as the woman from the window came running down the stairs. "Please, sir, you must help me!" The lady grabbed Oliver's arm and clutched it as one would the mast of a sinking ship. While terror flashed in her eyes, she appeared to take comfort from the overfamiliar gesture. He did too. The soft curve of her breast pressed against his sleeve, and the sweet scent of jasmine wafted up to tease his nostrils. Damn! If only he had time to further their acquaintance. The thud of booted footsteps drew Oliver's attention to the queer vision racing behind in hot pursuit. The man's hands were bound, and he flexed his jaw to dislodge the piece of material wedged into his mouth. The lady pressed her forehead to Oliver's upper arm. "Save me, sir. You must save me," she pleaded, too scared to look up at the scene unfolding. Save her? He imagined their ideas of what constituted saving differed somewhat. Feeling strangely protective of the woman hanging onto his arm, Oliver straightened and squared his shoulders as the man skidded to a halt before them. The fellow grunted, moaned, and nodded to the lady at Oliver's side. "May I make a suggestion?" Oliver leant forward, and using only the tips of his fingers, removed the sodden linen from the man's mouth and dropped it onto the floor. "Now, perhaps you should begin again." The man heaved in a breath, and his nostrils flared. "This little witch is the devil's own spawn," he cried, his flushed cheeks resembling an overripe tomato. "I swear I'll whip her with a birch for what she's done." Oliver despised any man who threatened violence to intimidate a woman. "Then I must tell you that your plan has one major flaw." Oliver cleared his throat in a bid to remain calm, though he feared it was too late. His fingers throbbed with the need for satisfaction. "The only person doing the whipping will be me if you dare speak to a lady in such a manner again. Now explain yourself." "Lady?" the man sneered. "She ain't no lady. She's a shameless hussy. Curb your tongue." Oliver's pulse raced. The roaring in his ears was not a good sign. "I'll not warn you again." "I've spent the whole blasted night with that filthy rag stuck down my throat," the fellow blurted. "I could have choked. I could have died. And she tied the rope so tightly I can't feel my blasted toes." The lady looked up and scowled, though the ugly expression did not lessen her appeal. "You cannot compare one night of agony to the 6 months of misery you've caused. You should be thankful I didn't hit you with the candlestick when I had the chance." The man growled. "Oh, you filthy little whore! Ow!" The punch was swift, quick, a left-handed jab that lacked the power to take a man clean off his feet. Still, the foul-mouthed rogue stumbled back as he struggled to remain upright. A pang of guilt stabbed Oliver's chest. Never in all his years had he punched a man incapable of fighting back, and in his rebellious phase he'd punched a fair few. A commotion at the far end of the hall captured his attention. A woman came scuttling forward. Her slate-grey hair was parted in the middle and pulled back into a severe knot that drew the skin taut across her cheeks. Her eyes were cold, empty pools, no doubt the result of a life filled with nothing but disappointment. "What's going on here?" With pursed lips, she scanned Oliver's pristine attire. From the number of keys dangling from the chatelaine worn around her waist, it was obvious she enjoyed the power that came with the role of housekeeper. A deep frown appeared on her brow as she noted the rogue's bound hands. "Baxter, what happened to you? Who tied your hands?" "That is exactly what I am trying to establish." Oliver was quickly losing patience. He was about to insist on an introduction when Baxter's temper flared. "Did no one think to come and find me?" Baxter raised his hands and gestured to the flame-haired siren hugging Oliver's arm. "They attacked me. They tied my hands and feet and left me in that bloody room all night." "They?" The woman's chalk-white face turned a sickly grey. "Did you expect us to behave like obedient children?" the lady at Oliver's side said as she relaxed her grip on his arm and stepped away. He felt the loss of her warm body instantly. "Treat a lady like a dog, and she shall behave like one." "Like a dog?" The housekeeper scowled, though it was difficult for her to look any more miserable. "Why, you ungrateful wretch! We treated you as fair as the master allowed." "Then the master is an ass," the lady replied, bracing her hands on her hips in defiance. Good Lord! This beauty had spirit by the cartload. Finding a woman with such a level of determination and courage was rare. "Will someone untie my damn hands before my fingers fall off?" Baxter shouted. "Silence!" Oliver roared, determined to take control of the situation. Eyes wide, they all stopped and stared at him. "Now," he began a little more calmly, "heaven knows what is going on here, but this is no way to greet a visitor." They continued to stare. "Your names," he said in the masterful tone that always commanded respect. "I fear introductions are long overdue." The housekeeper raised her pointed chin. "I am Mrs. Gripes, the housekeeper here at Morton Manor, and Baxter has many roles: gardener, groomsman, footman, and village idiot," Oliver added silently. He noted the odd glances passing between Baxter and Gripes. From the muttered whispers they shared whenever he averted his gaze, it was evident they were intent on having their own private conversation. He turned to the lady with the most vibrant green eyes he'd ever seen, yet they were more than jewels used to attract admirers. Beneath the glittering depths, her gaze was sharp and perceptive, with a level of intelligence he'd not admired in a woman until now. "Would I be right to assume you are Miss Flint?" She nodded. "And your role here is what?" From the way the servants treated her, she wasn't his father's mistress or byblow. For some odd reason, the thought pleased him immensely. Perhaps he'd get to bed the beauty, after all. Miss Flint opened her mouth to speak, but Mrs. Gripes snapped, "She's a servant like the rest of us, but from her lofty manners happens to think she's the Queen of Sheba." Baxter chuckled. Was Miss Flint just a simple maid? Did her issue with Baxter stem from a need to ward off the amorous advances of a superior? Oliver didn't think so. Despite her uncouth outburst, she spoke like a lady, and possessed an air of hauteur only found amongst those of good breeding. No, his father would not have left the property to a maid. Suspicion flared. Miss Flint looked at him dubiously. She appeared reluctant to contradict the housekeeper's explanation, even though he sensed she wanted nothing more than to put Gripes in her place. Something else bothered him, too. Miss Flint had clung to his arm as if he were an errant knight come to rescue her from the clutches of a wicked baron. Now her wary gaze spoke of mistrust. "And may I ask, sir, what business you have here at Morton Manor?" Mrs. Gripes continued. Oliver couldn't wait to see the shock on their faces when he offered his name, nor could he wait to see how they would react upon discovering Miss Flint was now their mistress. But his eagerness to bring an end to their petty squabbles and ask questions about Rose was hampered by the beast of a man who appeared in the doorway at the end of the hall. "What's going on here?" he barked as he shuffled towards them. The man was as short and solid as a beer barrel. The muscles in his shoulders bulged from his upper arm to his ear. "How's a man to rest with all this commotion?" Miss Flint took a step back. "Ah, Stokes," Mrs. Gripes sneered. "It seems Miss Flint has been causing trouble again." "Trouble?" Stokes took another clumsy step closer. The smell of stale sweat drifted through the air. The skin around his mouth and nose was red and flaky. Red veins littered the whites of his eyes. From the sheen of perspiration covering his brow, it was clear the man was ill. Oliver stepped back too. The last thing he needed was to spend a week in bed with a fever. That was, unless Miss Flint was playing nursemaid. Stokes narrowed his eyes as he examined Oliver's attire. "And you must be Lord Cunningham," he said. "The Earl warned us you might come." Lord Cunningham? Why in heaven's name would Cunningham want to visit such a dismal place as Morton Manor? His father had no business with the pompous lord. "Warned you?" Oliver scoffed, deciding to play along with the charade. "And did he also advise you to treat a gentleman with such disrespect?" Stokes beckoned Baxter to his side, and the fellow scuttled over like an obedient pet. "Oh, he told us how to deal with you, my lord. Have no fear." Stokes set about untying the rope. As one can predict an imminent storm from the earthy smell and the sudden charge in the air, Oliver noted Stokes' heavy breathing, noted the tension pressing down upon them. "I'd think carefully before attempting anything foolish." Oliver flexed his fingers in preparation. An uppercut to Stokes' jaw needed the power of 100 men behind it if he had any hope of silencing the oaf. With his hands now free, Baxter rubbed the red skin at his wrists and then whispered something to Stokes. "You bloody idiot!" Stokes snarled and swiped Baxter over the head. "How many times have I told you? Women ain't to be trusted, especially not the pretty ones." His cold, sharp gaze found Miss Flint. "I'll deal with you once I've thrown the nabob out on his ear." "Oh, I'm not leaving." Oliver clenched his fists at his sides. He was a boxer, not a brawler. The loser of a bout was the one who failed to contain his anger. "I've only just arrived." Stokes growled. Despite his failing health, he lunged at Oliver. While most men froze at the sight of an ugly brute looming large, Oliver stepped back, looked for the opening, and punched Stokes hard on the jaw. Miss Flint gasped at the sharp crack. The man staggered back, shook his head, and came at Oliver again. "It will take more than a dandy's punch to take me down." With flaring nostrils and a few blasphemous curses, Stokes tried to grab the lapels of Oliver's coat. Oliver swerved to the left and hit Stokes on the temple, and the beast crumpled to his knees. Baxter charged, but it was Mrs. Gripe's whip with her chatelaine that caught Oliver's cheek and knocked his hat off his head. "Damn and blast!" Oliver cursed, knocking Baxter to the floor with a backhanded swipe. He turned to Mrs. Gripes to find Miss Flint wresting the keys from the housekeeper's grasp. "You'll pay for this, girl, mark my words," Mrs. Gripes cried through gritted teeth. "The master will have your hide for what you've done." "I highly doubt it," Oliver said, dabbing the tips of his fingers to his cheek and examining the spots of blood. Damn! The last thing he wanted was an ugly scar. "Your master is dead." A stunned silence filled the room. Stokes groaned as he came to his feet. "And you are mistaken in your assumption that I am Lord Cunningham," Oliver continued arrogantly. He picked up his hat, dusted it off, and placed it back on his head. "My father died 3 weeks ago. Consequently, you are addressing the 4th Earl of Stanton." With mouths open wide enough to trap a family of migrating geese, they all stared at him. "Dead? The Earl is dead?" Mrs. Gripes shook her head as the keys fell from Miss Flint's limp hand. "But he can't be. He owes us a month's wages." "Then you must be Rose's brother, my lord." Miss Flint's beaming smile illuminated her face. Evidently, she was the only person who took pleasure in his announcement. The mere mention of his sister's name caused a jolt of excitement in Oliver's chest. "You've seen her. Is she here?" He glanced at the staircase, wondering if the young lady he remembered had altered in the last 2 years. "She was here," Stokes said with a sneer of contempt. "Don't blame us. The Earl paid us to look after Lady Rose, but Miss Flint here helped her to escape last night. Isn't that right, Baxter?" "Look after her!" Miss Flint cried. "Since when is keeping a lady prisoner and forbidding her to leave considered good for her well-being? Next, you'll say it was for her own protection." "It was," Stokes snarled. "And if anything happens to Lady Rose, you'll be the one held responsible." Oliver ignored the spat. "Is Stokes correct, Miss Flint? Did you help Rose escape from this house?" Miss Flint pursed her lips. She looked damn attractive with guilt flashing in her eyes. "Rose left last night. She was desperate to return to London, to find Lord Cunningham." "Cunningham? What the hell has he got to do with this?" If Cunningham had ruined his sister, Oliver would string him up from the dead man's tree and leave him hanging. Miss Flint stepped forward. "Rose is in love with Lord Cunningham. It's the reason your father sent her here." "And the Earl hired you to look after her," Stokes snapped. not send her off into the night without a penny to her name."
"She has food and money," Miss Flint countered, "and will probably be in London by now, safe in the arms of her one true love."
Her one true love? Lord Cunningham loved no one but himself. Miss Flint was a hopeless romantic, it seemed. Such a foolish notion was the reason some ladies ended up as spinsters, or ruined by a rogue whose idea of love amounted to nothing more than finding a place to bury his manhood. "Stokes has a point, Miss Flint," Oliver said as the hair on his scalp prickled to attention. "Helping Rose to escape may not have been in her best interests. Should she seek Lord Cunningham out before she hears news of our father's death, I fear the gentleman may attempt to turn the situation to his advantage." Water filled Miss Flint's eyes, and she inhaled to stop the tears falling.
"No, I would never do anything to place Rose in danger."
Her voice cracked on the last word spoken.
"All I want is her happiness."
"Then the onus is on you to help me find her." There was little point dashing about the countryside now. An hour spent asking a few questions at the coaching inn, coupled with a keen eye fixed on the road, was all they could do. But he could not leave Miss Flint at the manor. He'd witnessed the depth of the rogue's depravity first-hand. Mrs. Gripes coughed.
"And what of us, my lord?"
The housekeeper's shoulders sagged.
"Are we to be punished for following your father's orders? When we attacked you, we thought you were Lord Cunningham. We were only doing what the Earl told us."
Oliver couldn't stop the satisfied grin from forming. "It may surprise you to learn that your fate lies in the hands of another." Mrs. Gripes blinked rapidly.
"Then who is to be our new master?"
Oliver glanced at Miss Flint, at the plump pillow lips made for kissing. He inclined his head. "Miss Flint is now the owner of Morton Manor."
Chapter 4. There must be a mistake. Nicole's heart fluttered. To own a house the size of Morton Manor was a fantasy, a dream one wished for but never thought to obtain. She looked up at Lord Stanton, only to meet the most striking pair of blue eyes she'd ever seen. "The Earl hired me as a companion for Rose." Well, that was what the old devil had told her. Despite being a gentleman's daughter, Nicole would have scrubbed floors for an opportunity to flee the city. He never mentioned what would happen if he passed.
"There's no mistake," Lord Stanton affirmed. "I have seen the documents myself. A trip to Mr. Jameson's office will be necessary. There are legal matters to address, details to verify."
"Mr. Jameson's office?" Nicole's apprehension was evident in her tone. The process sounded complicated, too formal. "You refer to your father's solicitor?"
"To one of them, yes."
Was it too much to hope that the solicitor lived in a remote village far from the bustling streets of London? Was it too much to hope that he required no proof of her identity? "And you're certain I am the person named in the will?"
"Absolutely."
"But this can't be!" Mrs. Gripes stepped forward, ignoring the fact that making any form of protest to an earl was considered impertinent. Her chapped lips turned down at the corners as she scanned Nicole from head to toe. The woman took pleasure in other people's misery and was incapable of accepting anyone's good fortune. "Why would an earl leave a house to his servant?"
"Who can say?" Lord Stanton shrugged. "Whatever my father's reason for making the generous gift, Miss Flint is your mistress now." A groan left Stokes' lips, and he mumbled under his breath. "And what about us?" Baxter rubbed his sore wrists. From the rebellious glint in his eye, Nicole doubted the man would take orders from a woman, particularly one who had robbed him of his masculinity and stripped him of his honour. "That is for Miss Flint to decide," Lord Stanton replied. "And I must insist that she does so with the utmost haste. There are more pressing matters to address." He spoke of finding Rose. Guilt flared. Her efforts to help Rose escape had been for naught. Even though they were of a similar age, Nicole couldn't help but feel responsible for the lady. Lost in her own fanciful notions of romance, she'd imagined Rose would find her way back to London with ease, imagined her running into Lord Cunningham's arms, them hastening across the River Sark and marrying over the anvil in Gretna Green. But life rarely mirrored the happy ever after found in fairy tales.
"Well, Miss Flint," Lord Stanton tapped his foot, "what do you intend to do?"
Nicole noted the look of contempt in the servant's eyes. The other guard, Tucker, the groom and the maid were yet to appear, but were equally mean-spirited and vicious. Even if she could forgive their jailers for the high-handed way they had carried out the old Earl's instructions, she would never trust them. They were rogues by nature, liable to strip the house of everything valuable and leave it as empty as a pauper's purse. To hide any wrongdoing, they would send the building up in flames and leave her with nothing but a pile of dying embers. Nicole focused her gaze on Lord Stanton. "May I speak to you in private, my lord?"
"Certainly."
He inclined his head and gestured to the courtyard beyond the door.
"Lead the way, Miss Flint."
Nicole waited until they were a good distance from the house before asking her question. "Must I sign the papers first, or am I able to dismiss the entire household without notice?"
The Earl smiled. "Obviously, it would be wise to stake your claim before making any rash decisions."
His rakish gaze drifted over her loosely flowing hair, and he gave a faint hum of approval.
"There is also the question of whether you have the funds to maintain a house of this size. Without first speaking to Mr. Jameson, one cannot know of my father's full intentions. But after your experiences here, I understand your desire to seek satisfaction."
An image of the heartless Earl's face flashed into her mind. It would come as no surprise to learn it was all a wicked game invented by the old man to torment her from beyond the grave. Either way, as far as Stokes and Mrs. Gripes were concerned, she was the mistress of Morton Manor now, and she deserved some form of recompense for the misery they'd caused. Nothing would please me more than to escort them all to the gate and shout "Good riddance!" Nicole's heart skipped the prospect. "And you are happy to acknowledge my position here until a claim can be made?"
"Have I not already said so?"
Lord Stanton leant forward, even though there was no danger of anyone hearing what he had to say.
"As mistress of the house, you may do as you please."
A wave of excitement coursed through her, or was it the Earl's warm breath on her neck that made her shiver? "Needless to say, I shall require your assistance."
"And you shall have it."
He nodded to the man sitting on top of the box seat of his carriage.
"Jackson is more than a match for Stokes. And may I suggest you take the keys from Mrs. Gripes and secure the house? Once we return to London, all matters relating to Morton Manor can be dealt with swiftly."
Return to London? She couldn't possibly go back there. With the manor being but a 2-hour journey from the city, surely Mr. Jameson will be only too happy to visit me here. I see no reason to leave. Lord Stanton frowned. He towered over her, his broad shoulders filling her line of vision.
"In case you have failed to note the impatience in my tone or missed the furrowed lines on my brow, let me make my position clear, Miss Flint."
His blue eyes turned a steely shade of grey.
"As my sister's paid companion, and the person responsible for encouraging her to travel these dangerous roads alone at night, I must insist you accompany me."
Nicole swallowed. After witnessing the way he'd tackled Stokes, the Earl was not a man who took no for an answer. "I cannot return to London, my lord." Nicole inhaled deeply. He would want an explanation, and the truth was not something she was willing to impart. He tilted his head to the side as he studied her face.
"Why ever not?"
Because there is someone I wish to avoid. That was not a lie. I am sure you have seen enough scoundrels parading the Tongue to determine the facts for yourself. His gaze flicked briefly to her breasts, and her cheeks grew a little warmer. There is a reason why a paid companion should appear dull and dowdy, he said, somewhat annoyed. If you displayed your beauty as openly as you do now, I assume at least one gentleman behaved in an unacceptable manner. Did the Earl just say she was beautiful? Having received few compliments in her life, the comment distracted her thoughts momentarily from the abominable way Jeremy had behaved. Kindness and compassion were words foreign to her brother's vocabulary. Money was his one true love. Why do men feel it is their given right to own a woman? She spoke of Rose's predicament too. Why does wearing a dress mean a lady should forfeit the right to make decisions about her future? Some men prey on those they deem weak in order to feel empowered. But I can assure you, should you accompany me to London, I shall give you my full protection. You do not need my help to find Rose, my lord. A frustrated sigh left his lips. No, I do not. But one glimpse at the crest on my carriage, and I fear my sister will run for the hills. Nicole considered the way the Earl's muscular thighs strained against the material of his breeches. And as you have the advantage of longer strides, I am certain you will catch her. Do you not feel remotely responsible for the fact Rose is missing? Had it not been for your timely intervention, she would be nestled in my carriage and heading back to the comfort and safety of her home. Now I fear she may be ruined beyond all redemption. Nicole flinched. The sharp stab to her heart forced her to suck in a breath. Do not think to place the blame on my shoulders. He had no right to pass judgment. When one suffered a loss of liberty, emotions ran high. Where were you, my lord, when Rose wept in my arms, wishing she could escape from this hellhole? Where were you when she took ill, and I had to nurse her day and night because Mrs. Gripes refused to call a doctor? The Earl tugged at his collar as he struggled to hold her gaze. Had I known of your circumstances, I would have intervened. The point is, you didn't. Nicole's silent prayers had gone unanswered. Rose left here voluntarily. I am happy to admit that helping her to escape might not have been the best plan. With the gift of hindsight, what seemed like the most logical course of action sometimes proved to be wrong. What choice had we? None, he said sharply. But had my father been alive, he would have hunted you to the ends of the earth to punish you for the part you played. An icy chill ran down the length of Nicole's spine at the thought of being chased by a hound like Stokes. You mean he would have hired others to do his bidding? How fortunate fate sought to intervene and brought you to Morton Manor. I would not express your gratitude to the gods just yet. Had I arrived some hours earlier, Rose would not be in her current predicament. A resigned sigh left his lips. As we are having an honest conversation, you should know that Rose may resent my interference. I left her in the hands of a deranged fool, and for that I fear she will never forgive me. Nicole studied the Earl's firm jaw and downturned mouth. His words conveyed a vulnerability rarely expressed by aristocratic gentlemen, one so opposed to the powerful presence that surely caused many a maiden to stop and take notice. There was something about his arrogant air of authority that appealed to her, for he was not the least bit overbearing. And do you regret your decision, my lord? Do you regret leaving your sister without an ally? The Earl removed his hat and brushed his hand through his hair. All that matters now is finding Rose. But if you want the truth, then yes, I regret abandoning her. I admit that I was wrong. A strange feeling fluttered to life in Nicole's chest.
Never had she met anyone so open and honest with their feelings. Men were usually so sly, so devious. Jeremy often feigned kindness to secure her cooperation. Was the Earl just another scoundrel capable of using feigned sentiment to provoke a reaction? You judge yourself too harshly, my lord. Rose had first-hand experience of your father's unjust demands. I'm confident she would understand the reason for your absence. Why was she overcome with the need to appease him? He narrowed his gaze. It is obvious you care for my sister. Those held captive form strong bonds. It is a proven theory. Nothing could break the connection she shared with Rose. It is true we became dear friends during our time here. Which is why I hope you will help me. I must know everything that happened at the manor if I'm to help Rose overcome the trauma of being locked away by her own father. Well, Nicole could not argue with the Earl's logic. And in return for your assistance, I shall help you deal with Mr. Jameson, the Earl continued. He turned and looked out over the bleak fields shrouded in an eerie morning mist. There is land to farm here. With the right guidance, the manor might prove profitable. Nicole gave a wry chuckle. And how am I to pay for labourers and livestock? How am I to pay for repairs when the roof leaks? Perhaps I might be persuaded to make an investment. So the Lord had turned to bribery in his desperation. But only if I help you find Rose. Only if I persuade her that you knew nothing of your father's wicked plans. What is it you want me to say, Miss Flint? The Earl stared at her. Rose's welfare is my only concern. I'll not rest until she is safely back at Stanton House. Genuine remorse swam in his eyes. While Nicole wanted to trust the sentiment expressed, it was his rich voice that held the power to persuade. But she could not go back. Nicole shook her head. You ask the impossible, my lord. She flinched, waiting for an angry roar of disapproval, for a demand to obey. I can't leave you here alone. He closed the gap between them, and her heart pounded against her ribcage. You have a hunger for revenge, Miss Flint. I see it in your eyes. You seek to punish those who've tormented you. His smooth, calm voice conveyed nothing of the inner torment she'd witnessed moments earlier. Let me help you. The aromatic scent of bergamot and cedar flooded her nostrils. Yet there was another fragrance, too, something earthy and utterly masculine. Lord, if he continued to stare at her so intently she was liable to swoon. Vengeance is a dream of the weak, she said, fighting the urge to surrender, but knowing it was a hopeless cause. I am not so foolish as to believe I have the power to bring a man to his knees. She imagined Jeremy's forlorn expression as he begged for forgiveness. But her brother's sad eyes masked a devil with no concept of remorse. Help me find Rose. Persuade her of my good intentions, and I shall help you seek satisfaction against those who have harmed you. He looked past her shoulder to the manor and gritted his teeth. Starting with those damn rogues posing as servants. Nothing would give her more pleasure than to watch the Earl grab Stokes by the collar and drag him down the drive. But she found she could not entirely trust his motives. Was he just another scoundrel, out to take advantage of a woman on her own? Though you may think me naive, I am not a fool, my lord. A frown marred his smooth brow. Why do you say that? There is only one reason a man would offer an unmarried lady his protection. Is there? A mischievous grin played at the corners of his mouth. Please, feel free to enlighten me. Oh, this man liked to tease. Isn't it obvious? Her cheeks grew warm, and she waved her hand back and forth between them by way of an explanation. If seen together, everyone will assume I'm your mistress. And that offends you? He chuckled. Without meaning to sound conceited, Miss Flint,
You are a paid companion. The role of mistress to an earl is considered a superior position." "A superior position?" Nicole snorted. Perhaps if this were hell, and the devil was the only one to pass judgment, she might agree. "Do I strike you as a woman who would sell her soul for money?" "No." The Earl's amused gaze drifted over her hair. "You strike me as a woman who cares nothing for other people's opinions." There was a hint of admiration in his voice. "You strike me as a woman who would do whatever it takes to see justice served, even if that means posing as mistress to an earl." "Posing? So you do not expect me to wear my bodice low and pander to your every need?" A sinful smile lit up his face. "Not unless you want to." Nicole gasped. "I am teasing you, Miss Flint. You would be my mistress in name only. Once Rose is back at Stanton House, and you're the legal owner of Morton Manor, we will go our separate ways." A faint sliver of disappointment surfaced. How odd. She was not a woman who welcomed the lewd attentions of men. "You assume my reputation means nothing to me." He appeared somewhat confused. "Forgive me, but I doubt those in society even know who you are. An earl is unlikely to bed a paid companion when there are courtesans aplenty." "Unless he's a rogue," she countered. "I can assure you, Miss Flint, my intentions are honourable." So why did he look at her as though she was a mouth-watering meal served after a long and arduous journey? "Would you care to try again, my lord? This time I require an honest answer if you have any hope of securing my assistance." Another chuckle left his lips, and he raised his hands in surrender. "Very well. While my thoughts regarding your pleasing countenance are far from honourable, I am at heart a gentleman. Your virtue is safe with me." Nicole gave a satisfied nod. "There is nothing like the truth to quash any misunderstandings." "Indeed." It was strange how one's life could change drastically in the space of a day. Had the wicked Earl really bequeathed her the manor house? Surely, once they were in London, it would all prove to be a terrible misunderstanding. But what if her luck had changed? Heavens! She would never have to worry about Jeremy and Rowena again. A frisson of fear shot through her at the thought of seeing her brother. What if Jeremy found her? What if he insisted on moving into the manor, or worse still, used fraudulent means to force her to sell? He would find a way to manipulate things to his advantage. "I need your answer, Miss Flint." The Earl's warm tone woke her from her reverie. "Every minute I waste here is another minute Rose is out there alone." Nicole considered the Earl's proposition. What did she have to lose? Despite being the grandson of a viscount, Jeremy hardly ever moved about in society. What were the chances their paths would cross? What were the chances of anyone recognizing her? Besides, she wanted something from the Earl, and offering her help was the only way to secure his cooperation. "Very well. I agree to assist you in your bid to find Rose." Nicole noted the cut to his cheek, left from the whip of the chatelaine. The Earl was strong, courageous, just the person she needed should Jeremy ever cause trouble. "Should it prove necessary, you may say I'm your mistress. However, you must promise me one thing in return." "Of course." The Earl inclined his head. "In some things I am open to negotiation." "Should I be granted ownership of Morton Manor, I want the solicitor to draw up a contract that prohibits the sale of the house unless you are in complete agreement." The Earl was far too astute to fall for Jeremy's lies and deceit, and she would address the matter of unwelcome visitors at a later date. As expected, the Earl looked astounded. Why would you relinquish your independence and be beholden to me?"
She would not be beholden to him. He had far more pressing matters to address. "Because there is every chance I shall need your protection in the future. Do not ask me to speak of it now. A vow that you will act in my best interests is all I seek." He offered a graceful bow.
"I pledge my assistance should the need ever arise."
Nicole smiled. She couldn't run forever. Perhaps this was her one chance to put a stop to Jeremy's antics for good. The sound of raised voices caught their attention. Nicole glanced back over her shoulder to see Mrs. Gripes, Baxter, and Stokes arguing in the doorway. "I shall be glad to be away from this place for a while." A good night's sleep and a satisfying meal were simple pleasures denied her these last 6 months.
"Then come, Miss Flint."
The Earl offered her his arm.
"Let us throw this immoral rabble out on their ear and be on our way."
Chapter 5. The mystery surrounding the ownership of Morton Manor and fears over his missing sister were not the only things troubling Oliver. The lady sitting opposite him in the carriage, gripping the open window as she scanned the road looking for Rose, was an enigma. One thing was certain. Miss Flint conveyed a quality of character a paid companion could only ever dream of possessing. From her eloquent speech and turn of phrase, he was certain the lady was a gentleman's daughter. Yet from the shabby state of her clothes, it was evident the woman had fallen on hard times. Had the death of her parents left her destitute? Had a scoundrel ruined all prospects of marriage and left her with no option but to work for a living? It was a puzzle he was determined to solve. "There's no sign of Rose." Miss Flint thrust her head out of the window and almost knocked off her bonnet. "I told her to stay close to the road."
"We'll stop at the Talbot Inn. Perhaps someone remembers seeing her there last night."
He saw little point searching so close to the manor.
10 hours had passed since Rose had escaped. On foot, a person could easily cover 2 miles per hour, which would place her much closer to London.
A sudden sense of trepidation swept over him.
"You're certain London is her destination?"
Miss Flint turned to him. The wind blew a few curls across her face, forcing her to blink and scrunch her nose so she could see. "These last 6 months, Rose has spoken of nothing but being reunited with Lord Cunningham. They're in love, my lord. Where else would she go?"
"Lord Cunningham is an arse," he said, repeating Miss Flint's earlier phrase. It was true. If the fop loved Rose, why hadn't he called at Stanton House once he'd learned of Oliver's return? Why was he not demanding to know where he could find her, ranting and cursing and threatening anyone who dared to get in his way? But then some would argue that a lady cannot help who she falls in love with, or lust with, as was more often the case. Miss Flint pulled her head back through the window and fell into the padded seat. The loose strands of hair blown free by the wind danced seductively about her neck. Her cheeks were a rosy pink, and her breath came quickly. The sight caused the blood to pump through his veins. The muscles in his abdomen tightened, and he had to suppress the urge to drag her across the carriage and into his lap. Good Lord! Not since the first time he'd watched a woman undress had his cock sprung to life so quickly.
"It sounds as though you have a rather cynical view of love," she said, oblivious to his lustful cravings.
"Me?"
He tapped his chest.
"I doubt you want to hear my theory on forming deep attachments."
"On the contrary, I would be most interested to hear your thoughts regarding matters of the heart."
The lady sat up straight.
"Have no fear," she said with some amusement. "You may speak openly. I am not the judgmental type."
Oliver considered her honest expression. "No, I don't suppose you are." To have a woman listen to the truth without lecturing would be a novelty. Ladies often berated him for his lack of commitment, even though a night of pleasure was the only thing he'd promised.
"And I am happy to share my views, too," she said, "should you have any interest in listening to what a woman deems ideal."
Oliver shivered. The comments Miss Flint had made about Rose and Lord Cunningham confirmed she was a hopeless romantic, on a quest to find that one person who made her heart sing. It was a mistake often made by those who had never experienced unadulterated passion. Innocent ladies dreamt of being rescued, not ruined. Perhaps when you've heard what I have to say, Miss Flint, you'll think twice about expressing your opinion. The corners of her mouth curled up just a fraction, more a smirk than a smile. "Are you suggesting I am shallow, my lord? Do you think I would alter my stance merely to agree with yours?" Ladies in society accepted that a gentleman held the informed view. They nodded politely, agreed with everything said, feigned ignorance. Not that he appreciated the quality. He admired a woman who could think for herself, and Miss Flint certainly possessed a strong will and a sense of her own worth. Oliver rubbed his chin. "No, you're right, Miss Flint. I believe you enjoy contradicting me whenever the opportunity arises."
"There you go again, making certain assumptions," Miss Flint sighed. "If I felt your words had merit, I would agree with you wholeheartedly. But do not ask me to support you in your mumbling like a fool."
A chuckle burst from his lips. Never had he met a woman who spoke so openly, so bluntly. Damn! He found it rather charming. The initial stab of desire he'd felt upon witnessing her fetching countenance returned. "Then I shall do my best to be succinct when speaking in your company," he said, somewhat unnerved by this woman's ability to affect his mood. She gave a curt nod.
"And I shall certainly appreciate your clarity. Now, you were about to tell me of your cynical view of love," she reminded him.
Oliver had the sudden urge to be blunt, to wipe the smirk from her face, to shock with his cold-hearted opinion. "The romantic love you speak of does not exist," he began, his mind engaged in choosing the appropriate words for maximum effect. "Oh, there is such a thing as attraction, and lust, and a host of other carnal emotions that act merely as a way to encourage our species to procreate." Indeed, lust was a devil on his shoulder, whispering licentious things about the woman seated opposite. Miss Flint's eyes grew wide, and she blinked rapidly. "Excellent. Love is like opium," he continued with some enthusiasm, for he was enjoying himself immensely. "Something taken to ease a pain or need, something that people use as a crutch to help them clamber over life's obstacles."
"Love is a crutch," she mocked. "And do you speak from experience, my lord, or does your insight stem from lengthy observations?"
"Both." During his time in Italy, and to a certain extent before he left for the continent, he dallied with courtesans, widows, and actresses. Pleasure was all any of them sought. Never had any genuine emotion filled the void in his chest. "My parents' marriage was a complete disaster, a wild and passionate love affair that grew into a bitter battle of wills. My father's jealousy and compulsive obsessions are to blame for Rose's terrible predicament." Pity flashed in Miss Flint's bewitching green eyes. "Rose told me of your father's cruel taunts, that he accused her of being the daughter of a footman. Over the years he accused us of being the offspring of his groom, his coachman, of any gentleman foolish enough to visit the house."
"Then I can see why you have a distorted view of love."
"Not distorted, simply realistic." She was silent for a moment.
"And so, will you break with family tradition? Will you marry someone you don't love in the hope the partnership is not doomed to fail?"
The steely rod of determination running down the length of his spine forced him to straighten. "I have no intention of marrying anyone." Miss Flint snorted in a rather unladylike fashion. "As a peer, do you not have a responsibility to the nation? Is it not your duty to sire an heir?" She was mocking him. "As a man, I have a responsibility to myself first and foremost." How the hell had he ended up having an intimate discussion with a paid companion? Then again, Miss Flint hardly conducted herself like a servant. The woman behaved as though she were his equal in every regard. Perhaps that was why he found her so damn interesting. She tapped her fingers to her lips. "So, as well as realistic, you admit you're selfish, too." Had they not been sitting in a carriage, Oliver would have shot to his feet to defend that ridiculous remark. "You call it selfish. I call it practical. Besides, we are straying from the original point, delving into matters that I would rather not divulge to others."
"By others, do you mean to a lady or a servant?"
An odd puffing sound left his lips, and he shrugged.
"Then have no fear," she continued. "I'm told it is acceptable for a man to discuss personal matters with his mistress."
She cast a sensual smile his way, and it hit him so hard in the chest he could barely breathe. Damnation! Now he knew why his father had left Miss Flint the blasted manor. This woman was a beguiling temptress sent to torture him in the old Earl's absence. "If I were you, I would refrain from mentioning the fact you're my mistress," he drawled, feasting on her fine form. Beneath the shabby dress, she had curves in all the right places. A lady possessed of such a forthright manner would make for a satisfying bed partner. Of that he was certain. "I might forget it is all an act and pounce on you when you least expect it." Oliver sat back, convinced he'd said enough to rattle her steely composure. When it came to the voracious appetites of men, it was evident Miss Flint lacked experience. "Then I must thank you for your counsel," she said, not showing the slightest sign that his remarks affected her. "With your hardened heart, I imagine it would make for a wholly unfulfilling affair." Oh, she would be more than satisfied with what he had to offer. "Should you wish to test the theory, I am more than willing." The image of Miss Flint writhing and panting beneath him flashed into his mind.
"As that is clearly not an option, I shall have no choice but to die in blissful ignorance."
She gazed out of the window as the carriage rattled through the stone archway and into the courtyard of the Talbot Inn. Miss Flint's refusal to pander to his whims or fawn over him as one would a new puppy intrigued him. A few minutes spent at the inn would act as a distraction. It would give him an opportunity to gather his thoughts, calm his heated blood, and adjust his damned breeches. "Wait here while I go inside. I shall—"
"Perhaps it would be best if I went into the inn and asked about Rose."
"You think the landlord will refuse to speak to an earl?" he mocked. Miss Flint exhaled slowly.
"As a man who considers himself practical and realistic, surely you see the flaw in your plan."
Miss Flint's obstinacy was beginning to grate. Why could she not nod her head and mutter sweet words of approval? "The events of the morning have left my mind a little frayed. Would you care to enlighten me as to the obvious flaw I appear to have missed?"
"Certainly. With any luck, Rose will make it safely to London without incident," Miss Flint said in a rational tone. "Therefore, it stands to reason we must do our utmost to protect her reputation."
"That goes without saying."
"How will it look if you charge into the inn and ask questions about a missing young woman? A man of your status will attract attention. It takes but one wrong word from the mouth of a gossip to ruin Rose's reputation beyond all redemption." If Rose had eloped with Lord Cunningham, a ruined reputation was the least of her worries. Oliver gave a resigned sigh.
Miss Flint was nothing if not logical. "I shall bow down to your divine wisdom," he conceded. "No one in town knows Rose stayed at the manor or of the circumstances surrounding her incarceration. I would prefer to keep it that way." "Then it is settled." She smiled sweetly this time. "No one knows me here. I shall ask about a friend I was to meet and describe her without mentioning names." Oliver raised a brow. "You forget one thing." Ha! She'd missed an important point, too. By now, the staff will have informed the landlord that a coach has arrived. Once noting the crest on the door, everyone will know a person of quality has pulled into the courtyard. How do you propose to explain the reason you alighted from an earl's carriage? Without warning, Miss Flint shot forward and seized the door handle. "Then there is no time to waste. Meet me further along the road in 10 minutes. I suggest you find a reason for returning, should the landlord approach you." She opened the door, jumped to the ground and closed it quietly before creeping round to the servants' entrance at the rear of the inn. Lord, he'd met 1 or 2 spirited women in his time, but Miss Flint had the courage of an army battalion. Was that why he found her attractive, even though she challenged his opinion at every turn? Was that why desire burned in his veins at the thought of bedding her? Yes, she was beautiful, but so were many other ladies of his acquaintance. Was lust not supposed to be a simple thing based on nothing more than the sum of her physical attributes? Oliver was still mulling over his dilemma when the landlord scuttled out into the courtyard. The tubby man rubbed his hands, and his eyes gleamed at the prospect of receiving another paying customer. Oliver groaned inwardly and lowered the window. "Good day, Mr. Parsons." "Good day, my lord. Is it Mrs. Parsons' roast lamb that's brought you back again so soon?" "Your wife is a culinary genius," Oliver said, exaggerating the truth somewhat, "and I shall be certain to call in again when on my travels. But I wonder if your maid found a silk handkerchief. I seem to have mislaid a blue one and have no idea where I left it." Good heavens, he sounded like a scatty-brained fop. No doubt the innkeeper was wondering why a gentleman who could afford to lose 100 handkerchiefs had travelled back to inquire after this one. "The item was a gift, you understand. It's my daughter, Fanny, who cleans the rooms. I'll nip inside and ask her." Mr. Parsons hurried back into the inn. Some minutes later, Miss Flint sauntered past the carriage door, her eyes fixed straight ahead. Oliver watched her walk under the stone arch and disappear off down the road to her right. The lady walked with the poise and elegance of a duchess, a fact he'd not noticed until now. Someone had tutored her in the art of deportment, as her movements were far too graceful for a servant. The clip of shoes on the cobblestone saw Mr. Parsons hurrying back to the vehicle. "Fanny found nothing in your room, my lord." He put his hand on his chest to ease a bout of breathlessness. "But you're welcome to come inside and speak to her yourself." "No, no," Oliver gave a dandified wave. "No doubt it is somewhere amongst my luggage. That's what happens when I travel without my valet, though I thank you for taking the time to look." Mr. Parsons appeared a little shocked at his polite response. Some gentleman accused a maid of theft to avoid paying for a night's accommodation. "Should Fanny find it, my lord, I'll be sure to keep it safe." Oliver nodded, raised the window and tugged on the silk tassel dangling from the roof to communicate his intention to leave. Jackson reacted instantly and manoeuvred the carriage out of the narrow courtyard with the usual expertise. Miss Flint was waiting on a grassy bank further along the road. As the carriage rolled to a stop, Oliver opened the door and offered his hand. She stared at him. Uncertainty flashed in her eyes, but she slipped her palm into his. A shiver of awareness shot up his arm, made a slight detour to another part of his anatomy, before journeying down to his toes. The lady sucked in a breath and averted her gaze. Feeling somewhat triumphant that he possessed the ability to unnerve her, he could not prevent the confident grin from forming. "I spoke to Mrs. Parsons, the innkeeper's wife," Miss Flint said as she settled back onto the seat while Oliver conveyed his instructions to Jackson and closed the door. "No one of Rose's description entered the inn last night." The news, whilst frustrating, eased Oliver's fears somewhat. A lady would need to be desperate to enter an inn unaccompanied. While Rose would take passage with a family or elderly matron, she would not ride alone with a gentleman. From what I recall, mine was the only carriage in the yard. Oliver had stayed at the inn to gather information about the inhabitants of Morton Manor. Had he known of Rose's escape, he would have asked more pertinent questions about the area, would have paid more attention to the other patrons coming and going. Miss Flint stared through him, her wide eyes transfixed on some imagined scene. "Last night, running away seemed like the perfect plan." She blinked and heaved a weary sigh. "Now, in the cold light of day, it was foolish of me to let her leave." "Rose is far more robust than she appears." Oliver drew comfort from his own words. But, in truth, he remembered her being fragile, easily startled. Like Miss Flint, he bore some of the blame for his sister's unfortunate situation. Equally, her experiences at the manor will have given her the ability to cope in trying situations. Miss Flint shuffled closer to the window and looked out at the passing fields. "I hope you're right." Chapter 6. As soon as the Earl's carriage passed through the turnpike, the hustle and bustle of city life brought with it a renewed sense of trepidation. Nicole's heart raced. 2 hours, spent with her eyes fixed firmly on the road, hoping to spot Rose, had been for naught. The ache in her chest grew more profound with each passing mile. The Earl's frustrated mutterings and mumbled curses only made matters worse. "Let us pray Rose reached London safely and is in the care of Lord Cunningham," Nicole said, as guilt twisted its sharp blade deep into her chest. "If Rose is with Cunningham, we shall need more than divine intervention to save her," the Earl snapped. It was obvious the Earl detested the gentleman, but perhaps he was looking for a way to shift the blame. "But Lord Cunningham has already proposed. They will wed, and all will be well." The Earl rolled his eyes and sighed. "While your courage knows no bounds, Miss Flint, you have a lot to learn about the dissolute men of the ton. Having alluded to your own harrowing experience with such a gentleman, I'm surprised by your naivety." Nicole snorted, albeit silently. She had suffered cruelty at the hands of her brother, not a rake-hell. Greed had tainted Jeremy's heart and blackened his soul. As her only kin, he viewed her as property for sale or barter. But hope lived in her breast, bold and bright. There were good, selfless men alive in the world ready to oppose his wicked plans. There had to be. "You're right," she said. After the abominable way his father had behaved, the Earl had every right to question people's motives. "I know nothing of Lord Cunningham, and should learn to base my judgments on the facts. The fact is, Rose has far too much integrity to spend her life with a cold-hearted devil." Her reply failed to wipe the look of contempt off his face. "Deception is a skill many young bucks strive to master." The words suggested he was of an older generation, not a virile man of 25. "Were you not a young buck once?" she teased. "Is this your way of warning me to be cautious of your motives?" "Of course not. I am not eager to wed you so I may steal your fortune to pay my gambling debts." "You believe that is the basis of Lord Cunningham's interest in your sister?" Nicole swallowed down her surprise. "You underestimate Rose's appeal. She has so much more to offer than money.
Rose had charm and grace. She possessed a kind, innocent beauty any man would treasure.
I fear your trusting nature may prove to be your downfall, Miss Flint.
And your lack of faith could well be yours, my lord. Silence ensued.
Aware of his eyes fixed firmly on her person, Nicole met his intense gaze. There was nothing he could say or do to intimidate her. Even so, heat crept up her neck to flame her cheeks. Her heart fluttered like an annoying little butterfly, desperate for an opportunity to burst free. It was those remarkable blue eyes of his that roused these strange sensations. While his firm jaw and pursed lips conveyed an aristocratic arrogance, those dazzling blue pools invited one to delve deeper, to dive into the soulful waters with the promise of finding sunken treasure. She sighed to herself, if only the Earl believed in love. When the carriage turned right into Hollis Street and came to a stop outside a row of townhouses, the Earl finally diverted his attention. Nicole studied the elegant facade. Each house was identical to its neighbour. Individuality was considered unfashionable in the temps. I assume this is Lord Cunningham's house? It would be Rose's, too, once they wed. Yes. There are rumours he owns another house somewhere in town, though he is determined to hide the fact from his creditors.
The Earl threw open the door and jumped down to the pavement.
Wait here. Nicole had no intention of arguing. She would happily spend the next few days eating and sleeping in his carriage if it reduced the odds of bumping into one of Jeremy's friends. She watched Lord Stanton march up to the front door and slam the knocker against the brass plate as if hitting it against Lord Cunningham's forehead. The butler answered. They spoke for a minute, no more. From the servant's impassive expression, it was difficult to follow the conversation. With a visible huff, the Earl stomped back to the carriage, yanked open the door, and climbed inside. I presume Lord Cunningham is out? The Earl shook his head, muttered a curse, and threw his hat onto the seat. Cunningham left home an hour ago, and the butler refuses to disclose where. Damn it all! If he's on his way to Scotland with Rose, we'll struggle to catch them. No decent butler would discuss his master's plans. An aggressive approach rarely worked with those who possessed a sense of pride in their work. Surely you know that. It seems Cunningham's staff are more loyal than the gossips would have us believe. No doubt the story about his inability to pay their wages proved false, else the man would have taken the £10 I offered for the information. You tried to bribe his butler? Despite being an intelligent man, he had obviously not thought the matter through. The Earl shrugged. Not bribe, more offer an incentive to loosen his tongue. Servants have principles too, my lord. So it would seem, he replied with some frustration. Nicole sighed. As the hours passed, the need to find Rose was like a weight pressing down on them. Perhaps I should speak to the butler. Did we not just agree that the man is loyal to his master? We did. But when in battle, it is always best to focus on the enemy's weakness. 6 months spent imprisoned in Morton Manor had taught her that. Which is, the Earl answered arrogantly. His loyalty to his master. Nicole shuffled to the end of the seat and opened the door. I shall be but a moment. Allow me to lower the steps for you. Oh, he would gloat for the rest of the day if the butler failed to provide the information they required. Still, a tingling awareness coursed through her as he closed the gap between them. Despite their disagreements, she liked him. She couldn't help but feel drawn to him in some inexplicable way. Thank you, my lord. Nicole descended the steps and hurried up to the door. The butler answered almost immediately. Good day to you. Good day, madam. The butler, a man as tall and thin as a coat stand, inclined his head. He looked beyond her shoulder to the carriage. As I have already told his lordship, Lord Cunningham is not at home." Nicole put her hand to her heart and sucked in a breath. "But this is dreadful. We hope to speak to him before he does something foolish. Perhaps you could give Lord Cunningham a message. It is the only hope we have of saving him." "Something foolish?" The butler frowned, and his grey bushy brows overhung his lids. For a man skilled in the art of indifference, his expression proved promising. "To what do you refer, madam?" "It would not be wise for anyone to overhear our conversation." Nicole glanced left and right and stepped forward. "Not when your master's reputation is at stake." His reputation?" The butler's calm composure faltered. "It is imperative we speak to Lord Cunningham before the card game. The Earl has discovered that one player is a skilled card sharp, determined to rob the nobility of a fortune, and has consequently declined to take his seat at the table." Nicole touched the servant's arm. "You must warn your master as soon as you can, for I fear he will lose everything." The butler's wrinkled face turned ashen. "Lose everything," he repeated to himself. "I must go." Nicole stepped back. "We will do our utmost to find him before the game. Indeed, when your master returns, advise him to call on the Earl of Stanton post-haste. Good day to you." "Wait!" The butler raised his hand. "His lordship is not due back until the early hours." Nicole covered her mouth with her hand and shook her head. "Then you must get word to him. Tell him to seek the Earl of Stanton." "I know nothing of his lordship's diary today, but he took a change of clothes and is to attend Lady Chatwell's ball this evening." "And he made no mention of where he would be this afternoon." Nicole desperately wanted to ask if a golden-haired beauty had called. Were the change of clothes deemed suitable attire for a wedding? Did he have an unexpected appointment? Or had a letter arrived forcing him to leave at short notice? A note with details of a secret rendezvous? "He mentioned an urgent meeting, something that required the utmost discretion." It took all the strength she possessed not to grab the butler by the lapels of his blue velvet coat and shake more information from him. Had the lord hidden Rose away somewhere while he'd gone to seek a special license? "Then let us pray we reach your master before disaster strikes. Good day." Nicole left the servant trembling on the doorstep and returned to the comfort of the Earl's carriage. "Well?" he asked, not bothering to hide his impatience. "What did he tell you?" The carriage lurched forward, and Nicole gripped the edges of the gold brocade seat. "Lord Cunningham will be at Lady Chatwell's ball this evening," she said with a triumphant grin, "though I have no notion where he is now. He left suddenly for an urgent meeting." The Earl's mouth fell open. "How on earth did you get him to tell you that?" "The fellow's lips were drawn so tight I thought the maid had sewn them shut. It was merely a matter of playing to the butler's weakness. Her tactics were the same as those used on Baxter. You suspect Lord Cunningham has a gambling habit. I can confirm that is the case." The butler's quivering lip and pallid countenance at the mere mention of a card game were a testament to that. The Earl shook his head. "And you expect me to let Rose marry such a man?" "Only if Rose deems him worth the sacrifice. Only if she truly loves him." Love was not always perfect. Nicole knew that. The Earl thrust his hand through his dark hair. "Regardless of what you may believe, true love is not enough to conquer all. Particularly when that love is one-sided. Especially when one's fondness for money outweighs anything else." In part, Nicole had to agree. Rowena shared Jeremy's passion for finery. When the coffers were full, they were affectionate, flirtatious, appeared like any other couple deeply in love. But when the cards fell badly, the laughter dissipated, replaced with the sound of crashing plates, slamming doors, and a tirade of criticism and abuse. I admit one's attitude to money is a true indication of one's feelings. I would live in a cottage with a leaking roof, eat nothing but pottage, and wear the same threadbare dress for a year if it meant living with the man I loved." The Earl grimaced.
"And have you had these fanciful conversations with Rose during your stay at Morton Manor?"
"Many times." They had shared their dreams and aspirations. It soon became apparent that they thought the same, had shared the same experiences. Both had been betrayed by their closest family member, by the person charged to protect them. Both agreed never to let bitterness taint their hearts. What else were we to do when locked in our room for hours each day?
With a sudden surge of anger, he gritted his teeth. "My father has a lot to answer for. I'm sure he would find the whole situation rather amusing."
How could he? The old Earl had done everything in his power to prevent Rose from marrying Lord Cunningham. In that regard, he had failed miserably. Even after 6 months of incarceration, Rose may still get to marry the man she loves. The Earl let out a weary groan and dragged his hand down his face. A lock of ebony hair hung over his brow, and her fingers burned to brush it back.
"Were we discussing any other gentleman, I might feel a sliver of optimism."
While Nicole desperately wanted to trust Rose's judgment, the conversation with the butler had roused a nagging doubt, though she would never admit that to the Earl. Had Rose been duped by a scoundrel?
"But I was speaking of myself, not my sister," he continued. "The thought of me tearing about town, feeling utterly helpless, would have pleased my father no end. He was determined to have the upper hand, determined to win the game at all costs."
"The game is still in play, my lord." Indeed, Nicole would do everything in her power to ensure that Rose held the winning hand. It is not over until the last card is revealed.
A smile touched his lips. "Is that your way of telling me to pull myself together?"
"Well, we need some sort of plan."
"You're right."
His tone carried a hint of admiration. "I see little point scouring the streets in the hope of spotting Lord Cunningham. Perhaps we could call at your solicitor's office while we decide what to do." A part of her was eager to bring the business of Morton Manor to a swift conclusion. In all likelihood, there had been a mistake, and she would have no choice but to travel north before Jeremy caught up with her. A part of her wanted to delay, wanted to let the dream of owning a home of her own live a little longer in her heart.
"We shall call at the office first thing in the morning. Mr. Jameson is away, and so we must meet with his colleague, Mr. Wilde, to determine your course of action."
The Earl's piercing blue eyes travelled the length of her shabby dress, visible beneath the opening of her travelling cloak.
"In the meantime, we will return to Stanton House and find you something more suitable to wear."
Nicole brushed the green muslin skirt. The faded material was worn in places, but would suffice for a visit to the solicitor. "I doubt Mr. Wilde will care what I'm wearing."
"No, I doubt he would. But I fear Lady Chatwell may take umbrage at your lack of effort this evening. The mistress of an earl must dress accordingly whilst out in society."
This evening? A hard lump formed in Nicole's throat. "You expect me to attend Lady Chatwell's ball?" She clenched her clammy hands tight as her heart slammed against her ribs. Jeremy had refused to pay for her to come out. She would be out of her depth, swimming against the tide, drowning in her own inadequacy.
"How else are we to question Cunningham? If he plans to elope with Rose, he will avoid me for fear I might call him out."
Why would a man attend social engagements if he was planning to elope? "But I cannot go to a ball." Nicole put her hand to the base of her throat. While Jeremy was unlikely to attend, Lord Musgrove never missed an opportunity to strut about in public like a peacock. A frisson of fear shot through her at the thought of the lecherous oaf spotting her amongst the crowd. "As you well know, I have nothing suitable to wear."
"Rose has an armoire full of beautiful gowns. You may wear one of those."
While she could excuse the Earl's ignorance for ladies' fashions, surely he dallied with enough women to know they came in all shapes and sizes. It may have escaped your notice, but Rose is slender, whereas I am more
voluptuous, he said as a sinful smile graced his lips. No, I am more than aware of the differences between you, Miss Flint. But a mistress flaunts her figure. She does not hide it beneath a mound of material.
Oh, I see. Heat rose to her cheeks. She had no intention of squashing into a gown that was far too small to be decent. And even if she found something suitable, being seen on the Earl's arm would bring her nothing but trouble. As you'll not find Rose at Lady Chatwell's ball, you have no need of my assistance. I shall wait in the carriage, for it would make more sense for us to follow the Lord once he leaves. At a ball, we are liable to lose him in the crush. He sat back and rubbed his chin.
Most women of your status would like nothing more than an opportunity to mingle amongst the ladies of society.
Most women of my status do not want people to think they're warming in Earl's bed for money.
So you would never agree to be a man's mistress?
Never.
Did you not agree to be mine?
He was teasing her again. I agreed to act the part should anyone see us out together. The Earl moistened his lips as his hungry gaze caressed her body.
Then perhaps we should forget about going home. If I keep you out until dawn, someone is bound to notice us.
A small part of her was tempted to accept the invitation, flattered that he was interested enough to pursue the matter. You may keep me out until dawn, but I'll not leave this carriage. He shrugged.
It can get rather hot in here.
I'm sure it can. She pursed her lips to suppress a smile.
Are you always so stubborn?
She nodded. Annoyingly so. He folded his arms across his chest as he considered her reply.
Were there not more pressing matters to attend to, I might put you to the test. But for now, I shall have to be content with taking you home.
From his lips, even the word home sounded licentious. You're taking me to Stanton House.
Where else?
You cannot escort your mistress into your family home. What would people think? Such an immoral action would surely reflect poorly on Rose.
The Earl jerked his head and frowned. You've no need to worry about my reputation, Miss Flint.
She wasn't sure if he was being dense or acting the fool on purpose. Stanton House is Rose's home too, is it not? What gentleman would allow a mistress to enter the residence of his unmarried sister?
I know you care for Rose, but you're taking your role of paid companion far too seriously.
Nicole shook her head. I speak as her friend, not her servant. No, I shall remain in the carriage and enter the house via the mews.
While the thought of being my mistress is loathsome, he said with a chuckle, you'll have to leave the carriage eventually.
Chapter 7. Dressed in his evening clothes, for there was every chance he'd have to charge into Lady Chatwell's townhouse and hunt for Lord Cunningham, Oliver hid in the dark depths of his carriage, keeping a watchful eye on the house from across the street. Had you done as I suggested, Miss Flint, we would be enjoying Lady Chatwell's hospitality instead of sitting in a cold, cramped carriage, spying on every passer-by. The hint of frustration in his voice had nothing to do with the biting chill in the air. For a reason unbeknown, he had a strange desire to inform the world Miss Flint was his mistress. To stake his claim, to ensure the scoundrels knew to stay away. It was a ridiculous notion, considering the fact they would soon go their separate ways. Had I listened to you, my lord, I would be roaming the ballroom in a dress befitting the village strumpet. Even though her silhouette was in shadow, Oliver was acutely aware of her curvaceous figure. A mistress does not dress with decorum. The more salacious her appearance, the better. So why did the thought of her flaunting her sumptuous body make him want to rip the eyes from every man's sockets? Good Lord, he'd become a walking monument to contradiction.
Then I am thankful I declined your gracious offer. I would prefer to hide in your conveyance to avoid any misconceptions. Miss Flint sighed and continued to stare at the amber glow of candlelight spilling out onto the street. Music drifted through the cool night air as if carried on a breeze, the enchanting rhythm mingling with the faint hum of laughter.
Oliver couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to hold Miss Flint tightly in his arms, to feel her soft breath breeze against his cheek as he twirled her around the dance floor. They would be giddy from an excessive consumption of wine, and she would challenge his opinion simply to make him want her all the more. Bloody hell! Oliver shook his head. Since when had he become a man prone to daydreams? Why did he find it impossible to banish all amorous thoughts of the lady sitting opposite? Miss Flint held him spellbound, with her wise words, her bow-shaped lips and full breasts. But how could he dance? How could he think of his own pleasure when Rose was still missing?
"You're certain Lord Cunningham was the gentleman who entered the house an hour ago?"
Miss Flint's face was so close to the glass, a white mist covered the lower half of the pane. She wiped the window clean with her gloved hand.
"From our position here, it is difficult to distinguish one man's features from the next."
One glance at Lord Cunningham and you would not fail to recognize him again. He walks like a man whose drawers are too tight and pinch with every step. Oliver chuckled at that. Everyone knew Cunningham wore a corset to create a more masculine silhouette. And I would recognize his mop of golden curls anywhere. Many ladies comment upon his cherubic countenance, though I would remind them that the Lord regarded Lucifer as an angelic being once. Miss Flint raised a mocking brow.
"How on earth will you cope?"
"Cope?
"If Rose marries the devil."
"She won't." "You seem so certain." "Not certain," he corrected. "Hopeful." Rose was not a fool. The truth would soon bring her to her senses. Besides, I refuse to converse with a man who thinks it appropriate to wear a waistcoat of mustard yellow with a pea-green coat. The chuckle that left Miss Flint's lips was perhaps the sweetest sound he'd heard. Her face brightened in a look of genuine amusement. Since meeting her at the manor, he was aware of a deep sadness lingering beneath the surface. Perhaps she was worried about Rose, and guilt festered. She was not on her own in that regard. Perhaps coming back to town roused painful memories of the past, of the wicked scoundrel she was eager to avoid. "You should laugh more often," he found himself saying. Once Rose was safely back at Stanton House, he would press Miss Flint for the name of the gentleman she feared. He would do everything in his power to ensure the bastard never troubled her again.
"It is not for want of trying," she said, her tone melancholic now, "but more a lack of having anything to be joyous about."
The comment caused a sudden ache in his chest. The urge to make her smile, to watch her eyes light up in laughter, took hold. Having a house of your own is something to celebrate, is it not?
"It is, and I will, once the solicitor confirms ownership of the manor." They fell into a companionable silence as they continued to study Lady Chatwell's townhouse. Like bees to a hive, guests swarmed in their hundreds, eager to pay homage to their illustrious host. Carriages lapped Cavendish Square, again and again, waiting to find a place to stop. "Thank heavens we arrived early," Oliver said with some amusement. "That's the 4th time Lord Mulberry's carriage has driven past." "When the carriage stops, why does he not get out and walk across the square?"
"Walk? Oh, the Lord deems himself far too important. Esteemed guests are dropped outside the door."
They continued to watch the scene. 2 ladies in garish turbans and silk wrappers tottered up to the house. One tripped on the stone step and almost lost her flamboyant hat. 2 gentlemen emerged and moved to a place further along the street to conduct their heated argument. "There is a gentleman with a mop of golden hair lingering on the steps." Miss Flint nodded to the window. "Either he has a sharp tack poking through the sole of his shoe, or he is impatient to leave." Oliver rubbed away the water droplets from the inside of the glass and considered the man in question. "It's Cunningham, though he looks practically normal when wearing black." The fop stared at a note in his hand, refolded the paper, and placed it in the inside pocket of his evening coat. With a raised chin, he descended the steps with haste and turned left. "Why arrive in a carriage only to walk home?" "The square is so busy, it would take an hour for his coachman to weave his way through the heavy traffic. No doubt he will meet Cunningham a little further along the road." For fear of losing the pompous lord, Oliver opened the carriage door and jumped down to the pavement. "Come." He held out his hand to Miss Flint. "We'll follow him, see where he goes." Miss Flint coughed and touched her fingertips to the base of her throat. Wide green eyes stared beyond his shoulder as if the air outside was tainted and she would choke. "No one will pay us any heed," he continued. "Know that you have my protection." With hesitant fingers, she gripped his hand and climbed down to join him. "Am I to wait here, my lord?" Jackson asked. "If you do make it out of the square before dawn, follow us to the end of the road and wait there. The last thing I want is for Cunningham to recognize my carriage." Oliver turned to Miss Flint. She gasped when he raised the hood on her travelling cloak and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "It's cold out tonight, and it will afford you a degree of anonymity." "Thank you." A touch of pink coloured her pale cheeks, and she placed her hand in the crook of his arm. "Let us not linger. We must hurry before we lose him." Without another word, they crossed the road and strode after Lord Cunningham. Miss Flint was unlike any other lady Oliver had ever walked with. She showed strength of purpose with every step, never faltered, kept up with his long, powerful strides. She didn't make those silly, whimpering sounds when he quickened the pace, nor did she pretend to be weak or frail simply to garner his attention. Her hand didn't flap about on his arm like a fish pulled from a pond, but gripped the muscle with confidence. Cunningham turned left into Margaret Street. With no sign of his carriage, he continued walking. Thankfully, the fop's silly strut and tall hat made it easier to spot him amongst the people out and about in town. When they reached Little Castle Street, Lord Cunningham removed a brass object from his coat, looked left and right, and used it to enter a house in the middle of the terrace. Oliver drew Miss Flint into an alley opposite, from where they had a perfect view of the facade. The smell of manure mixed with urine and liquor confirmed the snicket was used for other purposes than access to the mews. "What do you think he's doing here?" Miss Flint still clung to his arm, though he offered no objection. Rarely did the lady show any sign of vulnerability. And for some bizarre notion he had not yet fathomed, he was eager to play the hero. "I haven't the faintest idea. Cunningham was always up to no good. But if we wait here long enough, we're sure to find out." They watched the house for a short time. Every visible room remained cloaked in darkness. Strange misshapen shadows appeared before Oliver's eyes as he strained to focus. "Good Lord!" Miss Flint gasped. "Are my eyes playing tricks, or is there a figure in the front window upstairs?" The sudden panic in her voice prickled the hairs at his nape. "Lord Cunningham knows we're here. He's looking straight at us." "Nonsense. Cunningham cannot see your face, for it is buried in the depths of your hood." She turned, her frantic gaze darting over Oliver's face. "Perhaps not, but he can see yours." "There is nothing to fear." Oliver lowered his head until their foreheads were almost touching. "He will think we are lovers." The muscles in his abdomen tightened in response. "He will see nothing more than an amorous couple eager to find a secluded spot to indulge their desires." Her breathing quickened as she stared at his mouth. The rapid rise and fall of her chest captured his attention. The sweet scent of jasmine filled his head. A strange tingling sensation sprang to life in his body, and he could think of nothing but pressing his lips to hers. Good God! Why did she have to be so damnably irresistible? "But should he recognize you, we'll never know why he came here. We'll never know if he's with Rose." "There is only one way to obscure my face," he whispered, his mouth so close to hers now. "You must kiss me before it's too late." Of course he could simply turn his back or step further into the alley, but a rush of masculine pride filled his chest for inventing such an ingenious plan. "Move closer," she said, and he could sense her resistance. "Beneath the hood, he will struggle to see you." Oliver lowered his head a fraction more. "Then we shall have to hope you're right." He could feel the heat from her skin, her hot breath brushing his cheek. Damnation! Why the hell didn't he kiss her and be done with it? Seconds passed. Their ragged breath mingled in the air between them, fused into one. Perhaps it was his imagination, but when his gaze focused on her lips, they seemed to edge closer. A charge of energy sparked around them. Every fibre of his being longed to explore this physical connection. Just one touch, one kiss to appease his curiosity. A look of desire flashed in her glazed eyes, too. "Have you ever kissed a man, Miss Flint?" "Once." She screwed her eyes shut and shivered. "Am I to understand that the experience was not particularly pleasant?" "It is a memory that shall haunt me until my dying day." Anger threatened to burst to life in his chest. These sudden surges of emotion were entirely new to him. "Was it the rogue you mentioned?" "No," she sucked in a breath. "A gentleman called at the house, seeking permission to wed me. One stolen kiss during a walk in the garden was supposed to be an incentive to accept." Did she speak of a life with her parents, one before she'd found herself destitute? A kiss should express affection. Lord above, he did not sound at all like himself. But then I suppose it is also a way to test a couple's compatibility. Perhaps a more satisfying experience would ease the distress caused by the memory. The corners of her mouth twitched. "You mean if I kiss you, it might banish the nightmares?" Oliver shrugged. "I have no notion. But is it not worth a try? Besides, we must do everything in our power to avoid detection, for Rose's sake." The last comment made him sound like the worst of rakes. But he was desperate to taste her, desperate to rid himself of this craving so he could concentrate on the task ahead. But what if it proves to be an equally unfulfilling experience? "Trust me," he said, pushing aside the thought that one kiss would not be enough. "It won't." Miss Flint scanned his face and placed her gloved hand on his cheek. "You have far too much confidence in your ability to please," she whispered. "Yet I find the nervous hitch in your voice rather endearing." Nervous hitch? What the devil did she mean? "Perhaps you mistake nerves for excitement." In truth, he was apprehensive. Should he fail to please, he doubted the opportunity to taste this beguiling creature would arise again. "Then we shall have to do something to calm your spirit." She moistened her lips and pressed them lightly to his. She tasted of apples, of sweet meadows in the height of summer. The aromatic scent of jasmine flooded his senses once again. In Persian, jasmine meant a gift from God. Never had anything been more appropriately named. For some reason, he closed his eyes.
The merest movement of her mouth ignited a fire deep in his core, one he feared would never be tempered. The urgency to drink, to taste her deeply, came upon him. All senses sprang to life, though he felt slightly detached from reality. As a man used to meaningless encounters, his reaction unnerved him. Yes, he was in the grip of a mild obsession. Yes, he found every word that tumbled from her mouth fascinating. But once he'd succumbed to his craving, it would soon pass. She pulled away, only slightly. "If I am to rid myself of a bad memory, I suspect you may need to kiss me back." Like a green boy fresh from the schoolroom, his effort was far from adequate. "Forgive me. I am still stunned you agreed." "As am I. But the desire to banish painful images of the past proved too tempting." Oliver slid his arm around her waist. "Then allow me to rectify what you deem to be my lack of enthusiasm." He drew her close so that her soft breasts pressed against his chest. The tiny gasp that left her lips went some way to restoring his masculine pride. He lowered his head again, kissed her slowly, teased her lips apart. Unable to continue with this torturous, slow melding of mouths, he deepened the kiss. From the hitch in her breath, it was evident Miss Flint had never experienced such a level of intimacy before. The thought pleased him immensely. Well, he would be the one to tutor her in the art of passion. And so he traced the seam of her lips with his tongue, eager to delve inside the wondrous cavern. She welcomed him in. Her tentative tongue touched his once, twice, and then her desire burst through the flimsy dam of restraint. She threaded her hands around his neck and into the hair at his nape. A born temptress, she moaned into his mouth in such a way as to send every drop of blood in his body surging to his cock. The searing heat inside spread, a desperate need to sate the hunger that consumed him. He smoothed his hands down her back, cupped her buttocks, and squeezed as he explored the mysteries of her mouth. Urgent fingers ran up the front of his evening coat, grabbed the lapels, and tugged. Good Lord! If she continued in this vein, he feared his cock would burst from his breeches. Indeed, he could think of nothing but gathering her skirt up to her waist, pushing into her core, hard and deep, pushing home. The rumble of carriage wheels and the thud of horses' hooves pounding the road caught their attention. Miss Flint dragged her mouth away and heaved in a deep breath before peeking out of her hood at the hackney cab rolling to a stop outside Cunningham's house. Oliver tried to focus on the scene, but his mind was still drunk with desire. Miss Flint's sweet taste lingered in his mouth. Her potent scent teased his nostrils. "Lord Cunningham has a visitor," Miss Flint whispered. A lady alighted and paid the driver. The travelling cloak she wore was similar in style to Miss Flint's garment, and she too had raised the hood to disguise her identity. "Is that Rose?" It was a ridiculous question, Oliver decided, but all logical thought had abandoned him. 2 years had passed since he'd last laid eyes on his sister, not 20. Still, it felt like a lifetime. I recall her being slender, with an abundance of golden tresses. Those vibrant ringlets had caused the girl no end of trouble with their father. The Darbys were dark by hair, dark by nature. Rose was a glittering ray of sunshine. Miss Flint squinted in the darkness. Rose was wearing a navy blue cloak when she left Morton Manor. I'm sure that is the one. Should I call out to her? No. If we are wrong, we will have to admit to stalking Lord Cunningham. No doubt it will become an amusing topic of conversation at his club. When the lady reached Cunningham's front door, she turned and glanced back over her shoulder. A long golden curl fell from beneath the depths of the hood. "It is Rose," Miss Flint said,
as the lady opened the door and slipped inside. "Thank heavens she's arrived safely." The knot in Oliver's stomach eased. They watched and waited for a flicker of candlelight, but the couple preferred to conduct their meeting in the shadows. A figure appeared at the upstairs window. One grey silhouette merged with another, and it took a moment for him to realize it was the shape of two people embracing. Rose was safe, although not free from danger. A sudden surge of rage obliterated the initial flash of relief. Why, the sneaky devil! A man in love would have urged Rose to return to Stanton House, not use the opportunity to conduct an illicit liaison. "It is said that men in love do desperate things," Miss Flint said in the dreamy voice she used when overcome with sentiment. "That their emotions rule them. Perhaps Lord Cunningham is so besotted with Rose, judgment fails him." "Then the gentleman needs a lesson in logic." Without another word, he grabbed Miss Flint's hand and marched across the street. "What are you going to do?" "Hammer on the damned door until I take it off its hinges." Chapter 8. Due to the late hour, few carriages were travelling along Little Castle Street, which was rather fortunate because the Earl charged across the road without the customary glance left and right. "Do you think it is wise to use aggressive means to make your point?" Nicole said. They reached the front door, yet he continued to hold her hand. Not that she was complaining. She felt oddly drawn to him after sharing such a passionate kiss. Does the situation not call for tact and diplomacy? "We are not here to debate international relations," he mocked. "Cunningham will take Rose to his bed, and then she'll have no choice but to marry him." "We don't know that." Lord Cunningham could donate all his worldly belongings to the poor, and still the Earl would be suspicious of his motives. "Well, I'm pretty certain they're not setting up the chessboard. Why meet Rose at a house no one knows he owns? Why is the house still in utter darkness?" Nicole was about to say that they might struggle to find candles, but it sounded rather naive, even to her ears. "No doubt he has agreed to let her stay here until he can arrange their trip to Scotland," she said, as that was far more plausible. "Perhaps she is still to learn of your father's death, and Cunningham wanted a quiet place to break the news." The Earl released her hand and jerked his head back. "For a woman who kisses with such enthusiasm, please tell me you don't believe that nonsense. Equally, with your intelligence, it surprises me that you let fanciful notions cloud your judgment." Had the Earl just called her intelligent? Mentally, she scooped the compliment up gently in her hand and stored it away in the precious jewelled box, along with the one where he'd said she was beautiful. "In situations like these, we have two choices." Her gaze drifted to his mouth. She could still taste the earthy essence that clung to his skin. The warm feeling his touch evoked lingered beneath the surface. Just being in his company made her a little breathless. "Either we think the best of people or the worst. If I believed everyone had nefarious motives, I'd struggle to rouse the enthusiasm to rise in the morning." "Well, one of us is right. The other, I fear, shall be bitterly disappointed." He raised his fist and banged on the wooden door so hard the iron knocker rattled against the plate. But the effort was met with a deafening silence. "Perhaps you failed to knock loud enough," Nicole said. "Perhaps Lord Cunningham thought it was thunder, or a team of horses pounding the road." "Thunder?" The Earl slammed the knocker while kicking the bottom of the door with his shoe. "He'll feel the thunder of my foot up his backside if he doesn't open this door soon." Nicole pursed her lips. People said the most ridiculous things when they were angry. The sound of a sash window scraping against the frame was followed by a male voice calling, "Who's there?" The Earl took a few steps back and looked up to the first floor. "I suggest you invite us in, Cunningham, unless you want your neighbours to hear of your predilection for ruining virgins." Lord Stanton?"
What the hell do you want? Are you aware of the time? Of course. It's time you came downstairs and opened the bloody door.
The noise of grinding teeth made Nicole wince.
I'll not tell you again.
The Earl's blue eyes were a cold, steely grey.
Come back tomorrow. You've got until the count of 5, else I'll find a way inside.
The Earl marched up to the door.
1.
He'd reached the count of 4 before the pad of footsteps echoed in the hall beyond.
5,
the Earl shouted as soon as Cunningham appeared. Despite attempting to hide his body behind the door, it was evident from Cunningham's loose shirt and missing cravat that he planned to do more than offer Rose a safe place to rest her tired bones. A golden lock of hair hung rakishly over his brow. The potent scent of exotic perfume hung in the air between them. The Earl was right. Seduction was Cunningham's objective for meeting Rose at the house. A low growl rumbled in the Earl's throat. A volatile energy sparked like a firework ready to explode. At any second, Lord Stanton was liable to grasp Cunningham by the neck and squeeze until his eyes popped from their sockets. There was only one way to defuse the situation. Rose needed her now more than ever. Before doubt crept in, Nicole darted forward. She ducked under Lord Cunningham's arm, braced against the doorframe to prevent anyone from entering, and raced towards the stairs. "Rose! Rose!" Nicole called out, eager to be reunited with her friend. Eager to confirm that the Earl was wrong, and there was nothing licentious about the encounter.
"Bloody hell!" Cunningham shouted. "Who the hell are you? I did not invite you in." "Move out of my way, Cunningham," the Earl snapped. "Else you'll have to beg your creditors for an extension so you can pay for new teeth."
Nicole reached the top of the stairs, aware that the Earl and Lord Cunningham were racing behind in pursuit. She opened the door to the first bedchamber, but then remembered they'd seen Cunningham embracing Rose in the front window. "Rose!" Nicole called out again as she moved further along the landing.
"Don't go in there!"
Cunningham yelled, but the Earl pushed him into the wall, barged past, and mounted the last few stairs. Nicole entered the room first, knowing she may have to prevent the Earl from entering should she find Rose in a state of dishabille. Though the rest of the house lay in darkness, a faint glow from the street lamp outside made it possible to see more clearly. At first glance, the figure in the corner, shrouded in a white sheet, could well have been a ghost. Numerous times whilst at Morton Manor, Nicole had glimpsed the outline of a lady in white walking through the corridors at night. "Rose, there is no need for alarm." The lady's golden tresses hung loosely about her shoulders. Despite Nicole's friendly reassurance, she kept her head bowed. "Look at me, Rose." The Earl burst in through the door. He took one look at the lady standing in the corner, turned on his heels, grabbed Lord Cunningham by the shirt, and lifted him clean off the floor. "If you have laid a finger on my sister, I shall string you up from the nearest tree and leave you dangling." The Earl shook him, giving the lord a healthy dose of what he could expect. Lord Cunningham kicked his legs, desperate to find a solid surface to place his feet. That is not your sister." Cunningham's strangled words were barely audible. I haven't set eyes on Rose for nigh on 6 months." The Earl released his grip on Cunningham's shirt, and the fellow sagged to a heap on the floor. "Rose left London without a word," the lord continued as he scrambled to his feet and straightened his shirt. He put his fist to his mouth and coughed. "I took her absence as a sign of indifference. Indeed, your father made it clear she had made a mistake and desired never to lay eyes on me again." The Earl frowned. "Then who in God's name is that?" He stabbed a finger at the lady in the corner, standing as still as a marble statue found in a museum foyer. Perhaps she hoped they would peruse her semi-naked form and move quickly on. "Does it matter?" Cunningham stuck his nose in the air in an attempt to appear affronted. Yet with his blemish-free complexion and weak chin, he looked more like a spoilt child. Was this the gentleman Rose dreamed of marrying? Surely not. It made no sense. He seemed so feeble, so weak and insipid. They were not at all suited.
"Of course it bloody matters," the Earl replied, his tone hard and unyielding.
Pride filled Nicole's chest. Oliver Darby was a fine specimen of a man, strong, fearless, capable of protecting those in his care. Indeed, Lord Cunningham appeared pathetic in comparison.
"I do not see why it is any of your concern, Stanton. You plan to elope with my sister, and yet I find you cavorting in the dark with some other lady."
A sharp, feminine gasp cut through the air. "You're eloping with Lady Rose Darby?" The statue in the corner jerked her head up in surprise. "When exactly were you planning to tell me?" Cunningham shook his small, oval-shaped head, made to house an equally small brain.
"I am not eloping with Lady Rose. You heard what I said. I've not set eyes on the chit for months."
"But evidently you made plans to marry the girl." The lady wrapped the sheet tightly round her shoulders.
Yes, but that was long before our little arrangement."
"Little arrangement?" the lady sneered. "Is that what you think this is?"
Cunningham opened his mouth, but snapped it shut.
"Then where were you today?" Nicole asked. What need had he to be so secretive with his own staff? "Your butler assured me you had an urgent meeting. Were you planning to elope with Rose?"
"For all the saints!" Cunningham dragged his hand down his face. "Good God, woman, have you listened to a word I've said? Speak to her in that tone again, and I'll put you through the blasted window."
Cunningham raised his hands in surrender.
I went to Whitechapel to pay a debt. The fellow threatened to throw me in the Thames if I was a day late with the repayments."
"You're in debt to a man in Whitechapel," the figure in the sheet said, her tone brimming with disdain. The Earl's gaze lingered on the beauty in the corner. Jealousy stabbed the point of its sharp blade in Nicole's chest.
"Ah, Lady Monroe. Forgive me for not recognizing you earlier. But then did we not witness you enter Lady Chatwell's ball a mere hour ago? Indeed, I believe your husband is still there, blissfully unaware of your departure."
The lady's cheeks turned berry red. Fear flashed in her eyes. "You won't tell him, my lord? Promise me you won't. Edward is not a very forgiving man." Shouldn't the lady have thought about that before racing to meet her lover?
"Stanton won't tell him," Cunningham blurted. "Else he would have to explain what he was doing here, and I doubt he wants to cast aspersions on Lady Rose's unblemished character. It would ruin any chance she has of making a decent match."
The Earl sneered.
"Don't dare mention my sister's name again. The only thing preventing me from knocking you clean off your feet is that there are ladies present."
Cunningham turned his attention to Nicole. His beady eyes scanned her from head to toe, lingering on the stained hem of her dress.
"I must confess I'm shocked," Cunningham said with an air of confidence. "You strike me as a man who would lavish his mistress with gifts, not force her to parade around town wearing a pile of old rags."
The punch was hard and quick, flying through the air with precision to land on Cunningham's jaw. He hit the boards with a thud.
"The lady is not my mistress,"
the Earl cried, much to Nicole's surprise.
"And you will do well to address my cousin with more respect."
"Cousin?" Nicole did not know whether to be pleased or offended. Was she not sophisticated enough to be considered his mistress? Had her lack of experience when it came to kissing convinced him they were incompatible? Lady Monroe sucked in a breath as Cunningham looked up from the floor, somewhat dazed, but due to her state of undress had no choice but to remain in the corner.
"Rose is due to return to town," the Earl said. "Foolishly, I suspected she'd come home early to meet you. Should she arrive at your door unannounced, I suggest you send her back to Stanton House. Is that clear?"
Cunningham frowned.
"Why would she seek me out when she never wants to see me again?"
The Earl paused. He could hardly tell the truth, and so remained silent for far too long. "Rose may feel it necessary to explain why she left," Nicole said as panic flared. "She may well have had a change of heart." If Rose confessed all to Lord Cunningham before she learnt of his dalliance with Lady Monroe, it would leave her in a vulnerable position. She glanced at the silent lady in the corner. "Rose may be surprised at how quickly you have moved on." Bitterness infused her tone. "True love was supposed to last a lifetime."
"How quickly I've moved on," Lord Cunningham scoffed. "The chit doesn't want me. What was I supposed to do? Join a monastery?"
Nicole raised her chin. "You were supposed to fight for her. You were supposed to do everything in your power to win back her favour. That's what love is, my lord." Nicole glanced at the Earl, and the corners of his lips curled into a smile.
"When I declared my love, Rose left me."
"You told Lady Rose you loved her?" Lady Monroe edged closer. "But you said you loved me, Rupert."
And I do, my dear," Cunningham mumbled, though he struggled to hold the lady's gaze. "I do. You must believe me."
Nicole could warm her hands on the heat radiating from the disloyal lord's face. What on earth did Rose see in such a pathetic excuse for a man?
"We should go," the Earl said abruptly. "Any more of this sentimental drivel, and I'm liable to cast up my accounts."
"We shall leave you to your business," Nicole said. An image of Rose's innocent face flashed into her mind. She strode up to Lord Cunningham, her hand itching to slap him. "I would wish you a good evening, but I sincerely hope it is downright miserable." With a huff of contempt, she marched out onto the landing. The Earl followed her, but paused at the bedchamber door.
"Should I hear one derogatory remark about Rose, I shall know where to come. I'm certain you wouldn't want your creditors to learn that you own this house, too. Lord Monroe is an influential man. It would not take a great effort for him to buy up all your vowels and call them in." Cunningham gasped. "I shall leave you to ponder that thought," the Earl said, before following Nicole down the stairs. At the front door, she turned to him. "What are we to do now?" "We'll monitor Cunningham's movements over the next few days. I still don't trust him." He shook his head and sighed. "Tonight, we'll take the road to Morton Manor in the hope of spotting Rose. Just for 10 miles. Just to ease my mind." Nicole resisted the urge to put a calming hand on his chest. She understood his need to search for his sister. To do nothing made the hours drag. Rose would find her way home eventually. She was intelligent and not without courage. "You can come with me," he continued, "or Jackson will take you back to Stanton House and you can wait for me there." It took less than a second for her to decide. "I'll come with you." After all, they were in this mess together. It was only right they shared the burden. A weak smile touched his lips. "I was hoping you'd say that." Without another word, they hurried out into the night. Chapter 9. Jackson was waiting for them on Margaret Street. They travelled the road to Morton Manor, faces pressed against the window, eyes scouring every black shadow moving in the darkness. They barely spoke. The Earl muttered one word, a sign of appreciation for the full moon casting its silvery sheen over the landscape to enhance visibility. Still, they saw nothing. It made no sense. If Rose was not with Lord Cunningham, then where in heaven's name was she? Nicole tried to swallow down her anxiety, but the guilt almost choked her.
The weary sigh that left her lips did nothing to allay her fears. In her mind, she replayed the events of their last night at Morton Manor. Rose had been a willing participant, eager to take control of her future, eager to escape her shackles. She was not as fragile as others believed, or was she? Surely she could cover 20 miles without coming to any harm. With wide eyes, they watched the road for another hour, but to no avail. The atmosphere in the carriage was just as bleak on the return journey. A dark cloud descended, one that rained melancholy and pessimism in bucket-loads. The Earl sat forward, his elbow resting on his knee, his hand covering his mouth as if trying to avoid inhaling the heavy downpour of emotion. Like the unsteady rocking of the carriage, Nicole's thoughts swayed to and fro all the way back to Stanton House. Indeed, her mind was in such a muddle she entered the building through the front door instead of using the access route through the mews.
"Can I interest you in a nightcap, Miss Flint?"
The Earl's rich voice dragged her from her reverie. He stood before the grand staircase, his broad shoulders filling her field of vision. After hours spent in the cold, it would be wise to take something strong to drink. The last thing either of us needs is to catch a chill. And I don't want to be alone. He hadn't said those words, yet for some reason she heard them. Thank you. Having spent many nights in the draughty manor, one gets used to the cold. Despite the late hour, sleep was the last thing on her mind. She did not want to lie in bed with her thoughts flitting between macabre visions of Rose and naked visions of her friend's brother. But a drink would be most welcome. The need to comfort him took hold, and she did not want to be alone either. Taking his direction, she entered the room on their left, surprised to find herself in his study, not the drawing-room. A fire burned in the grate, yet the air held a musky masculine scent that reminded her so much of him. He took a taper from the holder on the wall near the door, moved to the fire, and then to light the candles in the gilt branch on the desk. "Allow me to take your cloak." As soon as the Earl came to stand behind her, the energy in the room changed. Her skin prickled with excitement, and her fingers fumbled to untie the ribbons. Large hands skimmed her shoulders, and her traitorous body shivered in response. The garment slipped away, yet he did not move. "In the candlelight, your hair glows like amber." His words drifted over her like a soft caress. He stood so close, the essence of the man enveloped her. Her scalp tingled as he pulled a loose tendril through his fingers. "Fiery hair, fiery temper," she said nervously as her body ached for him to touch her again. She would rather lust course through her veins than guilt. Lust would ease the ache in her heart, ease the strange pulsing between her legs. Heat pooled in the intimate place, and the Earl had done nothing but utter a few words. Drawing a deep breath to bolster her courage, she turned to face him. Lord above! From the moment he'd climbed out of his coach at Morton Manor, she'd known he was handsome. But with these strange sensations surging through her body, he looked utterly irresistible. With the back of his fingers, he stroked her cheek, and she resisted the urge to close her eyes. "I must thank you, Miss Flint, for agreeing to accompany me on my quest to find Rose. But I fear that in my selfishness I may have made a mistake, suffered a complete lapse of judgment." She tried to keep her face expressionless, sought to banish the crushing in her chest. "I don't understand." "I should not have persuaded you to come here." "You would rather I stayed at the manor?" The muscles in her stomach tightened as if preparing for a punch.
"It would have been the logical choice. What if Rose went back there only to find the building empty, deserted?" His expression turned grave. To focus our search in one place and not two seems foolish now."
Nicole exhaled. It wasn't that he didn't want her near him. He spoke only out of concern for Rose. And yet the solemn conversation did nothing to quell the fluttering of desire in her belly. Perhaps I should return to the manor tomorrow. She didn't want to go back there. She didn't want to leave him. The thought of staying at Morton Manor alone sent a cold chill down to numb her toes. I could gather a few of the villagers, search the woods and nearby houses. Someone must have seen Rose.
Going back would be the most sensible plan. He closed his eyes briefly and inhaled. So why is it every fibre of my being wants to disagree, wants to argue that there's a desperate need for you to remain here?
Hope blossomed. Because you are a man of your word. She placed her hand lightly on his sleeve. You're torn between helping me, as you promised, and finding Rose.
Trust me.
He moistened his lips. The sight of his tongue caused a flutter of anticipation.
My desire to be near you stems from more than a duty to offer assistance. In truth, it is the reason I wanted to take you to Lady Chatwell's ball. I wanted the world to know of our connection.
The fact he'd made such an open declaration surprised her, particularly when he seemed so confused by his thoughts. I enjoy your company, too. Friendships are often formed through common goals.
Friendships?
He managed a weak smile.
After our kiss in the alley, I believe we have progressed beyond a mere personal regard for one another. Wouldn't you agree?
How could she not? One did not dream of undressing their friend or caressing their bare skin. But did you not instruct me to kiss you? She had been hesitant at first, but she'd wanted to kiss him from the moment he'd punched Baxter for insulting her, from the moment he'd pulled her hood up to protect her identity. Was it not merely an exercise to prevent Lord Cunningham from spotting you? Was I not keen to banish a terrible memory? He raised a mocking brow.
You're teasing me, Miss Flint. You may play innocent, but we both know why it happened. A kiss was inevitable.
He spoke of the attraction that hummed in the air whenever they were together. It was impossible to deny the powerful bond that existed between them. And had our search for Lord Cunningham taken us to Lady Chatwell's ball, would you have found a reason to kiss me there? He didn't answer straight away, but moved to place her cloak over the chair behind the desk.
Perhaps not at first. Had we attended the ball, I would have taken you in my arms and waltzed around the floor. Of course, with a mere inch between our bodies, it would have been regarded as utterly scandalous.
What, even for a mistress?
We'd have caused such a scandal the courtesans would have blushed.
Nicole's heart thumped against her ribs. He gestured to the row of crystal decanters on the side table.
Sherry?
Nicole nodded, although what need had she for a drink? His words and heated gaze had warmed her sufficiently.
Then, after partaking in refreshment, I would have taken you for a stroll in the garden, through the rose-covered arbour to a secluded spot with a stone bench made for two. He stepped forward and handed her the glass of amber liquid. Their fingers brushed, and his eyes fixed firmly on hers. And then, my dear Miss Flint, I would have kissed you, thoroughly, deeply.
Her pulse pumped hard in her throat. Gracious, for once she was sorry not to have left the carriage. And if I had offered an objection,
you would have been just as eager as I.
She smiled and sipped her sherry. Then I am sorry to tell you that your fantasy has one major flaw. Having never waltzed, it would have made for an embarrassing spectacle. Oh, she'd had tuition, danced with her brother and father when she was but a slip of a girl. bruised toes and a battered pride would have completely ruined your seduction scene. With an arrogant grin, he took a gulp of whatever was in his glass, held the potent spirit in his mouth for a moment before swallowing it down. "That is where you're wrong, Miss Flint. Your lack of experience would have made the event far more interesting. Allow me to demonstrate." Without asking permission, he snatched the glass from her hand and placed both vessels back on the side table. Then he moved the chair next to the desk to create a clear space. "Now," he said, coming to stand before her, "with my expert tuition, we shall have you waltzing in no time." She supposed she should tell him that she knew the cotillion, a few country dances, and a reel. That she knew rhythm. Once, when Jeremy was on a winning streak at the tables, excitement had caused Rowena to have a momentary lapse of kindness. She, too, had moved the furniture to demonstrate the steps of the waltz. Although with her nerves wound tighter than a thread on a bobbin, Rowena was soon stomping about in frustration. "With your right hand, you must clasp my left hand." The Earl's rich, languid tone drew her back to the present. Nicole suppressed a giggle. He spoke to her as though she had a cabbage for a brain. She slipped her hand into his, palm to palm. The mere touch sent her heart racing. "What now?" she said, feigning ignorance. "Put your left hand on my shoulder." She placed it clumsily on purpose. "More to the left," he said, as his hand slid slowly around her waist and came to rest on her back. When she straightened, they stood less than an inch apart. "Is this the required distance?" she asked, despite the fact his coat brushed against the front of her dress. "I think you know it's not." His voice was a husky whisper. "We start with our feet together, and then you step forward with your left foot." Nicole did as he asked. When her thigh brushed against his leg, he froze. "Is something wrong, my lord?" He breathed deeply. "Not at all. However, teaching is not my forte. I am compelled to omit all instruction and rush to the denouement of this particular lesson." Nicole looked up at him. The look of longing in his eyes reflected the intense craving currently wreaking havoc in the pit of her stomach. The Earl lowered his head. "Why is it that when I'm around you, I feel like a boy fresh from the schoolroom? Everything is novel and new." "I don't know," she whispered, their mouths so close they seemed to breathe in each other's words. "Am I so unlike the other ladies of your acquaintance?" "Trust me, Miss Flint. You are a true original." Their lips met. He brushed his mouth slowly over hers. "You are witty and intelligent while still managing to be utterly irresistible." Her breath came so quick one would think she'd run all the way from Holborn to Hanover Square. "And you, my lord, are everything a man should be." He was strong, courageous, caring. In his presence she felt safe. With him she did not feel so dreadfully alone. With him her mind was a confusing contradiction. Independence mattered a great deal. Equally, she wanted to be loved and cherished. But this man wanted pleasure, not love. Lest she forget. She would be wise to guard her heart, for she'd fallen too far to guard her virtue. "Considering the intimate nature of our friendship, I suggest you call me Oliver." Desire burned in his blue eyes. He brushed her lips again, firmer this time, far more demanding. When she breathed, an earthy masculine scent filled her head. She could taste it in his kiss like a potent drug, one capable of heightening every sensual thought and feeling. The longer his lips melded with hers, the deeper the need for him grew. "Oliver." The word came as a breathless whisper, a plea for him to ease the crippling loneliness. Rose had spoken his name to her often.
but never had the sound made the room spin. Never had it rendered her knees too weak to support her body. Still gripping her right hand in position for the waltz, the hand resting on her back edged lower, down to cup her buttock, to pull her closer against the hard length of his body. His tongue penetrated her mouth. Like a firework at Vauxhall, the kiss burst into something urgent, demanding. She could grow accustomed to the warm sensations spiraling in her belly. She could come to yearn for this man's touch. "Say I may call you Nicole." In a fever of impatience, he rained warm kisses along her jaw and down the column of her throat. Already drunk with desire, she was on the verge of complete surrender. All she wanted was to feel his hard body pressing down on her, protecting her, keeping her safe. A feral growl resonated from the back of his throat. "Stay with me." She had no idea what he meant. Despite her body waving the white flag of surrender, her mind clung to the last thread of logic. "You'll be lonely again when you leave." But surely she would see him again. Surely nothing could break the bond that existed between them. There's lust, there's passion, but no such thing as true love. The memory of his words caught her short like a sudden slap to the face. To indulge her desires would only bring her more heartache, more pain. Pushing hard at his chest, she broke free from his grasp. "The hour is late. We should retire if we're to visit the solicitor in the morning." She was panting, still staring at his irresistible mouth. A wicked smile touched his lips. "Those were my thoughts, too." He lowered his head and kissed her again. "No, you misunderstand me, my lord." "Oliver, call me Oliver." His hand came to rest on her hip and moved seductively back and forth. "No, I meant we should retire to our own rooms." The sudden look of disappointment on his face tore at her heart. "I cannot do this knowing Rose is out there somewhere. It's not right." It was a pathetic excuse. Had he whispered an endearment, given any assurance that this meant more than the need to satisfy a physical hunger, she would have given herself to him completely. "What more can we do to find her?" Frustration burst forth. "Peters is out there now, combing the area, making inquiries." "There is only one thing we can do." The answer got stuck in her throat. Drawing in a deep breath, she stepped away until she reached the door. "Once we have dealt with your father's solicitor and I own the deeds, I must return to Morton Manor." Chapter 10. They arrived at the solicitor's office at 10. While Miss Flint wore the same old dress, a maid had styled her hair and given her a straw bonnet that fastened with a blue ribbon. Oliver couldn't help but stare at her. Not that this new accessory proved unflattering. On the contrary, she was one of those lucky women whose radiance shone through, regardless. It was more that a woman of her beauty and intelligence needed something striking, something inventive to convey the true originality of her character. "Either you disapprove of the bonnet," she said with a smirk, "or the wind has changed direction and now you're stuck with that odd scowl." Oliver smiled. "No, 'tis not the wind, but simply that I imagine you wearing something bolder, perhaps in sapphire blue silk rather than straw, with an ostrich feather draped rakishly across the front." "So you are an expert in ladies' fashions, too?" "More an interested observer of what would suit you, Miss Flint." "I'm surprised that a man with your responsibilities has time to think of hats." "It had nothing to do with a passion for millinery. Where you're concerned, I find it necessary to make time." Indeed, she entered his thoughts far too frequently. At breakfast, he'd watched with fascination as she devoured a piece of toast rather than nibble the corners as ladies were wont to do. He liked the way her hair was a little unruly, despite the maid's effort to tame the vibrant locks. He liked everything about her. Then again, he was in the grip of a mild obsession, and so it was to be expected. That was undoubtedly why his body flamed as soon as he took hold of her hand and assisted her from the carriage. Oliver pushed the swollen wooden door of the solicitor's office. The jingle of the overhead bell brought the clerk scurrying out of a room located to their left. "My lord, welcome, welcome. May I congratulate you on a successful trip to Morton Manor?" Mr. Andrews fiddled with his fingers as he spoke, which was perhaps part of the reason the words burst from his mouth far too quickly. "How fortunate that you remembered Mr. Benting was an alias used by your father, else you might never have solved the puzzle." To what was the clerk referring? Was it his success in finding the heir to the manor? How did Andrews know the lady at Oliver's side was Miss Flint? He had not yet made the introductions. Is Mr. Wilde able to spare a moment of his time? Perhaps Rose had heard of their father's death and come straight to the office. Oliver shook the thought away. Had that been the case, she would have returned to Stanton House. "Mr. Wilde is ill, my lord. A terrible sickness came upon him, and he's taken to his bed. His morning tea spurted out of his mouth like water from a fountain." The clerk glanced left and right and bent his head. "Mr. Wilde asked that you not tell Mr. Jameson how you discovered the Benting file. He asked that you say you found the papers inside your father's desk and let that be the end of the matter." Oliver inclined his head. While Mr. Wilde had been helpful, it was only through Mr. Andrews' foresight that they found the necessary information. "Of course, I would not want Mr. Jameson to learn of your involvement." "And you have my hearty thanks, my lord. I don't mind telling you that Mr. Jameson has been like a rabid dog this morning, snarling and growling at the slightest thing." "Then Mr. Jameson has returned from his trip." Relief should have been the only emotion to surface, yet disappointment crushed Oliver's chest in a vice-like grip. Once Miss Flint received her inheritance, there would be no need for her to remain in town. "Yes." Mr. Andrews appeared confused. "He returned last night and is with a client as we speak. But surely you knew that." What an odd thing to say. Why on earth would Oliver know of Mr. Jameson's appointments? Based on Mr. Andrews' strange ramblings, perhaps he was brewing with an illness too. Miss Flint would like to discuss the matter of her inheritance. Oliver gestured to the lady at his side, who had remained silent throughout the bizarre exchange. Mr. Andrews looked at Miss Flint and frowned. "Excuse me, my lord, but I'm confused." Oliver was beginning to doubt the sanity of the man charged with the smooth running of the office. "I would like to speak to Mr. Jameson about claiming my inheritance," Miss Flint said with the same air of frustration Oliver was currently experiencing. "Am I not named as the beneficiary? Am I not the heir of Morton Manor?" Mr. Andrews pushed his spectacles up to the bridge of his nose. "And who might you be?" Damnation! What was wrong with the man? He was tempted to sniff the clerk's breath to see if he was partial to a morning tipple. "This is Miss Flint." Oliver could no longer suppress his annoyance. "The lady resides at Morton Manor, the house named in the document found in Mr. Jameson's drawer." "But that cannot be. Miss Flint is currently with Mr. Jameson, discussing details of her inheritance." "Excuse me?" Dark shadows passed before Oliver's eyes. Nicole's sudden gasp confirmed he had not misheard. "Miss Flint arrived 20 minutes ago and is in Mr. Jameson's office." "But that is not possible." Every muscle in Oliver's body grew tense. "Miss Flint is standing here with me now. I brought her back from the manor myself. I want to see Mr. Jameson, and I want to see him now." Mr. Andrews struggled to catch his breath. No one may enter his room when he's with a client. We shall see about that. I'm most interested in meeting the lady who claims a connection to my father. Oliver straightened. You will announce us to Mr. Jameson at once.
Nicole grasped his arm. Let us leave. I knew it was a mistake. Your father must be acquainted with another lady by that name.
Oliver turned to her and tutted. Do not tell me this is a coincidence.
Truthfully, can you see your father leaving a house to a paid companion?
The answer was no. But then he would never have thought his father capable of locking his daughter away in an old asylum, either. Announce us now, Mr. Andrews, else I shall take my business elsewhere. Mr. Andrews turned, took 2 steps forward, and then swung around. If Mr. Wilde were here, the fact is he's not here. Oliver took Nicole's hand, placed it in the crook of his arm, and marched past Mr. Andrews. Mr. Jameson's room was directly opposite Mr. Wilde's office. Oliver rapped on the door. No one answered, despite the deep mumbles inside. He knocked once more, and then seized the doorknob and strode in. Mr. Jameson jumped up from his chair behind the large oak desk. What is the... He stopped abruptly when he realized to whom he was speaking. My lord. Jameson inclined his head. Mr. Wilde is ill, but if you'd be so kind as to wait outside, I shall be with you presently.
Oliver's gaze fell to the lady sitting on the opposite side of the desk, wearing a red velvet spencer and matching bonnet.
She had the look of a woman who'd sprinted across a field on a hot summer's day, flushed cheeks, moist lips, and a playful glint in her eye capable of bringing any virile man to heel. His eyes moved past the ebony ringlets bobbing at her cheeks to the cross dangling from the pearl row around her neck. Bloody hell! This woman was wearing a Darby heirloom. His grandmother wore the identical one in a portrait hanging in the gallery at Bridewell. I see no need to wait outside. Oliver turned his attention to the solicitor. Not when I have an interest in the outcome of your meeting. I have just returned from Morton Manor, a house owned by my late father and bequeathed to Miss Flint. Yes, Jameson nodded. Miss Flint has come here to claim her inheritance. The solicitor gestured to the woman sitting demurely in the chair. Then I trust you have already met. The lady looked up at him. No, we have not had the pleasure. Then allow me to introduce the Earl of Stanton, Jameson said. A slight raise of the brow was the only visible sign of the lady's surprise. She smiled. I knew your father well. The question was, how well? And yet he never once mentioned you, Oliver said, his voice thick with suspicion.
Well, that is hardly surprising, the other Miss Flint countered. Were you not estranged these last 2 years? Your father mentioned that you spent time in Italy. Thankfully, I was here to nurse him during his final days.
The staff at Stanton House had made no mention of a mistress, though in all honesty, why would they? It was not a topic discussed in respectable households. And how long were you tending to my father's needs?
Long enough, came her coy reply. I attended the funeral, though failed to see you there.
Something about her lofty manner and dark features seemed familiar. Conceit oozed from every pore, a disdain for the world and everyone in it. Have we met before? Even during drunken bouts, he would not be attracted to someone so superficial.
I think not.
He had seen her before, but couldn't think where. You see, Mr. Jameson, it is all rather perplexing. Oliver cleared his throat in a bid to remain calm. You say this woman is to inherit Morton Manor when it is this lady at my side who lives there. Indeed. Allow me to present Miss Flint. She was promised the manor in return for the kindness and care shown to my sister. Nicole stood rigid, though he was aware of the rapid rise and fall of her chest. Mr. Jameson jerked his head. "Excuse me, my lord. Did you say Miss Flint?" Oliver lowered his head and turned to Nicole. "Speak up, else they will think your claim is a ploy for me to contest her right to the property." Still holding on to his arm, Nicole straightened. "I am Miss Flint. The previous Earl hired me to care for Lady Rose, and I am here to claim my inheritance." "There must be some mistake," the lady said with a snort of contempt. Her suspicious gaze travelled over Nicole. "Why would Robert leave a house to a girl paid to care for his daughter?" Oliver had to admit that it seemed out of character. His father was not the giving sort. Still, he'd be damned before he'd let the manor fall into the hands of a stranger. "How convenient that you share the same name," Oliver countered. "What proof is there that my father intended you to be his benefactor?" Mr. Jameson picked up the letter lying on his desk and offered it to Oliver. "I think this should be all the proof needed, my lord. That is your father's seal and signature, is it not?" With an overwhelming sense of trepidation, Oliver scanned the missive. The seal pressed into the red wax did bear 2 eagles holding a shield. The scrawled name at the bottom looked to be written in his father's hand. The contents of the letter confirmed Miss Flint as heir. Damnation! This did not bode well for Nicole. "Yes, the letter appears to have been written by my father, though he makes no distinction which Miss Flint is the intended beneficiary." The lady in red gasped. "As I possess the document, it is obvious Robert refers to me. And I have other letters of a more intimate nature I can present." She ran her fingertips over the pearl necklace. "The heirloom was a gift and speaks volumes, does it not, my lord?" This lady was shrewd, cunning, a master manipulator. If this was the Miss Flint due to inherit, the opportunity to scupper his father's plans proved too great. Equally, Nicole cared about Rose and deserved something for her plight. Though my father was often unpredictable, he would never give a family heirloom to his mistress. Of that Oliver was certain. Lord, the man had kept a battered oak bookcase riddled with woodworm because it belonged to his grandfather. The impostor gave a devilish grin. "Yet here I am, wearing it around my neck." "Good God! That necklace was presented to my great-grandmother on her wedding day. Do you honestly believe my father would disrespect her memory in such a manner?" Nicole squeezed his arm. "You must remain calm," she whispered. "This problem cannot be solved by exchanging cross words." Having Nicole by his side, hearing her pearls of wisdom, soothed away his frustration. He'd never felt a kinship to a woman before, though there was nothing brotherly about the way he craved her company. The ladies he'd bedded in the past were concerned with pleasure, with the prospect of receiving lavish gifts. Love was the only thing Nicole cared about, and he was beginning to see the value of such a prize. He nodded to show his respect for her opinion, and then handed the letter back to the solicitor. "And what is your view of the situation, Jameson? Did my father mention his mistress when you drew up the papers?" "Your father discussed making provisions for the lady, that she would know to come to the office upon his death. That suggests that the Miss Flint seated before me is the lady mentioned in the will." Mr. Jameson shrugged and then sighed. "The document is also proof of intention, my lord. As is the necklace you yourself have confirmed once belonged to the estate." How could Oliver argue with the solicitor's logic? He had no grounds to contest the evidence. "And so, what do you intend to do?" "I must grant in favour of Miss Flint." He blinked rapidly and shook his head. "I speak of the lady able to provide evidence of her claim, not the one at your side. Then I demand you do one thing." The lady snorted.
"You are not in a position to make demands, my lord. Morton Manor is not entailed. What your father chose to do with the property is of no concern of yours."
She appeared confident in her declaration, so confident that Oliver suspected this lady was indeed the rightful heir. Guilt flared. He dragged Nicole to town on the understanding that he would help her take ownership of the manor. The whole thing was a bloody debacle. Rose was still missing, out in the world somewhere, lost and alone. Miss Flint was currently of no fixed abode, staying with a gentleman eager to ruin what was left of her fragile reputation. And his father was rejoicing from the grave, happy in the knowledge that because his son had refused to listen to him, his life was in a shambles.
"We should leave."
Nicole tugged discreetly on his arm.
"There is nothing more we can do here."
No. Oliver was determined to discover more about the woman who had the gall to wear his great-grandmother's necklace. "I require proof of Miss Flint's identity, else I shall have no choice but to contest my father's will." "Proof?" Jameson frowned. "Forgive me, my lord, but legally the document is the only proof needed. My hands are tied. I must abide by my client's wishes and declare Miss Flint here beneficiary." He gestured to the devil in the red bonnet. "Then I must tell you that this is not the end of the matter," he said, as Nicole drew him towards the door. "The lady at my side is the rightful heir, and I shall do everything in my power to prove it is the case."
Chapter 11.
"We must visit Mr. Wilde as a matter of urgency." Oliver climbed inside the carriage and dropped into the seat opposite. Nicole had waited in the conveyance for 10 minutes while he conducted a lengthy conversation with the clerk, Mr. Andrews.
"Why? He has no influence over the claim."
She swallowed down a lump in her throat.
"You heard what Mr. Jameson said. You saw your father's signature and seal on the document. There is nothing more we can do."
A dull ache of disappointment filled her chest. In her heart, she'd always known there had been a mistake. Only a doddery old fool would leave a house to a person he hardly knew, and from what she'd learnt of the previous Earl of Stanton, he was not a man concerned with enriching the lives of his servants. Something is amiss here. I can sniff out treachery as a hound does a foxhole. Oliver threw his hat on the seat, and it bounced onto the floor. Where the hell have I seen that woman before? The lady appeared so comfortable in the role of mistress, perhaps they'd had a dalliance. The fact he could not remember said little of his moral character. The fact that jealousy seared through Nicole's heart with its fiery blade was also telling.
"It's possible you met each other whilst out in society," she said, ignoring the burning ache in her chest.
Although she seemed rather confident in her assertion that she'd never met you. Nicole had stood like a dimwit, frozen to the spot, while the Earl and the other Miss Flint exchanged barbed words. What was she supposed to do? How could she argue for her right to a property when Miss Flint wasn't even her name? Someone had deceived Oliver Darby, but it wasn't the lady in the red dress and pearl necklace. "She's a money-hungry viper," he snapped. "Don't ask me how she got her hands on that document, or how in God's name she knew to call herself Miss Flint." "Then you believe she's a fraud?" Lord, had he heard the tremor in her voice? She was the only fraud, the only impostor. "Of course." He brushed the ebony lock back from his brow. "My father despised women who sought illicit liaisons out of wedlock. He might have taken another wife, but he'd never have taken a mistress."
"Then I doubt he would have had a good word to say about me," Nicole said to lighten the mood. "He would have been horrified to discover you'd taken your mistress to Stanton House."
The Earl smiled. "But you are not my mistress, Miss Flint, though I shall leave the vacancy open should you ever wish to embrace the role."
When he spoke in such a husky tone, he made the immoral sound so tempting. Does a kiss not count as an illicit liaison?
"I think you'll find the word is kisses. I've had the pleasure of tasting your lips twice."
His velvet tone stirred the hairs at her nape.
"But no, you would need to give yourself to me, to surrender completely for it to count."
"But if I refuse financial reward for favours granted, then I would not be considered a mistress. Would I not simply be an independent woman, free to choose who I take to my bed?"
His heated gaze pierced her soul. "What are you saying, Miss Flint? Would you want to deepen our acquaintance if I agree to do so on your terms?"
Nicole wasn't sure what she was saying. All she knew was that she craved his attention, could think of nothing other than kissing him again. "I am saying I believe one should give their love freely, that it should not be forced out of a sense of duty or be held to ransom." To say the words was enough to ruin her for good. But then her reputation was beyond saving. She was a runaway who worked for a living, who slept across the hall from an unmarried gentleman, was a harlot in every sense of the word. It was the sacrifice she'd made to avoid marrying a weasel like Lord Musgrove. The Earl sat back and rubbed his chin.
"Then I find I've had a sudden change of heart. I must hope that you do fall in love with me. Only then do I have any chance of exploring the passion that exists between us."
So he felt the all-consuming hunger too. "Considering the fact I only intend to fall in love once in my life, it would not be prudent for you to hope." She enjoyed teasing him, although any conversation about love left her questioning the odd sensations growing inside.
"But how will you know when you're in love? By your own admission, what you expect to feel is something imagined during moments of fancy." He shuffled forward until their knees touched. "What if passion is a stepping stone to love? What if the joining of our bodies is the gateway to something far more profound?"
Heavens, this man could induce the Lord to sin. He made the illicit sound so wonderful. Something to be treasured, not treated with disdain. Nicole wanted to believe they were simply the words of a skilled seducer, but she had experienced how compelling passion could be. When Oliver kissed her, her body ached for something more. The voice of logic failed to capture her attention and was pushed to the corner of her mind like an unwanted toy. Lust was a dangerous thing indeed. But what good would it do to pander to these new desires? Now that she had no claim to Morton Manor, she could not go back there. She needed to find work. In a day or two, she'd have no option but to head north, to leave London and the Earl of Stanton far behind. Yet she had grown so accustomed to him. She would miss his witty banter, miss his sinful smirk and lascivious lips. Perhaps it would be wise to cease all talk of love and passion and concentrate on the matter of Mr. Wilde. She did not trust herself when alone with him in a secluded carriage. One touch of his lips and her mind turned to mush. "Are we to call on the gentleman this morning?"
"Your distraction technique might work in the interim, but you cannot avoid the inevitable."
He was much calmer now than when he'd first climbed into the carriage.
A wolfish grin had replaced the ugly scowl. His cold eyes were now a brilliant blue. "For whatever reason, we are being drawn down the same path."
"But you did not answer my question, my lord." He inclined his head in acquiescence.
"In light of what we have witnessed today, coupled with the fact that Mr. Wilde has not taken a day off work in the last 20 years, I cannot help but be suspicious. There were many questions left unanswered. Why would Rose's father hide her in a house meant for his mistress? Why leave his mistress a haunted manor and not a property in town?
If your father died 2 weeks ago, and Miss Flint was his mistress, as she claims, then why has she not come forward before?
I see what you mean. A lady left without provision would be keen to take possession of the property, he agreed. And there is no stipulation preventing the sale of the manor. I wonder where she lives now. Disappointment flared once again. While living at Morton Manor had caused Nicole nothing but misery these last 6 months, the independence that came with ownership would have solved all her problems. Of course, her friendship with Rose was the only good thing to come from the whole debacle. But Rose was still missing, and the weight of the burden hung like a thick iron chain around her neck. The carriage rattled to a stop on Howland Street, and they knocked at number 20. A maid answered. Fine beads of perspiration littered the young woman's brow. It took a moment for her to catch her breath. Upon learning that a peer hovered on the doorstep, she immediately invited them in and rushed to find her mistress.
Mrs. Wilde came to greet them. She tried to appear pleased, but her grim lips betrayed her inner thoughts.
"My lord, what a pleasure it is to welcome you into our humble home. I only wish it were under less harrowing circumstances." The woman sucked in a breath in an effort to suppress the tears forming in the corners of her eyes. Nicole's heart raced. The solicitor became ill over an hour ago. Surely he'd not left to meet his maker. "I trust Mr. Wilde is still with us?" the Earl asked with some hesitance, evidently thinking the worst too. Indeed, it was not an insensitive question. Mrs. Wilde's eyes were red beneath the bottom lids. The surrounding air brimmed with a tense energy. The woman clutched her stomach when she spoke as one would when the pain of hunger became too great. However, judging by her round figure, that was not the case. Yes, he is resting in his chamber," Mrs. Wilde nodded. "But he has never looked so pale. Is it possible to see him? Perhaps we can help." The woman glanced back over her shoulder at the bare wall. "I suppose it can't hurt. Follow me. But you must excuse the slight odour. I'd open the windows, but the stench outside is equally pungent this morning." They climbed the stairs to Wilde's bedchamber. Mrs. Wilde opened the door a fraction and peered around the jamb. From the gut-churning smell, it was evident the solicitor had emptied the entire contents of his bowels and stomach.
"Mr. Wilde," she whispered, "Lord Stanton is here to see you."
A mournful groan resonated in the room beyond. "What? So send him in." Mrs. Wilde turned to face them. "Are you sure you want to go in there? What if it's contagious?" "We shall be fine, Mrs. Wilde." Oliver pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Nicole. "I suspect your husband has consumed something that disagrees with him. That is all." "As long as you're sure, my lord." "Miss Flint may remain outside if she so wishes," Oliver said. He was teasing her, for he knew she had an inquisitive mind and was eager to examine the situation herself. Else why had he given her the handkerchief? She brought it to her nose and inhaled the scent that made her knees tremble.
"Not at all,"
Nicole offered the Earl a confident smile.
"I have a strong constitution, Mrs. Wilde, and can tolerate most things."
She'd coped with Jeremy's foul tirades and fiery temper, had eaten food fit for a dog when Mrs. Gripes was in a bad mood. "I would have expected nothing less," he said, staring at her with those soulful blue eyes. With slow, light steps, they entered the room.
The heavy drapes covered the window. The only light came from the solitary candle burning on the side table near the bed. Mr. Wilde was lying back against a mound of white pillows. He looked frail without his fancy periwig. His eyes were grey, lacked life and brilliance. His sallow complexion was a clear indication he had lost a lot of fluid. Thankfully, the chamber pot he clutched at his side was empty, though the odd involuntary spasm suggested another expulsion was likely. "My lord," Mr. Wilde croaked as he raised a withered hand. "Come in. I am only—" He paused and coughed into a linen towel. "Forgive me. My throat is as dry as the ink on my newspaper. Please." The Earl raised his hand. "We will keep you but a moment, and then you must rest." He gestured to Nicole. "Excuse the hurried introduction, but this lady is Miss Flint." "Flint? Ah, the heir to Morton Manor." Nicole studied the solicitor's expression. From his relaxed facial muscles and sleepy gaze, he was not at all surprised by her appearance. Therefore, he could not have met the other Miss Flint this morning. "Indeed. Well, your business must be urgent, else you'd not have taken the trouble to come. I trust Andrews told you where to find me." "He did, but we are here merely out of concern." Mr. Wilde's eyes brightened, if only momentarily. "Oh." "Do you recall what happened when you first took ill?" Nicole said. If the Earl suspected treachery, it stood to reason someone wanted Mr. Wilde out of the way. "I'd finished my morning tea and was about to check the day's appointments." Mr. Wilde thrust his head over the chamber pot and heaved. 3 times he retched, but failed to rid his body of the irritation. Nicole stepped forward and used the towel to mop the man's brow. "The tea you drank, did it taste the same as usual?" Mr. Wilde sucked in a breath. "I complained to Andrews, told him the water was stale." "And when did you begin to feel ill?" "I was rereading the diary, but the words kept dancing about on the page. The pain in my stomach. Forgive me." He closed his eyes. "I'm so tired." Nicole touched her fingers to his wrist. His pulse was steady and even. "We should let him sleep. We can call again tomorrow." With a grim expression, the Earl nodded. They crept out of the room and down the stairs. Mrs. Wilde met them in the hall. "Do you think he'll recover?" "I would refuse any other visitors until his condition improves." There was a hint of apprehension in the Earl's tone that was sure to worry Mrs. Wilde. Nicole put her hand on the woman's arm. "He needs rest and must take plenty of fluid. Small sips, but often. Mint tea is said to rid the body of whatever irritant is causing the problem. Some say sucking on the leaves helps." Mrs. Wilde forced a smile and nodded, albeit weakly. "Miss Flint is knowledgeable in most things," the Earl said, offering his support. "Whatever she suggests has merit." "Of course, my lord," Mrs. Wilde curtsied. "And I thank you both for coming." As soon as they took their seats in the carriage, the Earl could no longer contain his frustration. "What the devil is going on?" He closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. "There are so many complications to this mystery, my mind is jumping about like a hungry flea." "Then you think someone deliberately poisoned Mr. Wilde's tea so he would be out of the office today?" "Don't you? It appears he has ingested something that disagrees with him." "If you suspect foul play, then the only possible culprit is Andrews. The clerk didn't seem like a man capable of committing such a heinous crime. You can tell the character of a man from his eyes. Mr. Andrews looks upon the world with wonder. Those with a penchant for evil have a vacant look. Their eyes are nothing but cold glass spheres with the power to hold you in a vice-like grip."
The Earl frowned. "There is something about your comment I find disturbing." "Why? Did your father not have a hard, deathly stare?" "Sometimes. His harsh words stung like a whip, but his eyes often lacked conviction. What disturbs me is that you speak from experience. I saw the flash of fear in your eyes as your mind conjured the image." Nicole sighed. The Earl was incredibly perceptive. One's memory can make a situation appear far worse than it was in reality. She was not referring to her own situation. Now was not the time to discuss her brother's failings. Any form of injustice rouses anger in one's chest. Thinking about the awful things that might have happened rouses fear. In my father's case, the story reads like a Shakespearean tragedy. The man's flaws and moral weaknesses brought him just as much pain as he inflicted on others. He died on his own, with his family despising him. Nicole felt a sliver of pity, for no one wanted to die alone. And while his part is over, we are still performers in his play. The question is, are the lines already written, and how many acts are— The Earl stopped abruptly. "The play? Of course." With a sudden burst of excitement, he thrust forward, captured her face between his hands and planted a kiss on her lips. "That's it!" Stunned, Nicole blinked rapidly. "Devil take me, I knew I had seen that woman before," he continued, sitting back in the seat. With a wide grin, he perused Nicole's faded green dress. "I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Miss Flint, but your plan to hide in this carriage has been scuppered. Indeed, who knows, I may get to call you my mistress after all." Nicole struggled to make sense of his ramblings. "Oh, and why is that?" She liked seeing him smile, and he appeared ecstatic. "Because tonight I am taking you to the theatre." Chapter 12. Oliver had underestimated the depth of his obsession for Nicole Flint. That fact became apparent as he watched her descend the stairs. The scowl marring her pretty face failed to banish the intense craving that had grown inside him from seedling to sapling to something far more sturdy and robust. While waiting in the hall of Stanton House, he'd heard her stomps and grumbles. Though as he surveyed the beauty standing before him, he struggled to understand her complaint. "Well?" She threw her arms out wide, giving him a perfect view of her ample breasts squashed into a gown that was evidently too tight. "Now can you see what a ridiculous idea this is?" Oh, he could see. Thankfully, there was nothing wrong with his eyesight, and yet he would have paid a king's ransom for a monocle to assist in a more thorough inspection. "Are you speaking of the gown?" He stepped closer, drawn forward by the magnificent spectacle. "Or does it have more to do with your irrational fear of stepping out of a carriage?" "Of course I'm speaking of the gown." She glanced down, forcing his attention to all the places he should not dare to look. "Beth tied my stays so tight I can barely breathe. Besides, there is nothing irrational about preferring to stay indoors." Mounds of soft, creamy flesh swelled up from the neckline. Bloody hell! He'd contained his rampant thoughts up till now. When it came to dressing Miss Flint, white silk definitely did not convey innocence. She looked every bit a scandalous mistress, dazzling, defiant, deliciously tempting. "You must bear it for an hour or two, no more." She raised a brow. "Are you speaking of the dress or the theatre?" "Both." It would be just as difficult for him. How the hell was he to keep his hands off her? "Well, I appreciate your honesty." "There's no other option open to us." He didn't need her to attend, but he wanted an excuse to spend time in her company.
He wanted to show her that the role of mistress would be far more fulfilling than that of a paid companion. Unless you'd prefer to walk away, happy in the knowledge that an impostor has inherited the house that should belong to you. We do not know that she is an impostor. The lady is not who she claims to be. Of that he was certain. And tonight we will find proof. If you expect to find her at the theatre, then you must believe she's an actress. Nicole tugged and fussed with the low neckline, and it took every effort to keep his gaze fixed on her face. If she is an impostor, she played the role of Miss Flint extremely well. Oh, our fake Miss Flint is not an actress. But we shall find her at the Haymarket tonight. The footman had returned with news confirming that Miss Charlotte Brooke was playing Catherine in a production of Henry V at the Haymarket. Before leaving for the continent, Oliver had entertained Miss Brooke in her dressing-room on a couple of occasions. If memory serves me, he continued, Miss Flint is a maid to one of the best actresses ever to grace the stage. A maid? Nicole scrunched her pretty nose. Surely not. The lady is too graceful, speaks far too eloquently for a servant. Oliver considered her point. Equally, the lady standing opposite oozed charm and sophistication. Perhaps it was time for an honest discussion regarding Miss Flint's mysterious background. Do not sound so surprised. You're a gentleman's daughter, posing as a paid companion. There, he'd said it. Now he need do nothing but gauge her reaction. She opened her mouth, paused, and snapped it shut. I am not blind, Miss Flint. And at the present moment he was extremely grateful for that. His gaze dropped to the sumptuous valley, a path he longed to explore. The sight was more inspiring than any natural landform he'd ever seen. You have received tuition in all social graces. You have the deportment of a duchess, the manners of a marchioness. Well, you do when a man with shackled wrists and a handkerchief stuffed in his mouth isn't chasing you down the stairs. The corners of her mouth curled up a fraction. Many ladies find themselves in unfortunate positions. Many have no choice but to work for a living. Was that an admission? Then you do not deny the fact. Not at all. But whether I was born a lady or a servant matters not any more. It mattered to him. Or did it? If he discovered her parents were weavers from Whitechapel, would he be reluctant to pursue a liaison? Hell no. But if her parents were landed gentry, what then? To take a lady to his bed was another matter entirely. Still, he wanted her, regardless of what obstacles came his way. So your parents are no longer with us. He scoured the recesses of his mind in an attempt to think of a family with the name Flint. My mother died 5 years ago, and my father quickly followed. She bit down on her bottom lip and blinked rapidly. Water filled her eyes, and she tried to shake it away. It was a long time ago. One day life is full of hope and possibility. The next, well, suffice to say things have not gone entirely to plan. Oliver placed a gloved hand on her arm. They say time is a great healer, but often our memories are as raw as the day they were created. He spoke of his mother's death, not his father's. Like Rose, she had been a bright light in the darkness, a bearer of truth, not deceit. For the first time since he'd buried all the painful memories, he felt a sharp stab to his heart. Loved ones are often missed, but never forgotten. She covered his hand with her own. Though vastly smaller in size, the heat from her palm seeped through his gloves to soothe him. Most ladies would have pressed for an explanation, but she simply looked into his eyes and communicated a sense of togetherness, of solidarity. He'd wanted to bed her since their first meeting at the manor, but he'd been thinking with his cock. Now every fibre of his being needed to join with her so desperately. "Well," she said with a sigh, "we cannot stand here all night dredging up the past. If we're to go to the theatre, I must find something to protect my modesty. Do you think I'll receive a few disapproving glares if I wear a shawl?" He imagined the scenario if she bared all. Every scoundrel would seek an introduction, merely to appraise the newcomer. With sleight of hand, they would pass their calling cards, make sure she knew exactly where to find them. The more dissolute would seek an opportunity to capture her on her own, pull her into their box and press their advances. After all, a man's mistress was fair game. God damn! He'd be sparring in the stalls before the play had even begun. He'd be brawling in the pit with any man who so much as looked at her in the wrong way. "Market sellers wear shawls," he said, bringing his thoughts back to the present. "Ask Beth to find you a silk wrap to drape over your shoulders. See if she can secure it with a brooch." "A brooch?" Nicole narrowed her gaze. "Did you not say that a mistress was supposed to expose her bounties to the world? Is one not required to dress scandalously?" He had said that numerous times, but he was a damn fool, and the thought of declaring Nicole his mistress seemed distasteful to him now. She deserved so much more than that. Chapter 13. Nicole had heard talk of the lavish interior of the Haymarket Theatre. Jeremy and Rowena were frequent visitors when the cards were kind and his creditors appeased. But their family box was now the property of Lord Callum, won in a game of faro along with Jeremy's racing curricle and an Arabian horse named Chance, of all things. And so Nicole had only ever glimpsed the resplendent building from the outside. Rowena's obsession with Parisian fashions meant there were few modistes in London willing to extend them credit. A new gown for Nicole came far down on the list of necessities, below her sister-in-law's subscription to La Belle Assemblée, below the 2 pugs that saw Rowena sobbing on Jeremy's shoulder, insistent she would simply die if she didn't have them. What was the point of wasting funds on Nicole when Lord Musgrove had already offered an extortionate sum for her hand? Lord Musgrove was a man besotted. With an estate that boasted 10,000 acres, he had no need of a dowry. Many ladies were willing to overlook his foul breath, hooked nose and sunken eyes. Yet, to her misfortune, the gentleman had developed a passion for fiery hair and an impertinent tongue. But 6 months had passed since Jeremy insisted she marry. With any luck, Lord Musgrove had found another woman to paw over, had found another ear for his lewd remarks. "Have you been to the Haymarket before?" Oliver's rich voice pulled her out of her reverie. "As a gentleman's daughter, you must have had the opportunity." "Never." Nicole averted her gaze, keen to avoid making eye contact with any of the patrons lingering in the crowded foyer. She pulled the silk wrap tightly across her shoulders. "I am sure it will be a rather enlightening experience." Taking possession of her elbow, Oliver directed her to a flight of stairs to their right. The smell of stale tobacco, mingled with the sickly sweet scent of spirits, assaulted her nostrils. They passed ladies with ostrich feathers in their hair, the decorations tall enough to catch light on any one of the candles in the chandelier. Sneaking the odd glance from beneath hooded lids, Nicole noted numerous gentlemen incline their heads to the Earl. Some, particularly those with a wicked glint in their eyes and a sly curl of the lip, looked upon her like a thirsty man would a glittering oasis. But Oliver refused to stop and make conversation, despite being prompted to do so many times. "We'll make our way to the box before we're trampled to death by those eager to claim their seats. The last thing I want is to lose you in the panic. As I'm incapable of finding one lady, it will be impossible to find 2. All thoughts turned to Rose. Oliver had charged a groom with the responsibility of riding to Morton Manor. Once there, he was to carry out an extensive search of the surrounding area and befriend the servants at the Talbot Inn. It was all that could be done. Even so, how were they to sit at their leisure and enjoy the performance? Nicole caught herself. They were at the theatre to catch the fake Miss Flint, not to partake in flirtatious conversation while watching the entertainment. They moved along the corridor leading to the private boxes. The vibrant crimson walls, gilt mouldings and wall sconces created an atmosphere of opulence fit for a king. Some of the doors to the boxes were open, giving her an ample view out over the huge auditorium. Of course, the Earl of Stanton had one of the best boxes in the house. Situated in the middle tier and next to the stage, one's status was reflected in the quality of the view, not the elevated position. They were guaranteed to attract attention. Once inside the intimate space, the Earl closed the door. They settled into padded seats, the velvet as red as the walls and silk drapes framing the view, and waited for the first act to begin. In the pit below, young men ordered food and drink and frolicked with scantily clad ladies whose gowns made Nicole's dress appear as modest as a nun's habit. With their raucous laughter and boisterous antics, one could not help but look upon their uncouth behaviour with disdain. Does the prospect of witnessing a Shakespeare play always turn men into a pack of wild dogs? She said, as a dandy with a tiny waist and huge lapels fought with another over what looked to be a meat chop. Anyone would think they'd not eaten for a week. After consuming copious amounts of brandy, the bucks fight over the air they breathe. He draped his arm languidly over the back of her chair, stretched his legs out and crossed them at the ankles. Even a theatre of royal acclaim has its fair share of louts. Nicole glanced across at the rows of people opposite. She did not need opera glasses to notice 100 pairs of eyes staring back at their box. And yet while some find their vulgar manner entertaining, it seems we are the main attraction this evening. Oliver followed Nicole's gaze and shrugged. The gossips need something to talk about in the salons tomorrow. They're all desperate to identify the Earl of Stanton's new mistress. Nicole shrank back in her seat. The coil holding her nerves at bay wound tighter and tighter until it was about ready to snap. What if one of Jeremy's friends was amongst the vast throng? Worse still, Lord Musgrove might be ogling her from afar, and she would never know. Then it occurred to her that such an event would not be without merit. If people believe I'm your mistress, will they assume we have indulged in intimate relations? If Lord Musgrove saw them together, then he would have no need to press his suit. She would be considered tarnished goods, worth nothing but a pittance. Oliver chuckled. Why else would a man take a mistress, if not to partake in carnal pleasures? But if a man wishes to take a bride, surely he would not see such a woman as a worthy prize. 2 lines formed between his brows as he studied her. That all depends. If the fellow needs an heir, then he is unlikely to choose a woman who might be carrying another man's child. No man wants to be ridiculed by his peers. Then perhaps we should not leave the gossips guessing. Should Lord Musgrove be amongst the gaping crowd, he would learn that she was the property of the Earl of Stanton now. A smile touched his lips. From the wicked glint in his eye, she knew he was eager to tease her. What are you suggesting, Miss Flint? That I pleasure you in a private box? That you share your bone-shattering release with 1,000 spectators? Her bone-shattering release? Of course not. She did not have the courage to ask what he meant. Perhaps if you were to rest your fingers on my shoulder, that would suffice. You want me to touch you? After the passionate kiss they'd shared, why did he sound so surprised? But is not the thought of being a man's mistress abhorrent?
The thought of being Lord Musgrove's wife disturbed her more. But she was not ready to tell Oliver the truth. He took the role of protector seriously, and would have no qualms confronting Jeremy and the licentious lord. Both men were cowards. They enjoyed playing master to vulnerable women, but would buckle beneath the Earl's commanding presence. Even so, Jeremy was a sly devil and would seek revenge. I don't want to be just any man's mistress. The thought of being your mistress has appeal. It was not a lie. Being near him made her heart feel light. The intimate moments they'd shared had been the happiest of her entire life. Why wouldn't she want to experience more? Why wouldn't she want to lose herself in his warm, safe arms? Then you must know that I am more than willing to give you everything you desire. With a light stroke of his fingers, he traced a line down the column of her neck to her shoulder. Nicole shivered. She could feel his penetrating gaze fixed on her face as he retraced the line, this time starting just below her ear. Ah, your skin is so sensitive to my touch. From your parted lips and glazed eyes, everyone will know that you want me. Lord above, she did want him. Desperately. Will they? She struggled to catch her breath. Whenever he caressed her skin, the heat pooled at the apex of her thighs. But what did that say about her quest to find true love? Was the Earl right? Did lust and longing form the basis of all love affairs? He shuffled in his chair, the movement allowing for more flexibility with his fingers. Indeed, the soft pads trailed over her collarbone, skimmed the upper curve of her breast. She arched her back, anticipating his next move. Her nipples hardened in response, and a pleasurable hum left her lips. "Good God, Nicole," he growled between gritted teeth. The use of her given name only heightened the strange sensations thrumming through her body. "I can honestly say I have never wanted a woman as much as I want you." She, too, could think of nothing other than prolonging the rush of euphoria. But, unlike the ladies frolicking in the pit, she had no intention of making more of a spectacle of herself than she had already. "Tell me you feel the same," he continued. "Tell me you're not playing a role." When she turned to look at him, she was surprised to see genuine emotions swimming in his blue eyes. "I feel the same. But we must remember why we came here." In his company, it was easy to lose sight of reality. At the mere touch of his lips or fingers, it was easy to forget about Rose and Jeremy. We must focus on our task. The loud applause alerted them to the start of the play. Drawing his lips thin, he gave a curt nod and moved his hand to rest on the back of the chair. The opening scene of Henry V proved interesting. The discussion regarding the prince's youthful antics, as opposed to the level of maturity shown as king, drew similarities to the gentleman seated at her side. She cast the Earl a sidelong glance. Raw, masculine power oozed from every fibre of his being. From the comments he'd made about love and lust, it was clear he'd taken many women to his bed. Yet she did not see an irresponsible rake. She saw a man who loved deeply. Regardless of all else, it was love that drove him to find Rose. The interval was signalled by raised voices and peals of laughter. Oliver stood and stretched. "Would you care for some refreshment? Though I should warn you, I may not return in time for the second half of the performance. Consequently, you might find that the box is bombarded by those keen to make your acquaintance." Nicole shook her head. Heaven forbid she should be forced to converse with this rabble. "No." An image of Jeremy charging into the box and dragging her home flashed into her mind. "No, I believe it is best we stay together."
She would hide in the box until they needed to leave, then make a quick escape, safe in the knowledge she'd have no need to enter society again. Oliver inclined his head and dropped back into the seat. "As you wish." The play resumed. Nicole tried to concentrate on the performance, but she could feel the heat of Oliver's stare. What was it he found so fascinating? The answer turned out to be the wisp of hair at her nape. His warm fingers settled on the spot and drew light circles that left every nerve in her body tingling. Another hour passed before he tapped her shoulder. "We'll leave just before the end of the final act." "To which actress does our fake Miss Flint play maid?" Nicole knew the answer. It was the beauty who played Catherine. Numerous times the woman had looked their way from the side stage, eager to catch the Earl's attention. 2 years ago, she was a maid to Miss Brooke. I only hope that is still the case. "And how are we to gain entrance backstage?" "The usual way," he said, "with a bribe. The maid should be waiting in the dressing-room, ready to assist Miss Brooke. Indeed, perhaps we should not delay." The light knock on the door brought them both to their feet. Aware of various heads turning their way, Nicole fell back into the shadows. Oliver padded to the door and prized it gently open. Nicole held her breath. He was unaware of the possible threat her attendance might cause. She couldn't see beyond his broad shoulders, but his frustrated sigh conveyed displeasure. Nicole listened intently, waiting for her brother's cold, heartless words to reach her ears. Instead, a haughty, feminine voice cut through the air. Only Rowena spoke with that level of self-importance. Oliver stepped out into the corridor as the visitor attempted to push past him. Despite expecting to see her sister-in-law's bitter scowl, Nicole moved to stand in the doorway. Relief coursed through her upon witnessing the stranger standing there with pinched lips and hollow cheeks. "So, this is the lady currently warming your bed?" The stranger squinted as she scanned Nicole's attire. While the woman's porcelain face was considered classically beautiful, her tone, that of a jealous harpy ravenous for revenge, portrayed the ugliness buried within. When one inherits a title, are they not encouraged to raise their standards? "Have a care," Oliver straightened. "What do you want, Lady Forster?" Lady Forster? The one his father insisted he marry? The one who married Lord Forster when Oliver fled to the continent? Rose had told the story one night when locked in their bedchamber. No wonder he'd stayed away for 2 years, if this was what awaited him at home. "What I want is an explanation." Lady Forster was most insistent. "I've not spoken to you for 2 years, and you've gone out of your way to avoid me since your return." "There is nothing to say." Lady Forster gasped. "Nothing to say? You broke your promise. You gave me hope when there was none." "No promises were made." Oliver swallowed deeply. "Not once did I say anything to suggest there could be more than friendship between us." "Your father assured mine—" "I will marry a lady of my choosing, not one forced upon me to appease our parents." Oliver cast Nicole an apologetic glance before turning back to Lady Forster. "It was evident we wouldn't suit. Besides, the topic is irrelevant, as you have since married Lord Forster." "And why wouldn't we suit?" The lady ignored the comment about her husband and spoke as though there was a possibility Oliver could still change his mind. "I have everything to recommend me." She waved her hand down the front of her lavish gown. "It is not just whores who know how to treat a man well in bed. Though I doubt your little friend will agree, else she'll find herself out of a job." Oliver gritted his teeth. "Do not dare speak of Miss Flint in such a manner. Now I suggest you leave before I say something I may regret."
Lady Foster's gaze fell to Nicole's exposed flesh, and she snorted. "You would rather cavort with a whore than a lady." Oliver straightened to his full height. "Miss Flint is not a whore. Now get the hell out." With skin thicker than tanned leather, Lady Foster sneered. "No, she's simply a woman eager to barter services." "Looks can be deceptive, Lady Foster," Nicole said in her defence. She cared nothing for Lady Foster's opinion, and Oliver looked ready to throttle the woman. "Indeed, upon first glance, you appeared to be an elegant lady of good breeding." "I know what I see." The cantankerous witch was determined to make her point. "You have a wild, feral look about you that screams of a wench from Whitechapel." Oliver's restraint snapped. "When you insult Miss Flint, you insult me. After all, we are betrothed, soon to be wed." Betrothed? Was the man so desperate to put this woman in her place that he resorted to elaborate fantasies? Well, Nicole was certainly rising quickly through the ranks. From paid companion, she'd earned the status of mistress. The Earl had informed Lord Cunningham that she was his cousin, and now, it seemed, the whole world would soon know she was to be the Countess of Stanton. You can't wed this harlot." Lady Foster's eyes bulged. "Who is she? Who are her parents?" Panic flared. Nicole did not need a spiteful gossip prying into her affairs. "Does it matter who my parents are?" Nicole said. She was tired of listening to this woman's bitter diatribe. "All that matters is that I shall be a countess, while you're a mere lady. Indeed, I may even glance back at you from the front of the supper queue." Lady Foster's lips curled down with disdain. "It will take more than a title to make you a lady." "Perhaps." Nicole gave a coy grin. "But you're right. Oliver is not marrying me for my manners. It seems our wild antics in the bedchamber have left him besotted." Oliver inclined his head. "Thoroughly besotted, to the point of madness." He put his hand to his heart. "I am a man hopelessly in love." Even though he'd made the comment in jest, it rocked Nicole to her core. In a perfect world, those were the words she longed to hear fall from his lips. "How fortunate I am," Nicole said, quick to dismiss all lofty ideas of love, marriage, and a family. "Oliver has expressed his desire to race to St. George's rather than rush to board the first ship that sails from Dover." Lady Foster pressed her lips together so firmly they disappeared into her mouth. "Now, if you will excuse me, I must find the ladies' retiring room." With her chin held high, Nicole marched from the box and along the curved corridor. She could not linger there any longer for risk of being drawn into a conversation about her family. A loud applause erupted from the auditorium, and she liked to think it was partly due to her superb performance. She had taken but a few steps when the doors to the other boxes flew open, and people burst out into her path. Suddenly squashed between a pudding of a gentleman and his equally oversized wife, Nicole could do nothing but follow the crowd. With no idea where to find the retiring room, and caught up in a sea of people surging towards the stairs, she decided to elbow her way back to Oliver's private box. Heaving and pushing through the throng, she became aware of a hand on her back forcing her to the row of doors on her left. Dizzy from a lack of air, she tried to focus on the figure whose bony fingers settled round her wrist. "Come with me, my dear," the gentleman said, his voice vaguely familiar. "My box is this way." Chapter 14. Ice-cold fingers burned into Nicole's skin. Any hope that the hand belonged to Oliver vanished. The Earl's warm hands caused ripples of pleasure to travel through her body, not stomach-churning disgust. It took a moment for her vision to clear as the gentleman pulled her into the nearest box. "Oliver!" she cried out over the thunderous rumble of conversation. There was little point calling my lord in a building full of peers. "Oliver!" The gentleman firmed his grip on her arm and kicked the door shut. "It is you! My dear, I cannot tell you how happy I am to see you again." Lord Musgrove's foul breath assaulted her nostrils. "Your brother feared you were dead, drowned. A stowaway on a ship bound for the Americas, kidnapped by a band of brigands."
Paralysed with fear, Nicole stared at his skeletal features. This man's flowery protestations masked a lecherous oaf with a warped view of love and intimate relations. He captured her hands between his sweaty palms.
"I thought I had lost my innocent little dove."
She was not so innocent any more. She was one step away from giving her virtue to an earl she'd met but a few days ago.
"My little bird had flown away," Lord Musgrove continued, "and now she has come back to me. Wait until your brother hears the news. He's been beside himself with worry."
Nicole choked back a cry. Her heart pounded in her throat. She could barely breathe, let alone speak. Is my brother here this evening?" "Please, Lord, no."
"Not tonight."
The sudden rush of relief was almost as debilitating.
"Your sister has a migraine," Musgrove continued. "I fear she has been ill for months. Not surprising, really, when one considers how long you've been gone. Oh, they've scoured the streets day and night, even searched the servants' registry office of all places."
How fortunate that the Earl of Stanton had posted his advertisement in the Times.
"But we will go to your brother this evening." Lord Musgrove brought her hands to his lips and brushed a slimy kiss on top. "We will tell him our good news." Lord Musgrove was perhaps the most deluded man she'd ever had the bad fortune to meet.
"Our good news?"
"Indeed. You have found your way home, and now we can wed."
As though only seeing her for the first time, he cast a critical eye over the low neckline of her gown.
"Where on earth did you find such a monstrosity?" He released her hands and tugged the ends of a silk wrap across her chest. "While I admire your effort to impress me, my dear, such treasures are for one's husband's eyes only."
Now her hands were free from his grasp. She stepped back. "But you are mistaken in your assumptions, my lord." A little courage was all she needed. "I have not come home. Indeed, I have a home of my own." Sometimes lies were necessary. "And I am betrothed to the Earl of Stanton." Oliver had openly declared it so. If he knew the truth about her brother and Lord Musgrove, he would not object to her telling the tale. Lord Musgrove's pale cheeks flamed red.
"My dear, that is not possible. Not when you are betrothed to me. No. The excitement upon being reunited has left your mind muddled, but we'll soon have you set to rights."
Nicole straightened. "I am to marry Oliver Darby."
"Like hell you are."
His benevolent mask fell away to reveal the controlling monster beneath.
"You're marrying me, and I'll not hear another damn word about it. Now come here, where I can keep an eye on you."
Lord Musgrove lunged forward. Nicole darted out of the way, but he chased her around the small compartment. The lord grabbed her dress and yanked her back, tearing the material. "Let go of me, you buffoon!" Despite having a thin frame, Musgrove was taller and stronger than Baxter. With the door closed, she had no hope of escaping. The lecherous oaf pulled her to his chest and wrapped his arms around her waist. With her back to him, she could see out over the vast auditorium. The boxes opposite were mostly empty. Other than those, the occupants were too engrossed with each other to care what was happening elsewhere. "Oliver!" she cried as loud as she could.
"Will you stop that?"
Musgrove slapped his clammy hand over her mouth.
"Why must you fight me? Don't you know I only want to make you happy? Come now, my dear, calm yourself so we can be on our way." "Miss Flint!"
Lord Musgrove's hand covered her mouth so tightly she couldn't fill her lungs sufficiently to think. Consequently, it took seconds for the sound of Oliver's voice to penetrate the haze.
Miss Flint, where are you?" Nicole mumbled against Musgrove's hand. "Be quiet." She tried to bite him, but to no avail. Then she remembered he suffered from gout in the joint below his toe. If only she'd worn sturdy boots instead of flimsy slippers. Still, with all the strength she could muster, she brought her heel down on the blighter's left foot. "Ow!" He immediately relinquished his hold on her mouth and waist. "For all the blasted saints!" he cried in pain as he hopped up and down. "Why did you do that? When your brother hears of this lunacy, he'll be livid. Mark my words." At that, the door to the private box burst open, and Oliver stood there, filling the doorway. His frantic gaze settled on her. And then the devil rose up, ready to relegate Musgrove to the fiery pits of hell. Oliver stepped inside and slammed the door. "You'd better have a bloody good reason for keeping the lady in this room." Musgrove puffed out his scrawny chest. "I do not see what business it is of yours, Stanton." Either the man had the memory of a fish, or he was in complete denial. "Don't you? Then allow me to explain. The lady you are currently harassing is my betrothed. I believe I have every right to know what is going on." "Your betrothed?" Musgrove snorted. "How can that be, when I have already made a down payment?" The blood drained from Nicole's face. "A down payment?" The fine lines at the corners of Oliver's eyes crinkled. "She's not a horse at Tattersall's." Musgrove shuffled towards her. "I paid her brother £5,000 for the privilege, and then she upped and disappeared, and I've not heard so much as a chirp from her since. We've been searching for months." Oliver turned his attention to her. "Is this true?" The hard lump in her throat was pressing on her windpipe. "Yes. Lord Musgrove had an arrangement with my brother, though I had no say in the matter." "A written arrangement?" Musgrove made a puffing sound. "Written? No. A shake of the hand and the word of a gentleman was good enough for me." "And you were aware that the lady disapproved of the match?" Oliver cast her a sidelong glance. What was he thinking? He looked so serious and so damnably annoyed. "Do ladies really know what they want?" came the ridiculous reply. "A host of pretty dresses, and they're content enough. She'll come around to the idea." Oliver exhaled deeply. His blue eyes turned a cold silver grey. "Then it is unfortunate for you, Lord Musgrove, that I paid her brother £8,000 for the pleasure of her hand." "What?" Musgrove sucked in his cheeks. "But that's not possible." "Oh, I can assure you it is." Like a panther stalking its prey, the Earl took a step closer. "Your gripe is with her brother. Now move aside and allow the lady to pass, else I shall knock your rotten teeth so far down your throat you'll be chewing on your food for days after you've swallowed it." A little ruffled, but still unperturbed by the threat, Musgrove captured hold of her elbow, and she struggled to shake free of his grasp. "What sort of man would I be to relinquish my love at the mere threat of violence?" "I do not make idle threats," Oliver roared. He closed the gap between them, grabbed Musgrove by the lapels of his coat, and thrust him back over the viewing window. "Perhaps I should relegate you to the pit with the other miscreants where you belong." With nothing but Oliver's strength stopping Musgrove from falling back into the stalls below, he cried, "Wait! Wait!" Arms flailing, Musgrove tried to hold on to the gilt edge. A scream echoed through the auditorium. "Let him go, Oliver." Nicole hovered at the Earl's side, too scared to touch him in case he lost his grip. "Come. We don't have time to waste here. He's not worth the time or the trouble." "Please, please, I beg you," Musgrove whimpered like a schoolboy cornered by the class bully. "Put me down." "I cannot abide a man who enjoys exerting control over women." Oliver pulled him back to safety, released the Lord's coat, and brushed his hands clean to show his disdain. Lay one grubby finger on Miss Flint again, and I shall stalk you through the ballrooms, waiting for an opportunity to pounce."
The words were chilling, but were not the reason for the shiver running down Nicole's spine.
"Miss Flint?" Lord Musgrove sounded confused.
Damn it all! She would explain the nature of her deception later, once back at Stanton House. "Stop playing games, Lord Musgrove." Nicole moved to Oliver's side and slipped her hand into the crook of his arm. "I'm to marry Lord Stanton. There is nothing you can do." With luck, she'd be far away from the city before Musgrove or her brother discovered it was all a lie. The tinkle of glass and the creak of pulleys in the auditorium drew their attention. The giant chandelier in the centre of the ceiling quivered as it was lowered down on ropes.
"It's late." Oliver turned and opened the door.
"They're set to extinguish the candles, and so we must be on our way. I suggest you leave too, Musgrove, lest you stumble in the dark and do yourself an injury."
"This is not the end of the matter." Musgrove's threat hung in the air. "Let us see what your brother has to say."
A crippling sense of foreboding surfaced as Nicole imagined Jeremy's face twisted with the need for revenge. Indeed, the vision was still with her as they descended the stairs to go in search of the maid. It would be with her until the day she finally faced her wicked sibling. Chapter 15. The foyer of the Haymarket was empty except for a few stragglers. Oliver tried to access the door leading to the dressing rooms, but the steward who gave permission for members of the public to enter and who took bribes from those not on the list was nowhere in sight.
"Musgrove has a lot to answer for." Oliver could think of nothing but punching the Lord's sunken eyes even further into his head. "Come, we'll have no choice but to wait outside."
With a firm grip of Nicole's hand, they exited the theatre and hurried across the street to the George Tavern. The entrance to the alehouse afforded a view of the unmarked door to the far right of the Haymarket. Drunken patrons hovered on the pavement. Their loud and garish behaviour made it a perfect place to blend in and keep watch. A perfect place to avoid Lord Musgrove, should he take it upon himself to follow them. Nicole looked up at him. "Do you think we'll find Miss Brooke's maid?" "There is every chance we've missed her." Blood still flowed through his veins like hot, molten lava. Though he did not need spectacles, the imposing building before them seemed much further away. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. He should have beaten Musgrove to a pulp for laying his filthy hands on Nicole. "Are you angry?" Her hard stare fixed on his face. Anger was a mild emotion compared to the rage burning inside. The feeling had nothing to do with missing the maid. If there was one thing he hated, it was the sight of fear in a woman's eyes. He'd witnessed his mother's pallid face and frozen expression so many times, the sight still haunted him. After one glance at Nicole's deathly pallor, he'd happily hang in his quest for retribution. "Yes, I'm angry." He turned his attention to the brown-painted door opposite, but his mind insisted on conjuring images of Musgrove assaulting Nicole in his private box. "I should have told you about Lord Musgrove, but I hoped never to lay eyes on him again." There was no need for her to offer a defence. Musgrove was the one on trial, the only one who should swing from the gallows. "When I heard you call my name," the muscles in Oliver's stomach twisted into painful knots. "When I heard the desperate plea in that one word, my heart almost stopped beating." In truth, his mind was a jumbled mess of chaotic thoughts and emotions, and yet the tender ache in his chest remained constant. Since declaring his love for Nicole in an effort to wipe the smug look from Lady Foster's face, he could not shake the feeling that there was some truth to the statement. The words had not been formed in his head or his throat, but from a foreign place yet to be discovered. "It was foolish of me to leave your box." She squeezed his hand to make him listen.
or perhaps by way of an apology. Had I stayed a moment longer, I was in danger of throttling that woman. You and me both. Why do you think I left for Italy? Had he remained in London, his father would have forced the marriage. At heart, Oliver was an honourable man. Found in a compromising position, he would have had no choice but to do the right thing. Even though she married Lord Forster, it is apparent she has feelings for you. Feelings? Oliver snorted. The only person Lady Forster loved was herself. Anyone would think we were involved in a passionate affair when we've done nothing more than pass pleasantries. The lady's obsession had come from nowhere. Then again, he did not know what assurances his father had given. I may have danced with her once, fetched her a glass of lemonade, but therein lies the end of our association. A whiff of ale and the screech of an out-of-tune ballad filled the air. A drunken lout stumbled past them, dragging his feet. The fellow kept one eye on the road while the other surveyed the quality of their clothes. The streets were not safe at night, and with Oliver's volatile mood he would swing for the first man brave enough to pass comment. It was foolish of me to give Lady Forster the opportunity to air her views, he continued. The woman is a consummate gossip, desperate to heal her injured pride. I am the only one guilty of stupidity. Lord Musgrove craves attention and often follows the crowd. There was always a chance we'd meet him here tonight. Her irrational fear of town made perfect sense now. Once they dealt with the matter of Morton Manor, Oliver would find out where her brother lived and help her solve the problem once and for all. And so your eagerness to remain in my carriage has nothing to do with the new seats. No, although your vehicle is remarkably comfortable. A weak chuckle left her lips. I was frightened to come to town because, well, the last thing I wanted was for Jeremy to find me. Jeremy is your brother. In the cool night air, her sigh materialized as a cloud of white mist. He is, and now that he's married Rowena, they are double the trouble. Oliver drew his gaze away from the door of the Haymarket and turned to look at her. At times she appeared so strong and independent. Now, with her emerald eyes swimming with sorrow, she looked so vulnerable. He wanted to scoop her up into his arms and never let her go. Any brother capable of selling his sister to the highest bidder should be thrown into a pit of rabid dogs. Oliver had left Rose in the hands of a devil too, though he would never treat his sister as property to sell. Since developing a fondness for gaming, Jeremy is not at all like the sweet boy I once knew. She clutched the flimsy wrap to her chest, but her teeth chattered, and her lips were tinged blue. His love of the tables has blackened his heart. Oliver shrugged out of his coat. Here, it is far too cold to be out wearing nothing but a few thin layers of material. He draped his coat over her shoulders. The garment swamped her, but she snuggled into it and inhaled deeply. Thank you. It smells divine. Oliver smiled. So it should. That cologne was made specifically for me by a perfumer in Florence. It wasn't that he was frivolous. He'd taken pity on the man and had accepted the scent in place of his vow. It's not the smell of cologne that warms me, she said with a soft, seductive lilt. It is the natural scent that clings to your skin, the same essence I tasted on your lips. Heaven help him! She was simply conveying her opinion, yet her sensual tone sent every drop of blood in his body racing to his cock. He shuffled on the spot in a bid to find a more comfortable position, but there was only one way to ease his torment. For a woman who believes in true love, you are incredibly talented when it comes to inciting lust in a man, he said, although it wasn't just lust he felt. Perhaps it is honesty you find stimulating. No, it was her. Everything about her spoke to him in a way no one else had before. He wanted her, in his arms, in his bed, in his life. Then I must say that I find myself a little besotted with honesty, Miss Flint." He expected a flirtatious response, but she shrank back. "About that, it is not in my nature to deceive anyone, but you must understand that I had to get away from Jeremy." She shook her head too many times to count. "You saw Lord Musgrove. He is irrational, utterly deluded. I'd rather die than marry such an odious creature." She was rambling, and her sentences lacked coherence. "Nicole, I understand your reason for wanting to hide from your brother and for not mentioning Lord Musgrove's involvement. Indeed, had you told me, I would have felt compelled to intervene." She appeared mildly appeased. "There is more to it than that." The sound of a door slamming dragged their attention back to the theatre. Two ladies stood on the pavement. One of them fiddled with the ribbons on her bonnet. Her companion batted the woman's hands away and laughed. Then she removed the straw hat and brushed back the stray ebony locks before repositioning it and tying the ribbons. Nicole nudged Oliver in the ribs. "Either Miss Flint has a twin sister, or that is the lady we met in Mr. Jameson's office." "Yes, as I suspected, she is Charlotte Brooke's maid." He had been in the same room as her on more than one occasion, though she had hovered in the background, as maids do. "I cannot recall her name, although I have an inkling it could be Matilda." What he was yet to determine was how she knew to use the name Miss Flint. And if she used the alias to acquire Morton Manor fraudulently, then someone else knew that his father had hired a paid companion. "Perhaps we should follow her," Nicole nudged him. "See where she's going." "Is it not a little cold for you to be walking the streets? And silk slippers are made for ballrooms, not pavements." The carriage was parked on Norris Street, a 2-minute walk away. "Wait with Jackson, and I shall return promptly." Miss Flint glared at him. "My lord," she began, and he knew he was about to feel the sharp edge of her tongue. "I have been tied to a bedpost by my own kin, assaulted in my garden by a vain prig with both the breath and logic of a mule, locked in a haunted manor for 6 months with no hope of reprieve. I think I can walk a mile in a pair of silk slippers." Despite admiration filling his chest, all thoughts grew dark. "Are you saying that your brother kept you a prisoner too?" "Not exactly. But I was taught to be a dutiful sister, taught to know my place," she lamented. "But now is not the time to discuss it further." She gestured to the ladies across the street. "It appears our impostor is on the move." The ladies parted company. Matilda walked a few paces and turned to glance over her shoulder when the theatre door opened and slammed shut. A man doffed his hat and called out, "Good night, Miss Mary." "Good night, Mr. Brown." Matilda waved and continued on her way. The fake Miss Flint, or Miss Mary, as they decided to call her to avoid any confusion, hurried along Haymarket, past Charing Cross, to a coffee house on the Strand that opened late because it shared the premises with a hotel. A faint orange glow emanated from the tiny square panes on the bow window. People inside sat huddled in groups, sipping their drinks. 1 candle per table was all the proprietor permitted. The white mist covering the glass made it impossible to identify anyone in particular. Water droplets trickled down to the sill, but no one bothered to wipe them clean. "We've no hope of watching Miss Mary through these windows." Oliver cupped his hands to his face and pressed his nose to the glass. "For all we know, she has a room upstairs. We could be waiting out here till dawn." "Let's go inside," Nicole suggested. "It's quite dark in there. I doubt they can see anything other than those seated opposite." "We don't want Matilda to know we're following her, not until we discover how she knew my father. We cannot risk rousing her suspicion." "Here," Nicole slipped his coat off her shoulders. "Take this. It would not do to draw attention to ourselves, and snooping through the window in your shirt sleeves is bound to cause a stir." As usual, she was right. With some reluctance, Oliver took his coat and shrugged into the garment. She could always huddle into him if she needed to keep warm. They were still standing outside the door, debating what to do, when a stagecoach rolled to a stop beside them. 2 gentlemen jumped down from the box seat. Covered in road dust, they appeared tired and dishevelled. The 2 seated behind handed down their luggage, a small trunk, leather satchel and case, before climbing down to the pavement to join their friends. "Let's follow them inside," Oliver said, as all 4 men entered the coffee house. With no time to waste, Nicole gripped Oliver's arm, and, with heads bowed, they joined the group. They meandered through the room, scanning the dark interior. One gentleman summoned a serving girl, while the others moved to the only empty table in the house and dropped onto the bench. "May we sit here?" Oliver gestured to the empty place at the end. With room to seat 10 men, he expected no objection. The men glanced at each other. One shrugged, one nodded. Nicole slid onto the bench, and Oliver sat opposite. "Keep your head bowed slightly." He brushed his leg against Nicole's to attract her attention, and because the subdued lighting gave him an opportunity to tease her, "Scan the crowd behind me. Tell me if you see Miss Murray." Beneath hooded lids, her gaze moved between the rows of tables. Though the fire in the stone hearth provided a modicum of warmth, she drew her wrap tightly across her chest. Oliver cursed his stupidity. He should have taken her back to the carriage to fetch her travelling cloak. All this running about at night would give her a chill. "It's too difficult to identify faces." Nicole turned to him. "There's a lively group in the corner, a few couples, but no women on their own." Oliver cast an assessing gaze over those seated to his right and left, then looked for a straw bonnet and ebony locks. Perhaps Miss Murray suspected they were following her and had slipped out through the back door. Nicole gave a curt nod and searched again. "There's a lady of that description sitting with the group." "What is she doing?" "Nothing. She's edged to the end of the table as the man to her right keeps patting and rubbing her arm." Oliver glanced back over his shoulder. His heart pounded. "That's Miss Murray." "Shall we approach her? Tell her we know she's a maid and an extremely good actress." "No. Let's wait a moment. From her rigid posture, I would say she's not part of the group, hence the drunken gentleman's eagerness to try his luck. No doubt she is waiting for someone to arrive." They sat in silence, watching, waiting. Every person leaving or entering the premises drew their attention. A gentleman with appalling taste in poetry stood and recited a rhyme, although his companions jeered and called for him to sit down. Oliver's mind wandered. He imagined taking Nicole's hand beneath the table, sliding his finger down into her glove and stroking circles on her palm. He imagined hearing little gasps and sighs when he caressed her sensitive skin. As he sat opposite her in the muted light, his gaze fell to her lips. What was it about her that held him captive? Decency be damned, he thought, as he considered plundering her mouth in front of 50 witnesses. "You're staring at me when you're supposed to be staring at the door." "Can I help it if I find you far more interesting than those supping coffee?" If they were the only 2 people in the world, he would never tire of looking at her. "I cannot concentrate when your eyes are undressing me." "Is that what you think I'm doing?" He was mentally undressing her, stripping off every last layer and picturing the beautiful sight beneath. She raised a brow. "This is why we would be useless as enquiry agents. You're easily distracted, and I cannot think clearly when you stare at me." "Good, for it is a sure sign you welcome my attention. The question is, does my heated gaze make your pulse race? Is your body flooded with warm sensations?" She put her hand to her heart as if testing the theory. "Yes, you're right about my pulse,
though it might have something to do with the fact that I'm sitting in a coffee house at midnight spying on a woman who has stolen my identity."
Nicole glanced over his shoulder to the group in the corner. Her smile faded instantly, and her eyes grew wide. She leant over the table and grabbed his arm.
"Miss Murray has gone."
Oliver shot around to scan the people behind them. The space previously occupied by the maid was empty. "Come on." He jumped to his feet. There was no time to waste. As she's not left through the front door, she can only have gone out the back. The corridor at the rear of the coffee house provided ample opportunity for a person looking to escape. The foul stench from the pot room forced Oliver to catch his breath. He kicked the door and cast a sidelong glance for fear of interrupting a woman pissing into a pot. The room was empty.
"There's a cellar."
Nicole pointed to the open door leading down into the dark depths of oblivion.
"But without a candle, she'd be a fool to go down there."
Oliver agreed. Had the woman attempted anything so daring, they would have heard clatters and bangs as she stumbled into various objects. That leaves only one option. He gestured to the door at the end. It led out into a cobbled courtyard. The grey stones were wet and slippery underfoot. "Take my hand," he said as they checked the coal shed, opened the gate leading to the alley and peered into the darkness.
"It's no use," Nicole said. "We've no hope of finding her now."
Damn it all. It was his fault. He should have watched the woman instead of spending every minute daydreaming about Nicole Flint. Though, come to think of it, there wasn't a moment when he wasn't conjuring visions of seduction. There's a chance she might be hiding. Let's return to the Strand, keep watch, and see if she appears from one of the side streets. They returned to the coffee house, were about to leave through the front door when a gentleman entered. He removed his hat and brushed his hand through his hair before thrusting it back on his head. One glimpse of the man's ruddy complexion was all that was needed. "It seems our luck has changed, Miss Flint." Oliver directed her to the new arrival. "Mr. Burrows, it is you. What a stroke of luck!" Being a man of average height and build, Mr. Burrows looked up. My lord, I did not expect to find you here at this time of night." He stole a quick glance at Nicole. "Allow me to pay my condolences. I heard about the death of your father. It happened quickly, I'm told." Oliver patted Mr. Burrows' arm. "Thank you, Burrows. I was in Italy at the time and never made it back for the funeral. But let me take this opportunity to offer an apology for my father's stubborn approach to business. Mr. Wilde tells me he failed to treat you with the respect you deserved." Burrows shuffled from one foot to the other as he nibbled his bottom lip. "Pay it no heed, my lord, pay it no heed. I fear your father was not at all himself during those last few months." Guilt threatened to flare in Oliver's chest, but he dismissed it. "Do you live locally? I assume you've taken another position." Oliver watched Burrows with interest. Some men were masters of deception. Some men lacked the skills necessary. Burrows' inability to maintain eye contact confirmed he had something to hide. "I've taken work with Lord Knowles." Burrows' gaze flitted about the room. "A temporary position, for his current man of affairs recently lost his sight and cannot keep his books." "If the position is temporary, then perhaps you might take one with me." Oliver would lure him to Stanton House and probe him for information. That is most kind of you, my lord. Call round tomorrow at noon, and we can discuss your reinstatement." Mr. Burrows inclined his head, although the gesture lacked sincerity. "Well, I shall not keep you," Oliver said. "I assume you're here to meet someone." Burrows' bottom lip quivered. Yes, just a friend." Oliver took Nicole's hand and placed it in the crook of his arm. "Then I wish you a pleasant evening." Once outside the coffee house, Oliver turned to Nicole. "You know what you said about walking a mile in a pair of slippers."
"What of it?"
Do you think you can run?" With wide eyes, she searched his face. "We've no chance of catching up with Miss Murray now." "No, but Mr. Burrows will. And when he does, they will move quickly to cover their tracks. He knows this was not a chance meeting." "But the hour is late. What do you want to do?" "The night is far from over," he said, as he imagined a host of lascivious things they would do once back at Stanton House. He would hold that thought while they dealt with more pressing matters. "And we have another errand to run." Nicole smiled. "Have we not had enough excitement this evening?" He took her hand and brought it to his lips. "Oh, our adventures have only just begun."
Chapter 16. "Tell me you're not serious." Nicole clutched Oliver's arm as they stood outside the back door of the solicitor's office. With the absence of street lights, it was so dark they couldn't see more than a foot in front of their face. And now a thick fog had descended, creeping into every nook and crevice, bringing with it the vile stench of the river. "No, I don't like it at all." Oliver patted her hand. "It's perfectly safe. No one can see a blasted thing in this weather. If you'd prefer to wait in the carriage—" "No." An agonizing wait was no good for her heart. "Whatever happens, I want to stay with you." They were discussing the illegal act of entering the property, yet her comment reflected the way she felt about him in general. He turned to face her fully and pulled the hood of her cloak more securely around her face. "I won't let anything happen to you." He tucked a stray curl back behind her ear and then planted a chaste kiss on her lips. "How do you propose to enter without a key?" "How would any thief enter? I shall smash a pane of glass or force the door." With an air of confidence, he moved to inspect the paint-chipped wooden frame. "It's rotten in places, and with a little effort will easily splinter." "But will it not be more difficult to repair?" Poor Mr. Wilde was so weak he didn't need any more problems. "If you're determined to examine your father's file, find a way that causes the least stress for Mr. Wilde." Oliver sighed. "You're right. In my desperation to prove Matilda Murray is a fraud, I'd forgotten about Wilde." He bent down and peered through the keyhole. "I'll break the small pane near the handle. Thankfully, some fool has left the key in the door." Nicole stepped back while Oliver used his elbow to force the glass. The wood holding the pane in place was rotten too, and the window fell through with ease. "There's broken glass on the floor." He squeezed his hand through the gap and turned the key. "Mind where you walk in those slippers." As soon as Oliver opened the door, swirls of thick yellow fog invaded the new space. Nicole stared at the patterned floor. "I can't see any glass." "Here, allow me to assist you over the threshold." With no word of warning, he scooped her up into his muscular arms and held her tightly against his chest. A faint gasp left her lips. Unable to resist the urge to snuggle into him, she placed her head on his shoulder and inhaled his musky scent. Heaven was the only word to enter her mind. His shoes crunched on the broken shards as he bowed his head and navigated the narrow entrance. They walked through a storage area filled with wooden trunks and cabinets, through a small kitchen, and followed the corridor out into the hall. "I think it's safe for you to put me down," she said, despite wishing she could stay in his arms forever. Forever? What did it mean? That she wanted to be with him always? That she could not imagine any other man touching her, kissing her? Was Oliver Darby the one she'd been waiting for? Oliver's heated gaze travelled over her face, and his mouth curled into the rakish smile she loved. Releasing his grip on her legs, he lowered her slowly down the length of his body until she found her feet. Her heart was thumping so loudly he must surely be able to hear it. "I would smash every window I came across for another chance to hold you close. And I would not object." They stared at each other in the musty corridor. The surrounding air came alive as it always did when they spoke so openly about their feelings. "But let us address the matter of your father's file," she continued, "before we find ourselves carted off by a constable and thrown into a damp cell." Taking a firm grip of her hand, Oliver led her to Mr. Jameson's office. The cluttered room was a death trap in the dark. Grey shadows loomed large, but it soon became apparent that there were bookcases. The white quill feather stood straight in the ink-pot, guiding them to the desk like a beacon. The surface was littered with books, papers, and an oil lamp, though they could not risk lighting it. "Jameson keeps his files in that cabinet." Oliver pointed at a nondescript object in the corner. Taking care where they placed their feet, they came to stand before the tall tower of drawers. "If memory serves, it should be in here." With his head bent low, he scoured row upon row of papers, muttering the word "Benting" many times before eventually retrieving the file and waving it in the air. "Now we have what we came for. We can leave." "Leave? But I thought you wanted to examine the document." "I intend to take the file with me, in order to delay the fake Miss Flint from taking possession of the property that was meant for you." Nicole shook her head. "You cannot steal the file. It's enough that we have broken a window. I'll not see you accused of robbery." "Morton Manor belongs to you, and I am determined to see that you get it, by whatever means necessary. Hell, I'll take the matter to the Court of Chancery, if necessary." She was flattered by his determination, for it showed that he cared. But stealing from one's solicitor was the most preposterous thing she'd ever had cause to witness. "Do you know what will happen if you're caught?" "Nothing." An arrogant chuckle left his lips. "I am the Earl of Stanton, simply looking over my father's documents. All I need to do is mention the word fraud, and there's not a judge in the land who'd see fit to condemn me." Nicole sighed. "Then I pray you're right. Life was so simple when one possessed a title. So simple when one wore breeches. When Mr. Jameson discovers the file is missing, he will suspect you." Oliver tapped the tip of her nose with his finger. "And yet he will not have the nerve to accuse me." A dull thud in the corridor caught them by surprise, and their heads shot to the door. "Did you hear that?" Nicole wanted to move, but felt as though her silk slippers were made of lead. "Is it the wind, do you think?" The overhead bell tinkled once, twice. Oliver pressed his finger to his lips. But he had nothing to fear. Nicole had no intention of making a noise. Even so, to her ears, her light breathing sounded more like a thunderous roar. Oliver came around the desk and crept over to the door. Easing it away from the jamb, he shut it quickly and waved his hand at her. "Quick, hide behind the bureau." His whispered words conveyed extreme panic. He placed his father's file gently on top of the desk. "Jameson is here and is heading this way." When in a fearful state, one's body reacted at half the pace of one's brain. Nicole's mind was already squatting behind the furniture, while her legs struggled to follow. Oliver hid behind the drapes. Judging from the thick layer of dust coating every surface, Nicole suspected it was a mistake. The door to Mr. Jameson's office creaked on its hinges as the solicitor stepped inside. The faint hum of a country tune broke the silence. He placed a leather satchel on the desk, moved to the cabinet, and rifled through a drawer. Removing 2 files, he stuffed them into his bag and fastened the buckle. With her breathing growing progressively louder, Nicole covered her mouth with her hand. Jameson picked up his satchel, but then stopped. He stared at the Benting file lying on top of the desk, but then shrugged and moved to the door. Nicole swallowed down a sigh of relief. But then she heard an odd gasping, the sucking of breath followed by a sneeze loud enough to shake the heavens. Who's there?" Jameson dropped his satchel, stepped back into the room and grabbed the poker from the stand next to the hearth. "I know you're in here. Show yourself." Silence ensued. But then the Earl sneezed again. Amid a sudden whip of material, Oliver appeared from behind the drapes.
"Good God, man! Does no one ever clean this blasted place?"
Mr. Jameson waved the poker like a sword.
"Who are you? How did you get in here?"
He jabbed the metal rod at Oliver and swished it back and forth.
"I've a weapon, and I'm not afraid to use it. Watch out, man."
Oliver raised his hands.
"You're liable to take an eye out waving that thing about."
"Put the poker down, Mr. Jameson." Nicole stood and stepped out from behind the bureau. "We mean you no harm." The tension in the room was palpable. Jameson's frantic gaze darted back and forth between them. Oliver stepped forward.
"I know how this looks, Jameson, but I can explain."
How would he talk his way out of this? What could he say? That they were passing via the backyard and noticed the broken pane?
"Lord Stanton! Is that you?"
Jameson lowered his weapon.
"What are you doing here at this time of night? How on earth did you gain entrance? And why are you hiding in my office?"
They were all pertinent questions. "Perhaps we should sit down." Nicole gestured to the chairs. An air of calm and composure was needed. "It is better to discuss this rationally." Oliver cast her a sidelong glance and turned to Jameson.
"We have a good reason for being here. Regardless of how this looks, I can assure you our intentions are honourable. Call the constable, and I am certain, once he's heard our case, the magistrate will ensure Miss Flint here receives the justice she deserves." "Justice? Are you speaking about her claim on Morton Manor? Why else would we be here? We have proof things are not what they seem, and simply sought to give the files a more detailed inspection."
Jameson pursed his lips.
"If you have proof, then I'm more than happy to hear it, although next time I suggest waiting until office hours." "This couldn't wait."
Oliver brushed his hand through his hair. "Since leaving here this morning, we have been investigating the matter of which Miss Flint has a claim on Morton Manor." Oliver inhaled.
"The well-spoken lady who brought the document, and who is in possession of my grandmother's necklace, is a maid who goes by the name of Matilda Murray." "A maid?" Jameson thought for a moment. "Well, some ladies fall on hard times when left without a family for support. Trust me, my father would not have given an heirloom to a maid. Perhaps Miss Flint is the name she uses when forming personal attachments with those who like to see her perform. When one considers the document signed by your father, it is evident he knew her by that name."
Nicole sensed Oliver's frustration. But the legal profession dealt with facts, not supposition. Of course, the solicitor could have a vested interest in the outcome.
"We followed Miss Murray from the theatre this evening to a coffee house on the Strand. It so happened that Mr. Burrows, my father's man of business, arrived to meet her. Does that not strike you as odd?"
Mr. Jameson scratched the grey hair just above his temple.
"As your father's mistress, it seems acceptable that she would be acquainted with his man of business."
Nicole listened to the conversation with interest. Mr. Jameson seemed most reluctant to accept any other explanation. The vision of Mr. Wilde lying sick in his bed flashed into her mind. It certainly seemed odd that the man should take ill on the day Miss Flint came to collect her inheritance. What if Mr. Jameson had added something to his colleague's tea to keep him out of the way?
"So you refuse to accept something strange is afoot," Oliver said. "Why will you not listen to me when I tell you that my father would never have given that harlot my grandmother's necklace?"
Mr. Jameson sighed.
"I fear your father's death has left you a little—"
Nicole stepped forward as a thought sprung to mind. "Then if it is not your grandmother's necklace, it must be a copy. Perhaps a paste imitation to make the lady's claim appear more convincing. I assume the family jewels are still in the vault at the bank?" Oliver raised a brow and nodded as recognition dawned. "And I intend to inspect their security first thing in the morning." "Were the jewels not listed in your father's will?" Mr. Jameson inquired. "Surely there will be a record of all notable assets. Unfortunately, I have not seen the papers." It was the first helpful comment the man had made. Oliver rubbed his chin. "All heirlooms are catalogued, though I fail to recall the precise details." "Then can we not check the papers now?" Nicole gestured to the door. "Under the present circumstances, I'm sure Mr. Wilde would not object if we examined the files." "I consider it unethical to rummage through a man's private office in his absence," Mr. Jameson said. Oliver's expression darkened. "And is it ethical to grant ownership of a house to someone who has gained it by fraudulent means?" The words sliced through the air, clear, crisp, yet with a threatening undertone. Mr. Jameson bowed his head respectfully. He tapped his finger on his lip whilst lost in deep concentration. The tense silence lasted a few seconds. "Very well, my lord." Jameson grabbed the Benting file from the desk as if fearing they had an accomplice waiting to spirit the document away. "In this instance, it can do no harm. After all, you have already borne witness to its contents." With a satisfied grin, Oliver said, "Then lead the way." Jameson picked up his satchel and placed it on the chair. "Let's be quick about it." They entered Mr. Wilde's office and closed the door. Mr. Jameson was obviously used to working in the dark, for he did not light a candle. He searched through Mr. Wilde's drawers, pulling files and checking the contents before eventually finding the one he wanted. "Give me a minute to find the relevant page." Jameson threw the file onto the desk, dropped into Mr. Wilde's chair, and scanned the documents. "Did you take tea with Mr. Wilde this morning?" Nicole asked, merely to note the solicitor's reaction. Jameson looked up. "Mr. Wilde takes his tea in his office while examining the day's schedule." Holding her gaze, he added, "I am not looking to replace my partner, if that is what concerns you. The man is simply ill." "But Mr. Wilde was never ill." "Ah, I think this is what we're looking for." Jameson picked up the sheet of paper and held it up. "I may need some light, as the script is rather small. You'll find a spill and tinderbox on top of the mantel." Oliver set about lighting the candle lamp on the desk, while Jameson took a magnifying glass and stared at the words on the page. "Gold bracelet with a cabochon-cut amethyst," Jameson read from the list. "Aquamarine gemstones set amongst intricate canatile work. Gold pearl-encrusted cross pendant." "Wait." Oliver stepped closer to the desk. "So the necklace is listed as part of the estate." Mr. Jameson read from the list once again. He looked up, his expression grave. "Yes, we verified all details after your father's death. It means that Miss Flint is a liar, and—" He stopped abruptly and inclined his head to Nicole. "Forgive me. The lady purporting to be Miss Flint has deceived us." It was a foolish mistake, Nicole thought. But why wear the necklace? Miss Mary could not have anticipated meeting Oliver, unless she assumed it would add credence to her story when it came to dealing with the solicitor. Indeed, had Mr. Wilde been dealing with the case of Morton Manor, he may have noted the discrepancy. Nicole considered the man seated behind the desk. Was Mr. Jameson to be trusted? He certainly didn't act like a man guilty of fraud or deception. "Well, it all seems rather odd," Mr. Jameson said. "Miss Mary mentioned the necklace numerous times. She asked for the name of someone at the bank who dealt with the storage of valuable jewels. She said she'd have more confidence dealing with the same clerk your father used. And yet she knew the necklace was a forgery," Oliver added. Who knew what went on in a criminal's mind? Nicole could not quite fathom her brother's logic either, and he was kin. Perhaps Miss Murray and Mr. Burroughs' plans to deceive amounted to more than a manor house.
Whatever her motive, we must decide what to do now, Oliver said with some frustration. Do we confront the woman and call the constable? Or report the incident to the Lord Chancellor and ask him to oversee the details of the will? The choice is yours to make, my lord.
Jameson's grave expression suggested he didn't envy the Earl the task. It is fair to assume that the document Miss Murray had in her possession naming her heir cannot be genuine either, Nicole said. The lady could not have forged the document on her own. Therefore, it stands to reason that Mr. Burroughs is her accomplice. He had access to samples of Lord Stanton's handwriting, could have easily obtained a copy of the Lord's signature and used his seal.
What are you saying?
Nicole shrugged. Despite Miss Murray's arrogant display in Jameson's office, she couldn't help but pity the woman. Many women resorted to underhanded methods just to survive. "Call me naive," she said, "but I'm simply saying that Miss Murray might have had no choice but to act as she did." Jeremy was not the only man to use devious methods to force a lady to do his bidding. Lord Musgrove was not the only man who refused to take no for an answer. The room fell silent as both men considered her comment. The scraping of the front door against the jamb caused them all to suck in a sharp breath.
Someone is here.
Jameson stood slowly, careful not to make a sound. The bell jingled.
It must be Andrews, Jameson whispered. But what is he doing here at this hour?
Chapter 17. They stood rooted to the spot in Mr. Wilde's office as the clip of shoes echoed through the corridor. Whatever the clerk's purpose for being there, surely he would have entered his own room. Yet the patter of footsteps grew progressively louder as they drew nearer. Oliver glanced at the slight gap between the door and the floor. Would Mr. Andrews notice the orange glow of candlelight seeping underneath? Then again, Mr. Jameson did not need to explain his reason for being there to an assistant. A door creaked open. Mr. Jameson squinted, listening for a sound to explain what was happening outside in the dark. Oliver leant closer to the solicitor. "It appears Andrews has entered your office." The striking of flint against metal could be clearly heard. "He's lighting a candle, and does not seem to be in a hurry." "Andrews would never enter my room without permission," Jameson whispered. "Then perhaps it's not Andrews." Nicole's comment was followed by the scraping of a drawer on its runners. "Unless I am mistaken," Oliver said, "the person in your room is snooping in your cabinet. Mischief was afoot." The question of whom to trust entered Oliver's mind. Mr. Jameson's excuse of having work to do was flimsy at best. Now someone else was rummaging through the files. Both incidents occurring on the same night they'd found Miss Murray and Mr. Burroughs in the coffee house suggested something more than a coincidence. Jameson stood slowly, although the action brought a frustrated sigh from his lips. "For the life of me, I don't know why we're creeping about. I have every right to be here." And 3 people should have no problem tackling one. Oliver had been itching to punch someone all evening. His body thrummed with the need to avenge those who'd wronged Miss Flint, and he had to do something to calm his raging blood. "Come." Carrying both files in his hand, Jameson crept towards the door. "Let us see what the blighter is doing in there." Despite their effort to surprise the intruder, Mr. Wilde's office door groaned as soon as it eased away from the jamb. The rustling in Mr. Jameson's office ceased. A floorboard creaked. There was no time to wait. Oliver seized the doorknob of Jameson's room, and all 3 of them burst inside. "What the devil?" The gentleman searching the cabinet dropped the papers in his hand and swung around. In the muted light, it took a moment for Oliver's eyes to focus on the hunched figure before them. Doubt gave way to denial.
Denial gave way to distrust.
"Mr. Wilde!" Nicole's tone reflected their surprise. "What are you doing here? I thought you were ill."
The man looked as though he'd risen from the grave. Grey hair sprung in tufts from beneath his hat. Short silver whiskers covered his chin. Red eyes and sallow skin confirmed he was not well enough to be out of bed, let alone creeping about in a colleague's office. Oliver noted the flimsy cravat and crumpled shirt. Wilde had dressed in a hurry. How interesting. Wilde gulped. I am ill. His frantic gaze passed back and forth. But I had important work to finish and couldn't rest until things were in order.
And it couldn't wait until the morning. Nicole's voice was thick with suspicion.
I thought to take the work home with me, to attend to it as I recover. It seems everyone has urgent business tonight. Oliver stared at him. How odd that your work is in your colleague's office. And you seem a little nervous, Mr. Wilde. Indeed, the man shuffled left and right, as if balancing on uneven ground. Perhaps you're surprised to find the premises occupied. I must sit down for a moment. I fear I am too weak to stand for long periods. Oliver suppressed a snort of contempt. Guilty men often attempted to incite pity in those they'd wronged. Well? Jameson stepped forward as Wilde flopped into the chair. Are you going to explain what you're doing in here?
It must be something important, Nicole said, to have dragged you from your sick bed.
Wilde rubbed his eyes. Forgive me. My mind is a little hazy. I couldn't rest. All I could think of were the documents I must sign. Jameson clutched the files to his chest. And what? In your fragile state, you entered the wrong office by mistake? I don't know. Wilde stared into the distance, never blinked. An hour ago, I was in bed, and now I find myself here. Oh, please, did he take them for fools? Oliver looked at Nicole, and she raised a curious brow. She shared his doubts over Wilde's pathetic excuse. Despite having a kind and compassionate heart, her mind was sharp. That was what he loved about her. He caught himself, aware of the foreign word that entered his mind as though it had every right to be there. Of course he cared about her. Like her friendship with Rose, they'd formed a close bond these last 2 days. It was only natural, only to be expected.
Would you mind telling us what that is?
Nicole's intelligent voice disturbed Oliver's reverie. He followed her gaze to the single sheet of paper lying on top of the desk. When Mr. Jameson had taken the Benting file, he'd left a space on the cluttered surface. Wilde considered the document. Oh, it must have fallen from one of the files. He waved a hand at them. As I am the one who made the mess, I shall find its rightful home. Wilde grabbed the paper. Wait, Mr. Jameson commanded. Oh, don't shout, Jameson. Mr. Wilde pressed his fingers to his temple. My head throbs at the sound of raised voices. Nicole stepped up to the desk and held out her hand.
Give it to me, Mr. Wilde. There is no point trying to hide your duplicity. She turned to Oliver. Unless I am mistaken, the document bears your father's seal.
Mr. Wilde shook his head. Is this some sort of conspiracy? Are you all so eager to remove me from the practice that you would poison my tea and accuse me of treachery? No one had accused him of anything. The speech was merely another attempt to shift all blame. Wilde probably poisoned himself to give him an excuse to be absent from the office, and in his ignorance he added more of the herb or plant to the teapot than necessary. Oliver came to stand next to Nicole, so close that the warmth of her body penetrated his clothes. He felt oddly connected to her in a way he could not define. Together, they were a formidable opponent. Hand it over, Mr. Wilde. else you leave me no option but to call the constable." Mr. Wilde simply stared. Various questions flitted through Oliver's mind. Was Wilde guilty of fraud? Had Mr. Burrows rushed to the solicitor's residence to warn him that their game was up? He was contemplating this scenario when the soft pads of Nicole's fingers brushed his palm. Her hands slipped into his, and she squeezed gently. It was a gesture of support, of solidarity, and he wrapped his fingers tightly around hers, determined never to let go. "I believe Lord Stanton has the measure of you." She directed the comment to Wilde, though she gazed into Oliver's eyes. "Indeed," Oliver began. "When 3 people enter a partnership to commit a crime, one always confesses first in the hope of saving their neck from the noose." Mr. Wilde's mouth opened, but he failed to form a single word. "Matilda Murray," Oliver continued, "or Miss Flint, as you would have had us believe, has a conscience. Mr. Burrows was too late when he came to warn you. We were already here. We know the necklace she claims was a gift from my father is just as fake as the woman herself. The document that supposedly conveys my father's wishes was obtained fraudulently by Mr. Burrows. It was all supposition, yet it was the only logical explanation." Wilde shook his head. The tension in the room was stifling. "Whatever your reason for acting as you did, you may as well tell the truth now." Jameson came to stand at Mr. Wilde's side. "We can no longer work together. Indeed, you will be lucky if Lord Stanton doesn't have you transported. Do you know how hard it will be for a man of your age to live amongst thieves and brigands?" With a sudden surge of energy, Wilde jumped to his feet. "Forgive me, my lord." He clutched his hands together in prayer. "It was Mr. Burrows who came up with the idea. He told me your father had employed Miss Flint as a companion to Lady Rose, that you'd have no interest in an asylum." "And what of Rose? How did she factor into your plan?" Wilde wrung his hands. "Once Miss Murray was named owner of the manor, she was going to embrace her role as your father's mistress and send Lady Rose home." Just thinking about it all made Oliver's head hurt. But one thing was clear. The need for vengeance coursed through his veins. He hated being made to look a fool. More so, he hated that the beggars had tried to steal from Nicole. "Of course I have no interest in a bloody asylum," he cried. "I would not have even known the place existed had Mr. Andrews not confessed to seeing my father visit Mr. Jameson." And that was just what his father had wanted. It might have been months until Rose learnt of their father's death. Perhaps his father had left Miss Flint the house in the hope Rose would turn her back on her wayward brother and continue to live there. "I can forgive any insults directed at me." The need to protect Nicole burned brightly in his chest. "But I cannot forgive the way you have treated Miss Flint. After what she has suffered, she deserved to have a home to call her own. Not to have it snatched away so 3 rogues could profit." Mr. Jameson handed him the files. "I must bear some of the blame too, my lord. Had I been given the opportunity to discuss the matter with your father, I would have insisted he make his intentions clear. There is a vast difference between a mistress and a paid companion." Nicole frowned. "But you had the opportunity, Mr. Jameson. When we were in your office yesterday, you said the Earl had made his intentions clear." She had a point. Something about Mr. Jameson's comment bothered him, too. "Yes. Did you not say that my father discussed the provisions made for Miss Flint?" Were both men equally untrustworthy? He did, but not to me directly. I was detained with Lord Trench, and so your father conveyed his wishes to Mr. Wilde. I dealt with the purchase of the manor, nothing more." They all turned to the pale-faced solicitor. "So, You knew about the Benting file all along." The blood rushed to Oliver's face. He despised falsehoods. "Lies infect the soul, Mr. Wilde. They leave a bitter taste in one's mouth that sweet words cannot eradicate." Nicole stiffened at his side and sucked in a breath. No doubt she was tired of the games, impatient for answers. Greed had almost robbed her of her inheritance. "My father came to you in good faith," Oliver continued, though he cared not that they deceived his father. "He confirmed what Burroughs had told you about Miss Flint, and so you sought to steal the house from under her nose." Wilde closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. "We did not set out to steal from Miss Flint. She would never have known about the property." The fragile thread holding Oliver's temper in check finally snapped. "Good God, man! Can you not accept responsibility for this mess? Can you not at least offer Miss Flint an apology for your disgraceful conduct?" Nicole placed her hand on his sleeve. As always, her touch soothed him instantly. "And what brought you here this evening?" Nicole gestured to Mr. Jameson. "You were obviously looking for the file that names me as the benefactor. But why? It is too late to cover your tracks." Mr. Wilde's eyes appeared to sink deeper into his skull. He looked at Oliver as though one word from his aristocratic lips would reduce him to a pile of ash. "I can't. With lightning speed, Nicole darted forward and snatched the document from Mr. Wilde's hand. She ignored his gasps and groans and scanned it numerous times. "What is it?" Curiosity burned in Oliver's chest. She turned to Mr. Jameson, held her body straight, though it took a few gulps of breath before she spoke. "It appears the Benting file is worthless. Mr. Wilde was returning the original document signed by the Earl of Stanton, and no doubt sought to destroy the counterfeit." Oliver's mind was a muddle of lies and untruths. "What are you saying?" With a weary sigh, she handed him the sheet of paper. His gaze fell to the bottom, to the seal pressed into the wax. Only then did he note the name scrawled in ink. "Is this true, Wilde?" Bile bubbled in his stomach. His throat burned. He had promised Miss Flint the world and could give her nothing. "Answer me, man. Is it bloody well true?" Mr. Wilde had the decency to hang his head. It is, my lord. Miss Flint was never the heir to Morton Manor. The house is yours by rights as per your father's instructions. I switched the documents before Mr. Jameson returned from his visit to Lord Trench." Wilde cleared his throat. The only stipulation made by your father was that you were not to be told of the manor until 2 months after his death." Oliver blinked away his surprise. So the bastard had hidden Rose away in a property Oliver might never have found had it not been for Mr. Andrews' foresight. She would have been discovered eventually, locked in an old asylum owned by her brother. And therein lay the cruellest trick of all. A revenge carefully plotted and planned. Guilt wrapped its thorny vines around his heart. It was not enough that he'd failed Rose. Now Nicole's dreams were in tatters too. "I'm sorry." The whispered words fell from his lips as their eyes met. "It was wrong of me to give you false hope. Wrong of me to force you back to town on an empty promise." Nicole smiled, albeit weakly. "You were not to know. Pay it no mind. I had nothing when I entered the manor." Oh, his father's withered soul would be feeding, gorging on his son's disappointment. "God damn you, Wilde. I'll not forgive you for this." Oliver's hands throbbed. He wanted to punch the man until he begged for mercy, wanted to tear the office apart until left with a pile of rubble. He thrust the document at Mr. Jameson. "You will act as my solicitor henceforth, though I'll not deal with you if Mr. Wilde remains here." "I cannot work with a man guilty of such duplicity," Jameson replied. Relief flashed in Wilde's face. "You mean you'll not call the constable?" Oliver wanted to see the man in chains. 30 years transportation. He wanted to don a black cap and bring down the hammer. But what good would it do? The case would become public knowledge. Everyone would come to know that the Earl of Stanton had locked his daughter away in an asylum. No one would look at Rose in the same way again. The rumours would crush her, ruin every hope she had of salvaging something of her reputation. If they ever found her. "Should I lay eyes on you again, Wilde, you will feel the full force of my wrath." Oliver stared down his nose at the ghost-like figure. Had the crooks achieved their goal, Oliver might never have known about the manor, might never have met Nicole. The thought caused a deep ache in his chest. "I suggest you speak to Mr. Burrows and Miss Murray. Should I find either of them in town come dawn on Monday, I will not be held responsible for my actions. Now get the hell out." Shoulders hunched, Mr. Wilde scuttled from the room. They stood in silence until the bell jingled and the wooden door scraped the floor. Oliver dragged his hand down his face. He'd left London to escape his father's meddling. The old man might as well be breathing, for he could still wreak havoc from beyond the grave. "Do not torture yourself," Nicole said. As always, she was able to read his thoughts. "There is nothing to be done. If you don't mind, I would like to go home." A faint groan left her lips, and she clutched her stomach. "Home," she whispered almost to herself. "I meant I should like to return to Stanton House." The truth was, she had no home. But what was he thinking? What use did he have for the manor? He was the blasted Earl of Stanton, not the runaway son. With renewed optimism, Oliver straightened. "Jameson, I want you to do something for me." Mr. Jameson inclined his head. "I want to sell Morton Manor." He turned and stared into Nicole's dazzling green eyes. "I want to sell the house to Miss Flint for—" it would need to be a paltry sum. "My lord," she gasped, "as you know, I do not have the funds to make the purchase." If she were not so independent-minded, he would gift her the property. But the last thing he wanted was for her to feel beholden to him. But what could she give him in exchange? A rogue would ask for her virtue. One night with Nicole was a treasure worth more than a king's ransom. Tempting as the thought was, she was a woman who deserved respect, not to be treated like a common harlot. Jameson cleared his throat. "But the manor comes with 1,000 acres of arable land." "It is of no consequence." Money mattered not. He'd give everything he owned just to see her smile. The sudden urge to give her the world came upon him. A carriage, dresses by the cartload, trips to the continent were but a few of life's pleasures he would send her way. "The price is a one-time offer," he said, as his gaze drifted over her. "The price is a lock of your hair." Her eyes grew wide. "My hair?" Why he wanted it was a mystery. Yet he imagined keeping it in a gold case in his breast pocket. Imagined running his fingers through the soft strands when he needed comfort and she was not there. "Let us make the deal now." He was eager to claim his prize, eager to banish the sudden sense of loneliness all thoughts of her departure caused. The deeds for Morton Manor in exchange for one silky red curl. She smiled and pulled a tendril of hair loose from her coiffure. "Very well." Oliver turned to Jameson. There must be a knife around here somewhere. With a smirk on his face, Jameson rummaged through the top drawer in his desk and removed a pair of scissors. "They're in need of sharpening, but they should suffice." He came around the desk and handed them to Nicole. "Lord Stanton must make the cut." She held out the glossy strand, and his hand shook as he took hold of the scissors. Good Lord! He was taking a sample of her hair, not her virginity. With as steady a hand as he could muster, Oliver snipped, happy in the knowledge that some part of her would always belong to him.
Chapter 18.
"Now you will always have a place to call home," Oliver said as he gripped the lock of hair between his fingers. "The decision is made. Morton Manor is yours now, and no one can take it away from you." A lump formed in Nicole's throat. Jeremy would find a way to stake his claim. He'd made it his life's mission to see her unhappy. But then it occurred to her that she could leave London come first light, and then he'd have no hope of finding her. "Are you not pleased?" Oliver searched her face. 2 lines formed between his brows. "Nicole, you've sacrificed 6 months of your life to care for my sister. The manor is a fitting reward for your love and loyalty." "To have a home of my own, well, it's just a little overwhelming." A range of emotions filled her chest: gratitude, hope, and fear. Did it matter that her real name wasn't on the deeds? Was she guilty of committing fraud too? She should tell Oliver the truth. "Surely it is not as simple as swapping a lock of hair for a house and 1,000 acres, she said. There had to be more to the process than that. Would Mr. Jameson not need to check parish records? Would someone other than the beautiful man she'd deceived need to verify her identity? "I shall deal with all the necessary legal proceedings, which should take a week or so," Mr. Jameson said. "But it is just a formality." There was still time, then. She would make her confession tonight. Besides, in all honesty, she could not accept the generous gift. After putting the scissors on Mr. Jameson's desk, Oliver removed his pocket watch, flipped open the gold lid, and placed the small curl on top of the glass face. The care with which he carried out his ministrations touched her. It was as though she'd given him a rare diamond, and he feared another man might come and steal the priceless jewel from under his nose. It was a thoughtful thing for you to do." Her heart was beating so fiercely she struggled to form a coherent word. Other than her parents, no one had treated her with such care and consideration. The selfless act meant more to her than he could ever comprehend. "There is no need to thank me." He closed the lid on his watch and slipped it back into his pocket. "You came to London when it was the last place you wanted to be, and you deserve some form of recompense for the appalling way my father behaved." Was that the only reason he had made the magnanimous gesture? "Still," she swallowed deeply, "your gift is more than generous." Their gazes locked. "I'm confident I am the one with a greater prize." His blue eyes twinkled with the same seductive charm she had thought dangerous at their first meeting. And she had been right. Oliver Darby was dangerous. He had crept up on her unawares and captured her heart. Love, it seemed, was blind to a couple's differences. Love did not play by the rules, did not follow convention. She swallowed down a gasp as recognition dawned. Was love's sacred flame alight in her breast? Was Oliver Darby the gentleman she'd been waiting for her whole life? He was the knight who'd rescued her from the prison tower and beaten her jailers. The one who'd burst into the theatre box and wrestled her from the clutches of Lord Musgrove. The one who'd saved her from making a perilous journey north with nothing but the clothes on her back. He was the one who had given her a home. How could she not love him after that? And when Jeremy turned up to make his ridiculous demands, she would ask one more thing of him. Indeed, he had done so much for her, and yet she had not told him the truth. "I shall help you cover the hole in the window before we leave." Oliver's comment to Mr. Jameson dragged Nicole from her reverie. "Thankfully, we only damaged one small pane in our effort to discover the truth." Mr. Jameson raised his hand. Leave it to me, my lord. It's late. Take Miss Flint home. Very well. I want the matter of Morton Manor dealt with promptly. Miss Flint must be free to return there whenever she wishes.
Nicole found Oliver's determination highly attractive, and while love filled her chest, she could think of nothing other than showing her appreciation with a kiss.
Rest assured, the documents will be prepared and dealt with as a matter of urgency. Oliver inclined his head. Thank you, Jameson. And you'll keep me informed as to Mr. Wilde's plans once the partnership's dissolved. Certainly, my lord.
As they rode in the carriage back to Stanton House, neither of them spoke. Oliver stared at the passing shops and houses, contemplating heaven knows what. Nicole desperately wanted to know what he was thinking. In the morning, she would leave for Morton Manor. To remain in London would be a mistake. And should Rose return to her former prison, someone needed to be there to greet her. Fleeting thoughts of Rose entered Nicole's mind. Were they kindred spirits? Were they destined to live alone? Destined for a life marred by a ruined reputation and a lack of love? Nicole stared at Oliver beneath her lashes. Morton Manor was but 20 miles away, yet the idea of returning created a cavernous hole in her chest. How had she progressed from a reluctance to accompany the Earl to never wanting to leave his side? "Are you thinking about Rose?" she asked him, hoping to distract her mind.
No. Well, yes. Is it not right that I should think about her?
Yes, of course. It's just that you look so distraught. It's been 2 days since I helped her escape. For the life of me, I cannot think where she can be.
He glanced out into the darkness once more. She's out there somewhere. Perhaps she took ill, and a farmer's wife is tending to her needs. Perhaps Cunningham is lying, and he's hidden her away while he plans a trip to Scotland.
Frustration infused every word. I doubt the latter is true. Not when he's bedding Lady Monroe.
Oliver shook his head as he turned to face her. Some men care nothing for fidelity. I told you, Cunningham knows what to say and do to secure Rose's cooperation.
The comment proved intriguing. Was it possible to believe in fidelity, but not love? She imagined lust and fidelity were on opposing sides when it came to battles in the bedchamber. Regardless of what you say, Rose is not that naive. Nicole wanted to have faith in her friend. She really did. But Lord Cunningham had already spun the lady a yarn, and Rose had seemed so convinced of her feelings.
Naivety has nothing to do with it. Oliver dragged his hand down his face. After your experience with Lord Musgrove, you know how persistent men can be.
The mere mention of the Lord's name made her skin crawl over her bones.
Persistent was most definitely the appropriate word to describe his wandering hands.
Must we speak of Musgrove? Nicole had spent the last 6 months trying to banish the man from her mind. In one respect, she supposed she should be thankful to the old Earl for hiding her away in the manor, out of reach. The fellow is a leech who sucks the life from all those he meets, who feeds on a woman's weakness.
Oliver's expression darkened. When I see him again, I pray we will be alone in a dark alley. I pray he finds the courage to throw the first punch, as I will certainly throw the last.
And I pray I shall be there to watch. A smile touched his lips.
We are alike in many ways.
His rich tone drifted over her like a warm breeze.
Without a doubt, you are the most courageous woman I have ever met.
The compliment touched her. In light of Jeremy's appalling behaviour, she'd had no choice but to fend for herself. And I never expected to see a man knock Stokes off his feet. He leant back and folded his arms across his chest.
The size of the man matters not. It has to do with knowing where to punch.
Nicole's gaze traced the line of his muscular arms. A lady would have nothing to fear with Oliver Darby at her side. She wondered if the rest of his body was equally impressive, if he did everything with the same level of skill and mastery. In what other ways do you find us similar? She had to say something to draw her thoughts away from all things sinful. But the need to touch him grew. She craved his kisses, wanted nothing more than to lie in his arms and forget the rest of the world existed. His lips parted and his eyes softened.
You mean other than the fact we share a fondness for kissing?
She wished he would have stopped there, but then he added,
And trust is important to both of us. After suffering at the hands of our family, we value honesty in all things.
Oh, why had he said trust? Every muscle in her body twitched, chastising her for her foolishness. She'd been honest with her thoughts and feelings, so why could she not tell him her name was not Miss Flint? There was only one logical answer that sprang to mind. Regardless of who had warmed his bed in the past, Oliver was a man of integrity. Once he discovered she was the granddaughter of a viscount, he would insist on marriage. Their relationship would be forever based on lies and deceit. To see anything but desire and admiration in his eyes would wear her down until she was a bitter old woman with hate in her heart.
Of course, we have opposing views when it comes to love, he continued, pulling down the blinds before crossing the carriage to sit at her side. He took her hand and brought it to his lips. And yet I sense you have a newly awakened comprehension of the power of passion.
With a slow, languid grace, he removed her glove and circled her palm with the tip of his finger. Every fibre of her being sprang to life. All thoughts of deceit dispersed. The heavy ache between her legs stamped down her fears and concerns. With her other hand, Nicole cupped his cheek. "You were right," she said. "My need for you is like a physical thing growing inside me." Love blossomed too, but she could not risk him withdrawing should she be foolish enough to make the declaration. "Every part of my body aches for you." His breathing grew ragged, and he captured her lips in a kiss that was wild, reckless, a mating of tongues. For her, it was a mating of hearts and minds too. He placed urgent kisses along her jaw, on her cheek, over her eyelids.
God, I'm like a man starved of air, of water, of everything one needs to exist. You are the only one who brings me comfort.
A coolness breezed across her legs as his hand moved up under her skirt to caress her thigh. The pads of his fingers edged past the ribbon securing her stocking, up to the sensitive place pulsing with need. Her skin tingled in anticipation of his touch. The first glide of his fingers sent her head spinning. He was right. Lust was all-consuming, utterly addictive. She fell back against the squab.
"You're already wet,"
he whispered as he claimed her mouth again. As those talented fingers stroked back and forth, she was soon lost in the blissful sensations. All thoughts of decorum upped and left. Any attempt to suppress the whimpers became an impossible task.
"Let it out, love. There's no one to hear you but me."
One finger entered her, and then two. She gripped the lapels of his coat. "Oliver," she panted. Her breasts were full and heavy, and she arched her back, desperate to ease the ache in her core. "Good Lord!"
"Oh, you can do better than that. Tell me what you're feeling. Say it aloud."
I can't." His fingers pushed deeper while his thumb rubbed her sensitive sex.
"Say it."
Nicole gulped. "Bloody hell!" A chuckle left his lips, and his hand stilled. "Don't stop," she panted, arching her back by way of encouragement. Oh, she sounded every bit a mistress.
"I don't intend to."
He claimed her mouth, his tongue mimicking the rhythmical glide of his fingers. Her vision blurred as she was pulled along on this wonderful journey.
"But you will tell me what you need."
Her mind was too fractured to converse.
I need you."
"And where do you want me, Nicole?" He broke free to rain kisses over the exposed curve of her breast. Even through the fabric of her dress and undergarments, her nipple hardened to a peak at the mere brush of his thumb. "Say it." Carried on waves of pleasure, she blurted, I want you deep inside." A growl of a curse burst from his lips. "And when do you want me, Nicole?" The seductive lilt of his voice sent shivers to her toes. "I want you here, now. But we're in a carriage." She was exposed, vulnerable, completely at his mercy. Yet she had never felt so safe, so treasured. "A decent man would wait for a comfortable bed. But when it comes to loving you, I'm no gentleman." He withdrew his fingers, and she groaned. "Have no fear, love. I'll soon have you panting again." Nicole watched as he fumbled with his breeches. "This will work better if we swap places. Sit astride me." They groped about clumsily until he was sitting back in the seat. Nicole gathered her dress up to her waist, relishing his low hum of appreciation as his heated gaze drifted over her stockings. "Come here." His lusty growl sent her heart drumming in her chest, and she almost expired when he unbuttoned the placket of his breeches and took hold of his engorged manhood. The tip glistened, and the muscles in her core pulsed in anticipation. "Are you confident this will work?" Nerves pushed to the fore. "It will work perfectly." Hot hands skimmed her thighs, settled on the bare buttocks, and pulled her close. She straddled him, came up on her knees as those magical fingers slid between the folds of her sex. Good Lord! One touch, and she burned for him. "Free your breasts," he said, staring at the neckline of her gown while still pleasuring her. I can't. The stays are too tight." "Then allow me." Squeezing his fingers down into the bodice, he pushed against her bare skin until one breast tumbled out of her gown, and then repeated the maneuver. "Good God, Nicole, you're so beautiful." He cupped the soft flesh in his palms, circled her nipples with his thumbs as he held her gaze. Overwhelmed by a sudden rush of emotion that had nothing to do with lust, she lowered her head and brushed her lips slowly across his. As always, it did not take long for the flames of passion to ignite, and soon she was writhing in his lap. "No other woman has ever made me feel the way you do. Before we continue, I need to know this is what you truly want. That you choose desire. That you choose me." Oh, this did not come down to a choice. She desired him. She loved him. The waiting was over. Oliver was her one true love. No one would ever compare. And she would take this one magical moment over a lifetime of companionship with any other man. "I want you, Oliver Darby, as my friend, my lover and husband, as my one true love." Without hearing another word, he positioned himself at her entrance and pushed slowly inside. "Lean forward," he whispered. His hands settled on her hips as he took her nipple in his mouth and lavished the peak with his tongue. The urge to bear down grew strong. The need to take him deep and hold him there overshadowed all other thoughts. "I'm not sure what to expect," she said, steeling herself as he pushed against her maidenhead. "Trust me. All will be well." His hands came up to tangle in her hair. "Kiss me." The word trust threatened to dampen her ardour. She would trust him with her life. She was the one guilty of duplicity. As his warm, wet mouth devoured hers, he pushed deeper. It stung a little, felt tight, uncomfortable, but only for a few seconds. The need to connect with him so intimately obliterated any discomfort. And then she gasped as he thrust up and buried himself deep inside her. Oliver stilled. Was something wrong? Had she failed him in some way? He looked up at her. "You're mine now, Nicole." His husky voice brimmed with emotion.
After her experiences with her brother in Musgrove, any claim made on her person should have terrified her. But it didn't. She wanted to belong to Oliver. "Tell me if you need me to stop," he whispered. "Perhaps you should set the pace." He might as well have asked her to make a model of a heron out of paper. What was she supposed to do? But, as always, Oliver took care of everything. The large hands on her buttocks assisted in helping her find a rhythm. A rush of euphoria flooded her senses as she took the hard length inch by inch. Stretched tight, she felt full, complete. "Oh, Nicole, I've thought of nothing but this moment since we met." His fingers trailed over her hip, down to rub her sex. The sensation distracted her momentarily. "Don't stop, love. Take what you want from me. Take what you need." Like the skilled fingers working their magic, those words were her undoing too. She sank slowly, came apart whilst straddling him. The intense feeling of exhilaration, of contentment, washed over her again and again. This was love. Each stroke spoke of freedom, a moment where they could be themselves, exempt from life's pressures. Each thrust spoke of the all-consuming need to be together. Each whispered word of appreciation carried a level of intimacy and tenderness only they shared. "Quick, love," he growled, withdrawing from her body and stroking his manhood on the soft flesh of her thigh. Nicole sat there, ripples of pleasure still coursing through her veins, and relished the look of satisfaction on his face as he came apart too. Once their breathing slowed, his satisfied smile turned into a wide grin. "Passion is a powerful thing, is it not?" Nicole took a moment to savour the glow warming her heart. Love was powerful beyond measure. "Indeed, it is." His dreamy gaze drifted over her exposed breasts. "And do you think you might like to continue our wild adventure once we're home?" Desire was already unfurling in her belly. "I'm surprised you need to ask," she said, dismissing the thought that all good adventures must come to an end. Chapter 19. Twice during his 25 years, Oliver had woken to find a woman sleeping in his bed. Struck down with a fever on his 8th birthday, his mother had climbed on top of the coverlet and lay down next to him. With a gentle hand, she pressed cool linen to his brow and whispered words of comfort. It was a memory that stuck with him, one that often replayed over and over again in his dreams to soothe him, one that occasionally appeared in his nightmares to remind him that life could be cruel, too. Consequently, he considered sleep an intimate affair, far too personal to share with just anyone. He glanced down at the warm body hugging his side. Nicole was the only other woman ever to share his bed. Their legs were intertwined. One slender arm lay across his chest, her palm covering his heart. Vibrant red curls tumbled over her shoulder and across his pillow. With her lips but an inch from his neck, the soft rhythmical breath of deep sleep caused his stomach to perform a range of somersaults and flips. But while his cock stood, hard and thick, fully recovered after many hours of pleasure, the feeling in his chest proved more distracting. Never had he felt so calm, so sated, and so bloody famished all at the same time. Never had he taken comfort from holding a woman close, or experienced the light skipping of his heart that occurred for no apparent reason at all. He wanted to punch a jubilant fist in the air, wanted to think of nothing beyond this perfect, blissful moment. But what the hell did it mean? Usually, after bedding a woman, he was eager to leave, eager to place some distance between them. Sometimes an ocean wasn't wide enough. So why was he still lying there, stroking Nicole's hair, her upper arm,
the soft curve of her hip. Time apart would ease his craving, he told himself. A crippling sense of helplessness sprung from nowhere at the thought of Nicole returning to Morton Manor. It was the right thing to do. Finding Rose had always been their goal, hadn't it? The devil on his shoulder called him out as a fool. He hadn't needed Nicole's help at all. So why had he persuaded her to come? Why did he want to keep her at his side permanently? His heart swelled just to torment him. Where the bloody hell was Rose? He focused his thoughts on his jutting erection, told himself it was lust that drove these cravings, not love. The passion they shared was intense, all-consuming. Under the circumstances, it was only natural to feel this way. The temptress at his side stirred and pressed her naked body into his as she arched her back and stretched one arm above her head. A delicious hum left her lips. The sweet sound spoke to him, and he couldn't resist a sidelong glance. Damn! One glimpse of her bare breast and his body was aflame. But to bed her again would be a mistake. This obsession held him tight in its grip. He couldn't shake it. Wasn't even sure he wanted to. Truth be told, he could not get enough of the mysterious Miss Flint. But surely the rush of euphoria he felt when she spoke, smiled, brushed away a loose strand of hair, would fade eventually. Best to put a stop to their amorous interludes. Best to part as friends. With renewed determination, Oliver slipped out of bed. For obvious reasons, he didn't call his valet, choosing instead to dress quickly, quietly. Once downstairs, he made for his study, dropped into the chair behind the desk and opened the dusty ledger. Work would clear his mind. The numbers represented the income from tenants on his estate, Bridewell. Though written clearly in ink, he couldn't quite grasp their meaning. Bradbury knocked and entered. "Will you be taking your morning meal in here, my lord?" It was rude not to wait for Nicole, but then she could well sleep for hours. "Yes, just something light, Bradbury. Toast and eggs." With all the rushing about the last few days, he'd lost his appetite. "Very good, my lord." 10 minutes passed. Bradbury returned with a silver tray. Oliver made room for it on the desk, took a bite of dry toast and a sip of coffee. The chime of the mantel clock served as a reminder that his guest would soon wake. Despite turning his attention to the accounts, the numbers were still hazy, and he read the same line over and over again. He imagined Nicole waking, wondering where he'd gone. She would question all that had happened between them, just as he had done. She would jump to the conclusion that he'd taken what he wanted and had no thought of her welfare now. Bloody hell! He pushed out of the chair and was about to march around the desk when a knock at the door gave him pause. Bradbury entered. "A gentleman is asking to see you, my lord. He is most insistent." Bradbury stepped forward and offered the salver. Oliver considered the name on the card. Mr. J. Asprey. Asprey? He could not recall meeting the gentleman, though the family were well known about the ton. "Did he give you any indication as to what he wants?" "Only that it is a matter of protecting a lady's reputation." "Good God! Do you think he's heard from Rose?" Oliver raced around the desk. His mouth was so dry he could barely form a word. "Send him in, Bradbury. Send him in at once." The butler plodded out of the door, and Oliver contemplated prodding his behind with the tip of a quill knife to hurry him along. Question after question flooded his mind. Where had his sister been these last few days? Was she hurt? Ill? Was there any need for Nicole to return to the manor now Rose was safe? Bradbury returned and introduced Mr. Asprey. "Thank you for agreeing to see me, my lord." Asprey inclined his head respectfully.
I understand it is a matter of great importance." It was hard to look the man in the eye when the pointed collars of his shirt touched his cheeks. Asprey clutched his leather gloves in his hand. "After what I discovered last night, it is a matter of some urgency." Oliver looked at Bradbury, and with a curt nod gestured to the gloves. His butler had never committed such an oversight before. Bradbury stepped forward. "May I take your gloves, sir?" Asprey shot Bradbury an irritated glare. "As I've already said, I shall keep them with me." In his eagerness to learn the reason for Asprey's visit, Oliver almost made the mistake of asking about Rose. The situation needed tact and diplomacy. "Have we met before?" Oliver was merely being polite. He knew the answer, as he never forgot a face. "I do not believe so, though your father was acquainted with my grandfather, Geoffrey Asprey, the then 5th Viscount Farlow." Oliver vaguely recalled the connection. "I believe my father was friends with his younger brother, Edmund." Oliver couldn't help but stare at Asprey's mouth as he spoke. Were his lips really berry red, or was it a tint? Asprey possessed the same foppish air as Lord Cunningham. A strange sense of foreboding gripped him. Rose seemed to prefer a certain type of gentleman. Both men were weak and obsessed with their own worth. "Would you care to sit?" Oliver gestured to the chairs flanking the hearth. "I can arrange for tea, as it is a little early in the day for brandy." "This is not a social call," the man replied bluntly, slapping the leather gloves into the palm of his free hand purely to intimidate. Then what the hell was it? My butler mumbled something about the need to protect a lady's reputation. Oliver kept calm. This dandy would be begging for his life if he'd taken advantage of Rose. "Indeed." Oliver was quickly losing patience. For some reason, he wanted to punch the arrogant man on his beak of a nose. "Is this a game, Asprey? Am I to stand here all day, guessing your motive?" Asprey looked down his nose and snorted. "You know damn well why I'm here, Stanton. Any brother with an ounce of respect does not play games when it comes to safeguarding his sister's reputation." So this was about Rose. Was Asprey here to bribe him? Did Rose have another beau willing to offer marriage for a price? "If I find out you've hurt her," Oliver jabbed his finger at the pompous oaf, "I swear I will not be responsible for my actions." "Is that what she told you?" The smirk on Asprey's face was almost Oliver's undoing. "I would have thought a man of your licentious habits would respect a man's need to put a woman in her place." For the third time in as many days, Oliver resorted to violence and punched Mr. Asprey on the chin. "How can you call yourself a man when your strength comes from terrifying women?" It was a tap, really. The only way to calm his raging blood. Asprey stumbled back and gripped the chair for support, though managed to keep hold of his damn gloves. "After the disgraceful way you've treated my sister, you have some nerve punching me," Asprey bellowed. He cupped his jaw and regained his balance. "Indeed, I shall call you out if you do not give me the satisfaction I seek." "Satisfaction for what?" Oliver threw his hands in the air, taking some pleasure when the foppish gentleman flinched. "For my sister." "For your sister?" Oliver's mind whirled as he tried to follow the conversation. But then raised voices in the hall caught his attention. "Please, miss," Bradbury said. "You can't go in there. His lordship has a visitor." The door flew open, and Nicole rushed into the room. The pretentious prig grinned. "Ah, Nicole, I assumed it was you I saw peering out of the window. How good of you to join us." Her frantic eyes settled on Mr. Asprey. "I'll not go with you, no matter what you say. You'll have to drag me away kicking and screaming." She turned to Oliver. One look at her fearful eyes and his heart wrenched. "Don't let him take me." Mr. Asprey slapped his gloves into his hand, the sound like the crack of a whip. As your guardian, I'll do as I damn well please.
Chapter 20.
Every muscle in Nicole's body shook. She wanted to curl up in a ball on the floor, cover her ears, and pretend her worst nightmare wasn't about to unfold. She prayed she'd wake up in a cold sweat to find Oliver's warm arms holding her tightly, keeping her safe. I'm not coming with you, Jeremy. She didn't dare look at Oliver again. While anger flashed in his eyes, she saw disappointment, too. The truth was out. She was not Miss Flint, but an imposter. Truth is important to both of us. An icy chill raced across her shoulders at the memory of his words, but it was Jeremy's smug grin that froze the blood in her veins. She knew of the cruel monster hiding behind the false facade. You cannot stay here a moment longer. Jeremy's soulless eyes bored into her. Good God! The whole world thinks you're his mistress. He glanced at Oliver. Numerous people saw you together at the theatre last night. Have you no shame? Nicole gathered every ounce of courage she possessed. Whatever she had to say, she'd best do so now. Oliver would protect her if Jeremy took umbrage and lashed out. Oh, I feel shame. I'm ashamed to say I'm related to you. She squared her shoulders. And yes, I am mistress to Lord Stanton. He has provided me with a house and all the comforts I need. Lord Musgrove won't want me now. Mistress? My sister is no man's mistress. Jeremy's face ballooned beetroot red. What? Are you trying to provoke me? Is that it? He gripped his beige gloves as if holding the neck of a dead chicken and shook them. This is what she does, my lord. Taunts me with her disobedience and disrespect. Oliver simply stared. Though the room was large enough to accommodate 50 people, Nicole couldn't catch her breath. The walls were closing in, the ceiling pressing down. For heaven's sake, Jeremy, the fact I am here means my reputation is beyond saving. I'm of no use to you now, so you may as well leave. Her heartbeat thumped in her ears. Had they been alone, he would have punished her for that comment. The grandson of a viscount deserved respect, even if he was a simple mister. Wait one moment. Oliver looked at her, his gaze piercing. This man is your brother? You're Viscount Asprey's granddaughter. His voice sounded different, not the playful teasing tone she loved. Stone-like was the only way to describe his expression. Where were those soft words of comfort now? Where was the look of hunger she'd seen only a few hours before? She hung her head. Yes. Then your name is not Miss Flint? No, it is a name I use, not the name of my birth. Miss Flint? Her name is Miss Nicole Asprey, Jeremy interjected. He gave a snort of contempt. Perhaps she failed to mention her betrothal to Lord Musgrove. For all the saints, I am not betrothed to Musgrove. The man is a leech, a parasite, and I'd rather die than marry him. That could be arranged, Jeremy snapped, but then he caught himself. Forgive me. I say the most ridiculous things when I'm angry. Oliver remained silent as he watched their exchange. Try as she might, she couldn't read him, had no idea what thoughts were flitting through his head. Why was he not shouting? Why had he not thrown Jeremy out on his ear? A light rap on the door broke the tense silence. The butler entered. My apologies for disturbing you, my lord. Mrs. Asprey wishes an audience too. So Rowena was tired of waiting. Then you may as well show her in, Bradbury. Oliver kept his eyes fixed on the butler. But we'll not need refreshment, as I'm certain their visit will be short. Nicole's heart swelled with relief. His disdain for her brother was evident. Hope threatened to spring to life too. Was the Earl of Stanton the gallant knight she'd been waiting for these last 5 years? Or would he send her packing along with her brother?
Rowena strutted into the room like an exotic bird. The woman was in need of spectacles if she thought the pea-green turban and spencer complemented the orange gown. But then she liked to think herself ahead of the crowd. "My lord," she gave a reluctant curtsy as she addressed Oliver. "I could not wait in that carriage a moment longer. Jeremy is so protective of his beloved sister, I was fearful of what he might do."
Oliver clenched his jaw. "Trust me, madam. I am more than capable of handling volatile situations."
"Of course you are." Although Rowena's voice held a hint of respect for their host, her pinched lips and hawk eyes reflected the anger she held at bay. Jeremy cleared his throat.
"My dear, I'm afraid to say it is not good news. Our sister has confessed to being Lord Stanton's mistress. Musgrove won't want her now."
Rowena sucked in a breath and slapped her gloved hand to her chest.
"Lord preserve us! A mistress! Our dear girl is ruined!" "Miss Asprey is not my mistress," Oliver insisted. "Then there appears to be a discrepancy in the story."
After offering Jeremy a curt nod, Rowena turned to her.
"Nicole, there you are, you silly goose. What a pickle you find yourself in. Where on earth have you been these last 6 months?"
She stopped her ramblings to take a quick breath.
"I am so relieved to find you alive and well."
Oh, Nicole was alive, but she was not at all well.
Her heart was breaking. Having learnt of her deception, Oliver refused to look at her.
"It's only a name," she thought of saying. But she'd had ample opportunity to tell him the truth.
Her failure to do so screamed of mistrust. "What are we to do with you?"
Rowena continued as she stepped closer and drew Nicole into an embrace.
"You'll pay for this, you evil little witch,"
Rowena whispered before pulling away.
"Now, we must do our utmost to ensure you receive some form of recompense for the frightful things that have happened here."
"Indeed," Jeremy agreed.
"Such a slight on a young lady's reputation must be addressed. We were discussing your sister, Stanton. I'm sure you'd agree."
Rarely did Jeremy appear so confident, so calm and in control. She'd seen the same air of arrogance once before, when he'd partnered with a card sharp and was guaranteed success at the tables. Oliver remained silent as he studied the couple. What was he thinking? Nicole clasped her hands in front of her body. There were so many things she wanted to say to him, starting with an apology and ending with a declaration of love.
"Mr. Asprey," Oliver said sternly, "stop dithering and tell me exactly what it is you want."
"Isn't it obvious?" Rowena said.
"You've ruined any chance of our sister making a good match."
"Either your husband is incredibly gifted at throwing his voice, or your manners are lax, Mrs. Asprey.
To be blunt, I was not speaking to you."
Nicole pursed her lips. No one had ever made Rowena's cheeks flush. For that alone, she wanted to throw her arms around his neck and kiss him.
"Then allow me to answer," Jeremy said, somewhat irritated. "We want what your father promised us."
Oliver jerked his head back, though it took a moment for the words to filter into his brain.
"My father? What has that devil got to do with this?"
A deep sense of foreboding took hold.
Had a man ruined Oliver's sister, he would have ripped out his throat and fed it to the dogs.
Mr. Asprey was too calm, too confident. From his cavalier attitude and satisfied smirk, this meeting was all part of a much bigger plan.
"Well?"
Mr. Asprey snorted.
"Why, your father arranged everything."
It was as if time stopped, though the tick-tick of the mantel clock and the growing tension in his shoulders proved otherwise.
"You have 5 minutes to explain yourself."
Oliver flexed his fingers.
He'd wanted to throttle the man since noting the look of fear in Nicole's eyes. "You have 5 minutes before I kick your sorry behind out of my front door." Under the circumstances, is that wise?" Asprey bit down on his lip, his arrogant countenance faltering. "Under the circumstances, you're lucky you're still breathing." It was becoming difficult to keep his anger at bay. While he was disappointed, hurt even, that Nicole had not trusted him enough to tell him the truth. Were he related to this degenerate, he would have done the same. "Our father was Viscount Farlow's youngest son," Asprey blurted. "While his inheritance was substantial, he frittered it away on reckless ventures." Oliver snorted. From what Nicole had told him, Asprey was in no place to judge and had frittered away every penny he'd inherited too. "Hence the need for me to ensure my sister makes a good match," Asprey continued. By a good match, no doubt he meant to anyone with the means to pay his gambling debts. "You've 4 minutes left, Asprey. I'm not interested in your family history. Just tell me what the hell this has to do with my father." Mrs. Asprey opened her mouth, but snapped it shut. "I discovered that my sister had applied for the position of paid companion when I opened the letter confirming your father's wish to meet her," Asprey said. "You opened her private correspondence?" "It was my suggestion," Mrs. Asprey interrupted. "When one's sister has a reckless streak, one must do their utmost to stay abreast of all developments." Nicole stepped forward. "You knew I was planning to run away, and yet you did nothing to stop me." "There was no need," Asprey shrugged. "The Earl feared his son would spend his days entertaining courtesans, that he'd do everything possible to avoid marriage. You are the granddaughter of a respected viscount, from a family the Earl trusted." "What the hell are you saying?" God damn! While Oliver was 1,000 miles away, his father was still plotting to control his life. "Your father knew he was dying. He placed your sister in a house somewhere to keep her away from the fortune hunters, placed my sister there to trap you into marriage." A wide grin filled Asprey's face. "He knew that once you discovered you'd inherited an asylum, you'd assume he'd sent your sister there." "You're lying!" Nicole shook her head as her face grew pale. She covered her mouth with her hand. "No, he's not," Oliver conceded. "He knew only too well the depths of his father's duplicity. The old man had meant him to inherit Morton Manor all along. He'd known Nicole was desperate. The bastard had known of Oliver's predilection for flame-haired beauties. Knew he thought with his cock, not his head. Of course, he'd not expected a crooked solicitor might ruin his plans." Oliver swallowed down a weary sigh. So, the whole thing was a product of his father's imagination. He glanced at Nicole. The old Earl had chosen wisely this time. How could a man not admire such a kind and courageous woman? But none of it was real. Were these strange emotions in his chest false too? Nicole heaved a breath. And what did the Earl promise you in return for your cooperation?" Rowena raised her chin and turned to Oliver. "The Earl had every confidence in your integrity, my lord. Though he knew you were too weak to resist our sister, he was adamant you would do what is right." The blood burned in Oliver's veins. They certainly had the measure of him. He'd ruined a lady, and so would do the honourable thing by Miss Asprey. Still, he wanted to see these snakes squirm. "We paid a boy to watch this house," Asprey added, "although we were somewhat surprised when Nicole arrived without Lady Rose." Regardless of what threats these people made, he would not bow down easily to their request. "I'll not marry on the say-so of my father." He hoped the devil could hear him and was cursing in the grave. But you must! The Earl made a vow." "And the Earl is dead," he answered coldly. Nicole put her hand to her heart. The greater part of him wanted to pull her into an embrace and tell her she had nothing to fear. A small part wanted to banish them all from the room and tell them to leave him the hell alone.
"And you can be certain I'll not marry to please you," Nicole said, directing her comment at her brother.
"You'll do as I damn well say," Jeremy growled. "You still need my permission to wed." "Speak to her like that again, and you'll spend the next few minutes scouring the floor for your teeth."
The grin that suddenly filled Mrs. Osprey's face stretched from ear to ear. "Well, it seems we have no need to worry, Mr. Osprey. This marriage will be a love match, that's for sure."
What nonsense was the woman spouting now?
"In a few months I may marry whom I please," Nicole countered.
The vision of her walking from St. George's holding onto another man's arm sent a tremor rippling through his body. The ice-cold shudder started at the tips of his fingers and finished at the end of his toes.
"Do you honestly think anyone else will marry you now?" Mrs. Osprey said. "It will break my heart to tell my friends of our family's shame."
The veiled threat was supposed to intimidate. It occurred to him that the Ospreys wanted more than the delight of seeing their sister married. As a man who needed funds and was willing to sell Nicole to Lord Musgrove for the sum of £5,000, money was surely the motive for his visit. Musgrove must have mentioned their conversation at the theatre. He must have told the Ospreys that their sister was betrothed to the Earl of Stanton. The only reason they had for not mentioning the fact and insisting that he had ruined Nicole's reputation was to extort money. Other than a guaranteed marriage proposal, what else did my father promise you? There must have been a financial reward. Osprey dug deep into the inside pocket of his coat, removed a folded note and handed it to Oliver. "The price reflects the distress we've suffered upon learning of our poor sister's fate."
"I've had enough of this nonsense," Nicole cried. "We are not marrying, and I am not leaving this house with you. Talk to your friends. Tell them of the disgrace I have brought upon you. But leave me the hell alone." She exhaled loudly. "Now, I shall return to my room."
Oliver raised his hand to calm her. "Wait, Miss Osprey. Grant me a few more minutes of your time, and we will bring this matter to a speedy conclusion."
Nicole stared at him, pursed her lips, and then inclined her head.
Oliver peeled back the folds and read the short missive. It was his father's signature scrawled at the bottom. Then again, perhaps Osprey knew Mr. Wilde and Mr. Burrows. The amount settled on her family upon marriage was certainly more substantial than the sum Lord Musgrove had offered. He handed the note to Nicole. Her eyes grew wide as she scanned the words.
£10,000? Is that the going price for a girl of good breeding?
Rowena adjusted her turban.
"It is the price to atone for the humiliation caused to your family. And what price may I deduct for the years of abuse?"
The thought that Nicole had suffered at the hands of this sorry pair was almost Oliver's undoing. "Allow me to give my perspective on the situation," he said, having made up his mind. "If it were up to me, you'd not see a penny. I do not give in to demands, do not bow down to blackmail. And yet I would pay a hefty sum if I thought it would make Miss Osprey happy. To know she is no longer beholden to you, Mr. Osprey, would please me no end."
Mrs. Osprey's expression brightened, and she rubbed her hands together. "You won't regret your decision, my lord. And I can assure you there'll never be a dull moment with Nicole around."
"Indeed." But Nicole sought independence, not to break free from one man and shackle herself to another. The lady was not an object for sale or barter. "After some deliberation, I find I cannot and will not pay you £10,000. Oliver took great pleasure in watching their ugly grins fade. Mrs. Osprey's face blanched. She gulped. "What do you mean?" Oliver ignored the comment and Mr. Osprey's horrified expression and turned to Nicole. "Miss Osprey, I wish to make you a gift of £10,000. You may do with it what you wish. I impose no conditions. He jerked his head towards her wastrel of a brother. "You can pay your family so that they may never darken your door again. Or you can keep the money on the understanding that they will not remove you from this house while I am still breathing." Nicole stared at him, open-mouthed. I can't possibly accept such a gift. It is not open to negotiation. As a gift, you must accept it in the manner in which it is given. Tears appeared in her eyes. "I'm lost for words." "That was not the agreement," Mr. Asprey countered. "Then sue me." Oliver would love nothing more than seeing this pair rotting in debtor's prison. "I am certain the gossips would love to hear that you sold your sister to pay your creditors." He cleared his throat. "Now, Miss Asprey, what do you want to do?" "Remember your family," her sister-in-law blurted, drawing a handkerchief from her reticule and dabbing her eye. "Remember those who fed you and cared for you and provided for your every need." They were desperate. It wouldn't surprise him to learn that her brother had spent Lord Musgrove's £5,000 and needed the funds to repay him. "I shall remember my family," Nicole said. "I shall remember that they beat me when I opposed their plans." A growl of a curse left Oliver's lips. "Wait!" Mr. Asprey stepped forward. "Your treatment of my sister will reflect badly on your kin. You know how cruel the gossips can be." A black mist descended. "Do not dare threaten me. Your petty effort to intimidate will not work here." Nicole cleared her throat and straightened. "I have made up my mind. I have decided to keep the money." "Excellent." Oliver didn't bother to ring the bell. "Bradbury! Bradbury!" Bradbury hurried in as though his pants were on fire. "My lord?" "The Aspreys are leaving. Be so kind as to escort them to the door." "Have you no honour?" Mr. Asprey waved his gloves. "Is it not your duty to abide by your father's wishes?" "It is my honour and my respect for Miss Asprey that prevents me from dragging you by the scruff of your coat and throwing you into the gutter. That is, after all, where you belong." Jeremy Asprey preyed on the weak. "Spread your gossip, do your worst, but do not underestimate the power I yield amongst those in society." The man took a step towards his sister. "Nicole, please, grant us the funds the Earl promised, and we shall never trouble you again." Nicole's eyes glazed over as she stared at the pattern on the rug. She had a kind and forgiving heart. After everything her brother had done, he could see that her conscience was at war with logic. But Asprey was a man riddled with greed. Once he'd spent the funds, he'd be crawling back for more. "I wish I could say I'm sorry, Jeremy." With a look of determination, Nicole met her brother's gaze. A warm feeling flooded Oliver's chest. Perhaps it was pride. Perhaps it was something else. "I wish things had been different," Nicole continued. "But I must think of my future. I am not responsible for your failings." You can't do this, you spiteful wretch!" Mrs. Asprey spat, hitting her sides with clenched fists. "It is for the best," Nicole said. Her lip trembled and she was trying not to falter. "Goodbye." Bradbury called 2 footmen, and together they ushered the Aspreys from the room. Their moans and grumbles echoed in the hall. "You've not heard the last of this!" Mr. Asprey yelled. Chapter 21. The front door slammed with a thud. Nicole stood in stupefied silence, struggling to make sense of what had just occurred. She stole a peek at Oliver. What would she say? Where would she start? Bradbury appeared at the door. "The matter is taken care of, my lord. The Aspreys are not to be permitted entrance again, no matter what the circumstances." Though his tone was calm, she knew his control was hanging by a thread. "Is that clear, Bradbury?" "Perfectly," my lord."
The butler retreated. A tense silence ensued. Taking a deep breath, Nicole mustered the courage to speak first. "Allow me to express my sincere apology for the way my family behaved." She tried to meet his gaze. "With Rose still missing, you have enough to deal with. The last thing you needed was to hear Jeremy's complaints." Oliver watched her intently, but said nothing. "And about the Miss Flint thing. She'd not meant to make her deception sound trivial. It was wrong to keep the truth from you." A hard lump formed in her throat. Pressure built at the bridge of her nose, and she was in danger of crying. "You've been so kind, so loving and affectionate, too," she added silently. "I cannot leave here knowing you think ill of me." Oliver opened his arms, and she ran into his embrace. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "Sorry for whatever terrible thing has happened to Rose. Sorry for not trusting you enough to tell you about Jeremy." He stroked her hair and held her close. "There is no need to apologize. Yes, it came as somewhat of a shock, but I've always been curious about your background. You've always possessed an air of mystery." Nicole pressed her cheek to his chest and inhaled the unique scent that soothed her fears. "Changing my name was the only way to prevent Jeremy from finding me. Or so I thought." "And yet he knew you were here all along." Oh, she thought she'd been so clever. For once she'd had the upper hand, and all the time Jeremy had been laughing at her, plotting, scheming, waiting. What a naive fool she'd been. And yet she was not sorry for taking the position. How could she be when her knight had come and rescued her? Oliver had shown her how to embrace passion, shown her how to love. Nicole's heart ached at the thought of leaving him, but leave him she must. "I shall return to the manor post-haste." The tremble in her voice reflected the surge of emotion building in her chest. To be alone again, unguarded, unprotected, would be a challenge. "Do you honestly believe you've any hope of finding Rose there? Stay here. Stay here with me." Oh, how she wanted to. But over time, passion withered and died. Lust was like the sweet scent of a rose, intense, alluring, quickly dispersed by the changing wind. Oliver Darby did not believe love existed, and so what hope was there for them? Time apart was needed. When I left the manor, my main aim was finding Rose. She looked up at him. "How can I rest? How can I think of anything else when Rose is still out there?" He was silent for a moment. "Every fibre of my being tells me Rose is safe and well." A weary sigh left his lips. "But you're right. How can we make any decisions for the future when our hearts and minds are distracted?" Did they even have a future? She could not be his mistress, and he had no ambition to take a wife. Nicole stepped back out of his embrace. To wait, to linger would only prolong the agony. She would leave now, before her weak heart faltered, before Jeremy sought revenge. Then it settled. I shall go to Morton Manor and continue the search for Rose. He swallowed deeply and dragged his hand down his face. "And I shall keep watch on Lord Cunningham. Shall we agree that you'll return in a few days, and we can update each other on recent events?" A few days would be enough time for his desire to fade. Nicole nodded. "If you're in agreement, I shall keep Peters at the manor to assist in the search. Should there be any news, I shall send word at once." She was still clutching Jeremy's note. "Here, perhaps you should burn this," she said, taking his hand and thrusting the letter into his palm. "Watch it go up in smoke, and put paid to your father's cunning plan." He scrunched the paper in his fist and threw it into the cold grate. "I'll not light the fire in here until you return. We shall watch it burn together, as a tribute to all those who seek to meddle in other people's affairs." And what if she didn't return? "That certainly sounds like a plan," she said, forcing a smile. "Well, I have very little to pack, but must beg one more favour." He stepped closer.
"Ask for anything, and it shall be yours."
Anything? The only thing she wanted was for him to love her in return. "Could I beg use of the carriage? I would rather not linger on the street waiting for the mail coach."
"Of course. Jackson will remain at the manor for a few days," he agreed. "Purely as a precaution. During your search, you may have use of his services, and I miss being in the saddle."
He captured her hand and brought it to his lips.
"Is there anything else you require before you leave? Is there anything else I can do for you?"
Nicole swallowed. His hand was hot, his lips warm and wet. Her insides melted at his touch, at the sound of his rich voice. She conjured an image of him pressing her down into the plush mattress, of him rising above, thrusting deep, and claiming her as his own. Good Lord! The overwhelming urge to join with him took hold. Every pleasurable emotion possible swelled in her chest. Longing, lust, love. What harm could it do to indulge her desires? She was in love with him. "There is one more thing," she whispered in a sensual tone. "Show me one more time how deep this attraction is between us."
He raised a sinful brow. "By deep, I assume I have understood your meaning."
"Did you not say love is like opium?"
"I believe I did, although, after careful consideration—"
"Then I am in need of a healthy dose." His breath came quickly as he captured her mouth in a kiss that was wild and hungry. "Lock the door, Oliver." Her body thrummed with anticipation. To touch his smooth, bronzed skin, to feel him move inside her, was exactly what she needed.
He scanned the room with a look of surprise. "You wish to remain here?"
Everything about the masculine space reminded her of him. His musky scent hung in the air, earthy and enticing. Even the sight of mundane objects, a letter opener, a leather journal, a desk globe, seemed to radiate his unique essence. This was the room where he'd taken her in his arms, the only time she'd ever been asked to dance. And she would do everything in her power to banish the memory of Jeremy's interference from this special place. Employing the wiles of a seasoned courtesan, she perched on the edge of his desk. Why not? She wanted him to remember her. When busy writing in his ledger, he'd be forced to put down his quill as he recalled the image of thrusting deep into her body as she lay back on the wooden surface.
Why not, indeed?
With his mouth curled up into a wide grin, he locked the door and came to stand between her legs. One swipe of his hand and the papers cluttering the desk landed on the floor. Large hands settled on her waist. He picked her up and pushed her back a little until her legs dangled over the edge. "Have I told you I find your masterful approach rather appealing?" she said, as the heavy thrum of desire beat its potent rhythm deep in her core. His hand drifted up under her skirt, skimmed her stocking and bare thigh.
"By masterful, I assume you mean skilled."
Warm fingers brushed against her most sensitive spot. Nicole sucked in a breath as he stroked back and forth. "You certainly know how to rouse a lady's desire." Like a wanton wench, she rocked her hips against his hand. He leant forward and kissed her throat.
"And what if I want to rouse your love?"
His hand stilled for a moment, as did his lips. The atmosphere in the room shifted. The energy surrounding them pulsed like a racing heartbeat, waiting for the answer too. But then he cleared his throat, as if the words were merely an inconvenient obstruction. Well, she would not let him escape so easily. "To rouse my love, you would need to defend my honor when jealous women throw their insults." The urge to please him took hold. Nervous fingers fluttered to the fall of his breeches and brushed lightly against the thick shaft, already eager to join with her. A mumbled curse of appreciation left his lips. "To rouse my love," she said, undoing the buttons, "you would need to burst into a theatre box and rescue me from the clutches of a self-obsessed prig."
"Bloody hell,"
he whispered as her fingers settled around the hard length of him. Every part of her body tingled. To know she had the ability to affect him was liberating. She found the courage to slide her hand up and down his solid member. His skin was as smooth as silk, and he moved his hips to push through her hand. "To rouse my love, you would need—" She was forced to stop as one long finger slid up into her sheath. "You would need to make me feel as though I'm the most important person in the world." She couldn't talk anymore. Her mind was lost in a hazy cloud. The moist sound as his fingers teased her to distraction worked to obliterate all her inhibitions. Desperate to take him inside her, she pumped his manhood hard and quick.
"Slow down, love."
"I want you now, Oliver." It was the truest thing she'd ever said. "I need you. I cannot wait." A guttural groan left his lips. In a sudden frenzy of activity, he'd hiked her skirt up to her waist, dropped his breeches to his ankles, and pushed inside.
"Oh, God, you feel so good."
He grabbed her buttocks and thrust long and deep.
"Tell me what you want, Nicole."
She was already spiraling, already lost in a heady wave of passion. I... She could hardly form a coherent word.
"Claim me, Oliver. Fill me full. Make me yours."
Good Lord, her voice was thick with lust. Another curse and a growl burst from his throat.
"I'll give you everything I have, but you'll come for me first."
And then he was kneeling on the floor, her legs draped over his shoulders as his tongue danced wickedly over her sex. She writhed on the desk, clawed at the surface. Books tumbled to the floor and landed with a thud. The globe fell and rolled off the edge. What need had she to examine the world's expanding horizons? Her world flicked his tongue one more time and sent her soaring up to the heavens. And then he was inside her again, easing in and out of her body slowly at first.
"I'll give you 3 days at Morton Manor," he said as he pounded harder.
He gritted his teeth as he took what he needed.
3 days, and then I want you back here."
His release came upon him quickly. He withdrew and spilt himself over her bare thigh. They stilled, their ragged breathing filling the room. Nicole looked up into sparkling blue eyes, still dark with desire. Heavens above, she would miss this man, she thought, as he wiped her leg with his handkerchief. She trusted him implicitly. He had promised her his protection and had not let her down. One thing was certain. She would never love another man the way she loved Oliver Darby. Chapter 22. Oliver sat back in the chair in his study and downed a mouthful of brandy. The room was cold, for he had promised not to light the fire until Nicole returned, though he would have loved nothing more than to see his father's words go up in smoke. He supposed he could have sat in the drawing-room and warmed his hands in front of the flames, but being in the study reminded him of Nicole, the mysterious lady who'd found the secret door to his heart. So why the hell had he let her leave? The thought of her alone in that miserable place filled him with dread. It was not for her safety, he feared. Jackson had learnt to fight in the back alleys and could handle almost every situation. But she'd spent hours walking the streets in nothing but a flimsy dress. What if she took ill in the night? What if Grapes hid in a secret passage, waiting to pounce? What if... Hell, he seemed to have lost a grip on reality. Worrying was akin to a debilitating illness.
He shook his head. 3 days would pass quickly. He glanced at the mantel clock. So why had 2 hours felt like a damn lifetime? One swig of brandy was not enough to fill the void in his chest. It would take a bottle to numb these strange feelings inside. Cravings subsided. One's obsessions haunted the mind, not the soul. Neither of those things explained the ache in his chest. A rap at the door brought Bradbury. "Excuse me, my lord, but we were a little concerned that you've not come for dinner. Shall I have a platter brought in instead?" Good Lord, he'd spent so much time trying to understand these newfound emotions, he'd forgotten to eat. But he wasn't hungry. Well, not for food at any rate. "Make me up a small plate." Bradbury would nag until Oliver ate something. "There's pheasant, fowl, turbot, and veal." "Veal, then." The servants would eat anything that couldn't be saved. Bradbury nodded, but did not look appeased. He hovered at the door. "What is it, Bradbury?" "If you don't mind me saying, my lord, you look tired. Shall I have the fire lit in your chamber?" The man did fuss. But after years of being ruled with an iron hand, the servants were grateful to have a new master. Consequently, they went to no end of trouble to make sure Oliver had all the necessary comforts. "It has been a busy few days," Oliver replied. Hectic was a better word, and he was tired of thinking, tired of worrying. Once Miss Flint was safely back at Stanton House, where she belonged, he would rest easier in his bed. But Nicole did not belong at Stanton House, he reminded himself. Morton Manor was her home now, yet the thought of her living anywhere else other than with him made him nauseous. The thought of her living in the draughty old house chilled him to the bones. Oliver glanced up to find Bradbury rooted to the spot. It appeared his butler had no intention of leaving just yet. "It might be nothing, my lord, but there was a carriage parked in the square this afternoon." Bradbury looked at him apologetically. "I would not have mentioned it, but Thompson, the butler next door, seems to think the occupant was watching his master's house." "And yet you think they might have been watching mine?" Oliver straightened. After all that had occurred, Bradbury was right to be suspicious. Was it Osprey? It stood to reason that Jeremy would continue to harass Nicole, but to return so soon spoke of desperation. "Without a description of the vehicle, I cannot be certain. Thompson is somewhat of an unreliable witness." There'd been no one on the street when Oliver stood at the window and watched his carriage rumble out of the square. Indeed, he had stayed there transfixed for 10 minutes or more. Still, the sense that something was wrong pecked away like a crow on a carcass. From the moment Nicole had said goodbye at the door, he'd felt oddly unbalanced. What if Osprey was waiting for an opportunity to abduct Nicole? What if Osprey had followed the carriage out to the manor? Oliver jumped from the chair. It was best to be cautious. "Tell Owen to saddle my horse. I'm leaving for Morton Manor." Morton Manor was as dismal as Nicole remembered. The damp stone walls looked shiny in the moonlight, wet with the tears of all those who'd suffered within its confines. The landscape was just as bleak, with ugly clumps of grass and prickly brambles spoiling the vista. Tree saplings sprouted, but never grew more than an inch or two. Small, inky pools of water sat stagnant on top of the sodden clay soil. The place was as grim and gloomy as her heart. Hours had passed since she'd left Stanton House. Oliver had taken her in his arms, refused to let her go. "You can stay a little longer," he'd said when she tried to leave. "It will be too late to begin your search tonight. Why not wait and leave in the morning?" But what was the point of delaying the inevitable? She'd cried all the way to the Talbot Inn. They were tears of sadness. For Rose, for the realization that Jeremy despised her, that she had no family she could trust. There were tears of happiness, too. Some people spend a lifetime without experiencing true love, and she had been lucky enough to find it.
"I'll take the horses around to the stables, Miss Asprey." Jackson's gruff voice broke her reverie, "and settle them in for the night."
It was strange hearing her real name spoken aloud. For months she'd been Miss Flint. Miss Asprey was a girl, frightened and alone, desperate to flee years of patriarchal dominance. Miss Flint was a woman who defied society's rigid rules, a woman strong enough to take what she wanted and to hell with the consequences.
"Are you all right, Miss Asprey?"
Jackson's narrow gaze scanned her face.
"If you'd rather spend the night at the Talbot—"
"No, I'm fine. Thank you, Jackson. Take the horses to the stables. There's a trough and a water pump, and you'll find fresh hay bales in the barn. The lantern hangs on a hook near the stable doors." With the carriage lamps lit, Jackson would have no problem navigating the small space in the dark.
"His lordship said I'm to check the house before you enter, in case that rabble we threw out have found their way back here."
Nicole straightened. So much had happened in the last few days, she'd forgotten all about Stokes and Mrs. Gripes. It hadn't occurred to me that one of them might be hiding somewhere in the shadows. Stokes had a vicious streak, though his need to seek employment would give him cause not to linger. "But see for yourself." She gestured to the facade. "There's not a light in any window. One would need a strong constitution to sit alone in that house come nightfall."
"Are you sure, miss? It will take me but a few minutes to do a quick tour of the premises."
Nicole stood in the courtyard and surveyed the depressing building. A frisson of fear rippled through her. Miss Flint might be strong, but she was not a fool. Very well. She was suddenly thankful that Oliver had sent his man to keep her company. "We'll walk through the rooms together, and then you can see to the horses." Jackson removed the iron key from the pocket of his coat and handed it to her. She'd left Mrs. Gripes' chatelaine on the kitchen table. Later, she would remove every key and burn the blasted thing. The front door groaned as she pushed it open. A chill breezed through the hall, brushing against her neck like ice-cold fingers. Darkness engulfed them.
"Stay close, miss,"
Jackson said as a faint scratching noise permeated the silence.
"No doubt the field mice are looking for something to nibble."
They moved into the dining room. A plate of bones, an empty tankard, and a scrunched napkin littered the table. "Someone's here." She clutched the sleeve of Jackson's coat. Jackson nudged the plate.
"Happen a servant left them."
Nicole didn't think so. They'd not been there when she left. In the stillness, one imagined hearing strange noises, creaks and moans, fingers tapping the window, the wind whispering ominous warnings. As they rounded the table, the curtain flapped back and forth. She gestured to the window. Jackson strode over and punched the material before yanking it to the side and searching behind. His boots crunched on something underfoot.
"Mind where you walk, miss. There's glass on the floor."
Nicole stepped closer. Just like the door at the solicitor's office, one square pane was broken. She glanced back and peered around the room. The candlesticks were missing. Where was the mantel clock?
"There's a dead branch on the ground outside. Happen it hit the window."
Jackson offered a reassuring grin.
"Once I've seen to the horses, I'll find some wood and fix it up."
They continued through the house to the upper floor, but found no other evidence of an intruder.
"Where might I find a candle, miss?"
"There's one in my room." Nicole led him to the bedchamber she'd shared with Rose. A thought flashed through her mind. What if Rose had come back to find the house abandoned? What if she'd forced her way in, desperate to take shelter? But the room was empty.
Their clothes hung in the armoire and lay folded in the drawers. Nicole stood on tiptoes and patted the top of the wardrobe in search of the candle. Relief coursed through when she wrapped her fingers around the wax stick. Mrs. Gripes refused to light the house at night. The woman was a miser and pocketed every spare penny she could. Jackson pulled a tinderbox from his pocket and with a few precise strikes lit the candle.
"Will you be all right here while I go out to the stables?"
Of course. The place was not nearly as terrifying without Stokes and Gripes in residence. A look of pity flashed in Jackson's eyes.
"I can sleep downstairs tonight if you like."
"Honestly," she began, about to decline the generous offer, but then a pang in her chest forced her to reconsider. "Just for tonight, then. This house can be a little unsettling in the dark."
Jackson nodded. "Perhaps you should settle down for the night. I'll lock the front door while I see to the horses, and then I'll fix the window and bed down in the dining room."
"Thank you, Jackson." Nicole stood and waited for Jackson's footsteps to recede. The loud thud of a door closing indicated he'd left the house. She placed the candle in the holder on the side table, and then undressed and slipped into a nightgown, but was too tired to go in search of clean water. Instead, she climbed in between the cold sheets and thrashed her legs about to get warm. Since leaving the manor, she'd hardly slept. It wasn't long before her lids grew heavy and all thoughts turned to dreams of Oliver. A loud bang woke her from her slumber. Nicole glanced at the candle. Judging by the length of the wax, she'd slept for 30 minutes, no more. Jackson must have finished in the stables. She pulled the covers up to her shoulders, closed her eyes and turned to lie on her stomach. A board on the stairs creaked, as did one on the landing. Jackson was a strong, sturdy fellow with a heavy gait and would call out to warn her if he approached. But then perhaps he didn't want to wake her. The hinge on the bedchamber door squeaked. Footsteps padded over to the bed. She could hear heavy breathing and found the courage to open her eyes and look. Every drop of blood drained from her body and pooled in her legs. "Good Lord! What are you doing here?" She couldn't move, struggled to speak.
"I am not a man who takes no for an answer."
Stay away from me. Do you hear?" Chapter 23. Only a single candle broke the darkness. It was enough to cast a sliver of doubt upon the credibility of the scene. Nicole prayed that her tired eyes were playing tricks, that the shadow of the man before her could not possibly be real.
"Fate has brought us together again, my dear."
Lord Musgrove stepped closer to the bed.
"How fortunate that Mrs. Asprey suggested I watch Lord Stanton's house, else I might never have found you."
Nicole shuffled around to face him. "You followed me to Morton Manor?" Upon noting Musgrove's lecherous gaze, she pulled the sheet up to her chin. Her hands were clammy, and her heartbeat pounded in her ears.
"How else were we to be together?"
Musgrove knelt down and captured her hand in his.
"You're so stubborn, my dear, and your ploy to make me jealous worked a treat."
The man had lost his mind. If only the manor were still an asylum, the deranged lord would definitely be at home.
"Now, we must get this silliness over with and cement our alliance. Birds are kept in cages for a reason, and I cannot allow my little dove to fly off again."
Fear had frozen all logical thought, but Jackson was somewhere on the premises. It was only a matter of time before he heard them and came running. "But I should like to know how you plan to match Lord Stanton's offer," she said, desperate to keep him talking. "My brother is stubborn. Jeremy will hold out for the best price."
Musgrove snorted. "Stanton's lost out this time. Just this afternoon your brother accepted another £10,000 to secure your hand." His eyes widened. I mean, it is a little steep, a little more than I wanted to pay. But it's worth it, just to know you're safe and can finally feel settled.
What the devil? How can you trust him? My brother has betrayed you once before. Her gaze flicked to the bedchamber door, but there was no sign of Oliver's coachman. After moistening his lips, the Lord brought her hand to his mouth and slobbered all over her knuckles. Nicole's stomach churned with disgust.
But I am here, my dear. Your sister offered the perfect solution to the problem.
Rowena is not my sister. She was a spoilt brat sent to make Nicole's life a misery. And I doubt if a woman of her mental capacity could unravel her own bootlaces. Musgrove chuckled.
Well, she has outdone herself this time. You see, once I break you in—
Break me in! Nicole cried, hoping to alert Jackson. I'm not a wild horse in need of taming.
Of course not, my dear, of course not. But the first time can be a tiresome experience.
A rush of warmth thawed her frozen limbs at the memory of taking Oliver into her body. There'd been nothing tiresome about the act. But if Lord Musgrove thought to lay a finger on her, she'd fight him with every breath. Gathering her courage, she edged back the covers. But it won't be my first time, she said proudly. I have already given that prize to Lord Stanton. With a blank expression, Musgrove stared at her. The air stilled. Just when she thought the temperature couldn't get any colder, a sharp and bitter wind whipped through the room in the form of Lord Musgrove's wrath.
Is this some sort of joke? Did he force himself on you?
His face swelled as the blood rushed to his cheeks.
Tell me, was it after the incident at the theatre?
Does it matter? I love him. Saying the words aloud brought a rush of euphoria. Feeling more confident now, she raised her chin in defiance. There will never be anyone else. Never! Musgrove gritted his teeth.
But I paid your brother a king's ransom to have you.
My brother is not the keeper of my heart. You cannot put a price on love. Without warning, Musgrove lunged forward and grabbed her wrist.
Enough of this nonsense. Your brother was right. You need a firm hand.
Jackson! Nicole cried at the top of her voice. Jackson! Oh, for heaven's sake, Jackson, please hurry.
He cannot hear you. Musgrove gave an evil chuckle. He's locked in the barn, and my coachman has blocked the door. Thank the Lord someone broke the window, and I was able to pull up the sash and climb in.
Nicole jerked her hand to break free, but for a man as thin as a pencil, he was remarkably strong. The only hope she had was to escape through the same window. Grabbing the pillow with her free hand, she swung it hard and hit Musgrove on the head. It shocked him enough to release his grip on her wrist. There wasn't a second to waste. She scrambled out of bed and darted towards the door. But Lord Musgrove was light on his feet for a man with gout. He caught her by the waist, picked her up and swung her around in an effort to get her back on the bed. Nicole kicked out, hit the side table with her foot and sent the candlestick hurtling onto the bed. It hit the coverlet, and the material went up like straw on a bonfire. She shrieked, but Musgrove was a man obsessed, oblivious to the flames creeping over every inch of the bed.
Stop fighting.
He firmed his grip, making it more difficult for her to breathe.
Oh, I can see there'll need to be strict rules once we're wed.
Are you blind? The words sounded croaky. Put me down and get some water before the whole house goes up.
You're not getting away from me again.
Like a naughty child, the flames ran up the wall behind the headboard, seeking every opportunity to cause mischief. Black smoke filled the room, stinging her eyes, clawing at the back of her throat. We need water, Nicole coughed. She could feel her resolve weakening. Surely this wasn't how her life was supposed to end. Musgrove coughed too, and was forced to relinquish his grip. He backed away to the window, but just stood there staring as the angry child stuck out its fiery tongue in defiance, licking everything in its path. "Lord Musgrove!" The words fell on deaf ears. Nicole tugged his arm. "Help me fetch water, damn it!" She raced from the room and down the stairs. Musgrove followed in a daze. It was as if his mind had abandoned his body, leaving nothing but an empty shell. "Hurry!" They fumbled about with the water pump, returned to the room minutes later, carrying a bucket each. But they were too late. The flames had ventured out into the hall, swallowing the paintings on the wall, spreading out across the ceiling. The sight dragged Musgrove from his daydream. "For all the saints! We've no hope of putting it out." They threw the contents of their buckets at the wall, but the faint sizzle sounded more like a sneer of contempt. Musgrove threw his bucket on the floor, coughed once or twice into his coat sleeve, and then hurried to the window. "Don't!" Nicole cried, but Lord Musgrove pushed up the sash and tried to swish the billowing smoke outside. "The fire will only spread more quickly." They had no hope of saving the manor now, and so their priority was saving themselves. "We must leave." Nicole hurried back to the stairs and had descended a few steps when she felt Musgrove's hand at her back, tugging and pushing. The flames roared above them. Flakes of charred wallpaper, the edges glowing amber, rained down on their heads. Nicole covered her mouth with her arm. Every breath of toxic air burnt her lungs. "For God's sake, hurry!" Musgrove barged past her as he raced down the stairs. She hit the wall, tripped and stumbled. Time slowed, and then she was falling, hitting every other stair with a thud. She smacked her head on the tiled floor as she landed, saw Musgrove's hazy figure rushing into the dining room, and then everything went black. Oliver gave his horse a reassuring pat as he slowed to a trot. He'd ridden as though the devil were chasing his heels. Sweat radiated from the animal's coat. Cyrus had proved almost as quick as a carriage, but the black stallion was tired and needed a drink and somewhere to rest. Morton Manor was half a mile ahead. Fear threatened to choke him at the thought of what he might find there, but he shook it away. Jeremy Asprey was a weak, insipid man. Mrs. Asprey was the sort who sat in a carriage all day long with the sole intention of snooping. But what could they do? Even if they had followed Nicole to the manor, Jackson would not permit them entrance. You could hit the coachman with a metal bar and he'd barely flinch. With his mind appeased, Oliver looked out into the distance. The moon shone full and bright in a cloudless sky. The air was warm. As the trees lining the road to his left gave way to fields, he noticed the plume of thick grey smoke spiralling up towards the heavens. The smell of wood smoke invaded his nostrils. With a narrow gaze, he stared into the darkness, saw a flash of orange light amid the ghostly silhouette of Morton Manor. Bloody hell! He gripped the reins, dug his heels in, and hoped that Cyrus had the energy for one last gallop. A few minutes later, he charged into the courtyard and jumped down from his horse before the poor creature had time to stop. The sight that met him robbed him of breath. The top floor of the manor was ablaze. "Nicole!" Oliver cried out, swinging around and around in the hope she'd come running out of the shadows. A sudden crack filled the air as the glass in one window shattered under the intense heat. "Nicole! Jackson!" He shouted their names countless times. Good God! Oliver scanned the facade, searching for a sign, some indication that he should attempt to enter the burning building. Then he noted the figure climbing out of a downstairs window. Relief flooded his chest. Despite the trembling muscles in his legs, he raced over to find Lord Musgrove with his hand to his mouth as he gasped for air. "Musgrove? What the hell are you doing here? Where's Nicole?" Musgrove coughed and spluttered, rubbed his bloodshot eyes, and crumpled to the floor like a marionette with broken strings. Oliver grabbed him by the lapels of his coat and dragged him to his feet. "Where is Miss Asprey?"
He shook the dazed lord again and again. "Tell me, where is she?" Musgrove raised a limp hand and pointed to the house. She was behind me. You left her in there." He released the pathetic excuse for a man and climbed through the open window. Smoke wafted down the stairs to add to the increasing blanket that made it impossible to see. The roar of flames above filled his ears as the fire devoured everything it touched. The intense heat stung his skin. "Nicole! Please, God, let her hear me. Let her be safe." The sharp pain in his chest felt like a knife to his heart, ripping and tearing the tender organ to shreds. Putting a hand to his mouth, he crept out into the hall. He kept his head bowed and almost tripped over her lifeless body lying sprawled on the floor. "Save me," she'd said at their first meeting when she clutched his arm at the spot where she now lay motionless, dying. Strange creaks and groans emanated from upstairs, as if the house were crying out in pain too. Oliver bent down and scooped Nicole into his arms. He held his breath for fear of sucking in the choking air and hurried to the window. Musgrove was sitting on the floor on the opposite side of the courtyard, staring up with a blank expression. Holding Nicole tight to his chest, Oliver climbed through the window. Once his feet were firmly on the ground, he ran, eager to put some distance between them and the glowing timbers that would soon come crashing down. "Nicole," he said, placing her gently on the ground and smoothing her hair from her face. "Can you hear me?" With some trepidation, he felt her pulse. "You're alive," he said, as a torrent of emotion erupted in his chest. It might have been his imagination, but her lids fluttered. "Oliver." "I'm here, Nicole." Beneath hooded lids, she looked briefly at the manor before turning to him. "I'm not sorry to see it burn." She coughed again and again, struggled to catch her breath. "Don't speak. You need to rest. We'll go to the inn." My head hurts." She closed her eyes. Panic flared as he ran his fingers gently through her hair and touched the hard lump above her temple. "Then stay awake, love, just for a while. Don't leave me." "My lord! My lord!" Jackson's breathless voice reached his ears. He came running up to them. "Forgive me, my lord." He glanced at Musgrove. "That fool left his carriage in front of the barn door. His coachman only let me out when he saw the flames." Oliver wasn't surprised, but he didn't want to think of what had happened in his absence. Musgrove is a conniving bastard. A good beating might bring the man to his senses. "I'm happy to oblige." Jackson gazed up at the manor. The timber beams supporting the roof collapsed into the upper floor. "Thank you, but it is something I intend to see to myself." Nicole coughed, though did not open her eyes. "Fetch the carriage. There is nothing we can do here. Miss Asprey needs a doctor." And he needed a stiff drink to calm his racing heart. Jackson nodded and hurried off into the night while Oliver held Nicole in his arms, praying she'd recover. The thought of losing her was too painful to contemplate. Bollocks to passion and lust, and to all the other pathetic things he'd rambled on about to convince himself true love did not exist. Given a chance, he'd gladly swap places with her. He'd take whatever punishment the Lord saw fit just for the opportunity to see her smile again. Was that love? He was damn sure it was. The sound of a horse's hooves pounding the drive caught Oliver's attention. A gentleman appeared at the entrance to the courtyard. His horse stopped and pawed the ground at the sight of the roaring flames. The gentleman settled the horse, dismounted, and rushed towards them. "I saw the flames and came immediately." A weary sigh left his lips as he noted the extent of the devastation. "But I can see I'm too late." He bent down at their side. "She's alive, I take it?" Oliver nodded. "Yes, but she's inhaled smoke, fallen somehow, and hurt her head. May I? The gentleman captured Nicole's hand and checked her pulse. There's a doctor in Abberton a few miles up the road. I'll ride there at once. Another wave of relief rippled through him. We'll wait at the Talbot Inn. I don't care what it takes. Have him come at once. Will you be all right at the Talbot? I have a large house and would offer you a place to stay, but I have young children who would be easily distressed at the sight of... He struggled to finish the sentence. Thank you for the thought, Oliver said, but he wanted to remain at Nicole's side until she was fit and well again. A gentleman of such good breeding would not allow him to share a room with an unmarried woman. The inn is clean and comfortable, and Mrs. Parsons is a capable woman who'll know what to do. The gentleman nodded. Then I shall return with the doctor and meet you there. He ran to his horse, mounted the beast with ease, and galloped away down the drive. Jackson appeared with the carriage. I'll climb down and help you lift Miss Osprey inside. It's fine, Jackson. I can manage. Oliver lifted Nicole into his arms. Jackson jumped down anyway and opened the door. Life is a fragile thing, is it not? Oliver whispered, almost to himself, as he stared at the dirty smudges covering Nicole's porcelain skin. Good God, he couldn't lose her. Not now. She'll be right as rain in no time, my lord, Jackson replied. Mark my words. Miss Osprey is stronger than most. That she is, Jackson. Oliver sat on the floor between the seats and stared at Nicole lying stretched out at his side. She's a true original, that's for sure. Jackson shut the door. Stay with me, Oliver whispered as he stroked Nicole's forehead. Her eyelids fluttered, and she lifted a limp hand to his cheek. Oliver. Yes, my love. Hope sprung to life in his chest. Thank you. She closed her eyes. You saved me. A hard lump formed in his throat, and he captured her hand and kissed her palm. No, my love. It is you who have saved me. Chapter 24. They'd spent 3 days at the Talbot Inn. Nicole kept to her bed while Oliver sat on a chair by her side, clutching her hand, willing her to live. With each passing day she seemed more alert, spent less time sleeping. Though the whites of her eyes were no longer red, her voice was hoarse, and the persistent cough would take a week or more to clear. Dr. Taylor explained that the tiredness and confusion stemmed from inhaling smoke rather than from the bump on the head. Consequently, all the windows in the bedchamber were open. The more air circulating the room, the better. Oliver had no idea what had happened to Lord Musgrove. Both Jackson and Peters scoured the area, but there was no sign of the Lord's coachman or his carriage. If you feel well enough, perhaps we could venture downstairs, Oliver said. Relief flooded his chest whenever she opened her eyes and smiled. Mr. Parsons has kept a private room free should you have the strength to move. Nicole touched his hand. I would like that. You know how I hate being cooped up indoors. He offered a coy grin, though you did not object to being cooped up in a carriage. That all depends on who I'm with. She removed her hand and covered her mouth to cough. And what we're doing. Oliver stood, bent down and kissed her once on the mouth. I'll tell Parsons to get the room ready for dinner. He rushed downstairs, barked orders at Mr. Parsons, who took it all with good grace. There were a few reasons why he wanted the moment to be perfect. They were yet to discuss the damage to Morton Manor. There was news of Miss Murray and Mr. Burrows, and the burning love in his chest was desperate to find a voice. Mr. Parsons deserved a knighthood, Oliver thought, as he escorted Nicole into the private room an hour later. The windows were all open. The innkeeper had not lit the fire,
knowing the fumes would be too much for Nicole's chest, but instead had draped thick blankets over the back of the chairs. A vase of pink roses stood on the side table. The lit candles in the wall sconces cast a warm glow and gave a feeling of intimacy. "It's so good to be out of bed." Nicole sat in the chair while Oliver took a blanket and placed it around her shoulders. "Are you warm enough?" She smiled. "Yes, I'm fine." He settled into the chair next to her and resisted the urge to serve dinner, to treat her as a helpless child. "I told Parsons not to bother us for at least an hour." She understood his meaning and helped herself to meat and vegetables from the platter in the middle of the table. "Have you been up to the house since the fire?" she asked. Oliver put down his cutlery. "I'm afraid to say that there's nothing left of the manor but a stone shell. The best thing to do would be to demolish the ruins and start again." She pursed her lips and stared at her plate. "I suppose I should be upset, but I'm not. After spending an hour alone in the house, I knew I couldn't live there." "The manor is an eerie place," he agreed. "You could sell the building as it stands along with the land." A sigh left her lips, but then she brought the napkin to her mouth and coughed. "Excuse me. Oh, I'll be glad when I can talk without this awful tickling in my throat." He had a nervous tickle in his throat. "You'll think this odd, but I went to the local church and prayed for your swift recovery." He'd had another reason for visiting the church. "It's not odd at all. I find it rather endearing." "Well, I have a lot to be thankful for, and so thought it best to show my gratitude." Oliver took a sip of his wine, though his eyes never left her. "Most of all, I'm grateful I followed my instincts and came to Morton Manor to check you were all right." "I'm grateful too." She dabbed her napkin to her lips. "Lord knows what would have happened had you ignored the impulse to ride out here." Oliver closed his eyes briefly to banish the stabbing pain in his chest. Once the horrific images faded, he cleared his throat. "Though I never thought it possible to utter these words, I'm grateful to my father. Had he not sent you to the manor, we would never have met. I would still be an arrogant arse instead of a man deeply in love." Nicole's wide eyes settled on him. Did you just say—" "I'm in love with you, Nicole." A smile formed on his lips. "Surely you knew." She stared at him and shook her head. "But you don't believe in love. Love is like opium. Love is a crutch." Yes, I know." Oliver sighed. God, he was embarrassed to hear the things he'd said. "And you do not believe in the power of passion, yet your delightful pants and moans suggest otherwise." Her cheeks flushed red. "Oliver, those were the triumphant sounds of a woman in love." She offered a mischievous grin. "Although I must admit, lust played a part too." For the last 3 days, he'd sat at her bedside hoping that she felt the same way. "Then perhaps we should agree that love and passion go hand in hand." He reached over the table and grasped her fingers. "How can I not agree with you when I love you with all my heart? And yet I can think of nothing but stripping every item of clothing from your body and ravaging you senseless." His cock throbbed at the prospect, and his heart swelled. Now he could see how the two worked together to make for a more satisfying experience. "Do you think you might be well enough tomorrow evening to curl up with me in bed and stroke me to sleep?" He steeled himself. "We must find some way to celebrate our first night as a married couple." "A married couple?" Nicole coughed. "Is that a proposal?" "It is." "You seem certain of my answer." "We're in love, Nicole. I'm afraid there is nothing else for it but to spend the rest of our days making each other happy." Keeping a firm grip on her hand, he stood and knelt by her side.
Say you'll marry me. Say you'll come with me to St. Alkmund's in the morning. While you've been resting, I made a quick visit to London and procured a special license. Her brilliant smile illuminated the room, but then it faded.
Oliver, I've 3 months before I can marry without Jeremy's consent.
I have Jeremy's consent, he said with an air of arrogance. Oh, he'd taken his fear and anger out on the pathetic creature. He had no choice but to give it when I threatened to have his wife charged with conspiracy to commit murder. It would have taken a miracle to secure such a charge, but Jeremy Asprey was a man afraid of his own shadow. After all, she'd colluded with Lord Musgrove numerous times. I flashed a signed note and told them it was Musgrove's confession. Nicole chuckled.
So, you learnt a trick or two from Mr. Burrows?
Yes, though our motives are vastly different. I did it for love, whereas he did it for money. On the subject of Mr. Burrows and Miss Murray, Jameson informed me that they boarded the first ship sailing to Boston.
Boston?
Apparently, Burrows forged Lord Knowles' signature and stole £1,000. Thank the Lord I'd not hired him to work for me. He might have emptied the bank and left us no choice but to live amongst the ruins of Morton Manor.
Nicole stood, bringing him to his feet. I once told you that I would live in a house with a leaking roof if it meant living with my one true love.
Oliver cleared his throat. Morton Manor has no roof.
She came up on her tiptoes and kissed him softly on the mouth. I don't care where I live as long as I'm with you.
Oliver slid his arm around her waist and pulled her to his chest.
Does that mean you'll marry me, Nicole? I'm surprised you need to ask. She ran her hand up over his chest, and it settled on his heart. Nothing would make me happier than to be your wife.
Then it's settled. We shall marry in the morning.
The chaste kiss they shared ignited into something far more salacious. Had Nicole been well, they would have found a use for the space on top of the table. Thankfully, the persistent knock on the door dampened his ardour.
"Come in," he called, stepping away from Nicole's warm body to a more respectable distance. Holding his cap in his hands, Peters entered the parlour. "Forgive me, my lord." The man could hardly catch his breath. I know you're taking your dinner." "It's all right, Peters." Indeed, Oliver was a little hot under the collar and needed a distraction. "What's got you into such a fluster?" It's about Lady Rose, my lord. I've found her."
This book is over, but the story continues. Keep listening after the credits to hear the beginning of The Deceptive Lady Darby, Book 2 in the Lost Ladies of London series. Free. And now, a free preview of The Deceptive Lady Darby, Book 2 in the Lost Ladies of London series. Chapter 1. A dozen pairs of eyes twinkled in the darkness as Rose Darby raced along the woodland path. The nocturnal creatures stopped foraging and fell deathly silent. She was not the only one who wanted to avoid attracting predators tonight. Perhaps it was best she didn't know what lurked in the foliage. Badgers and foxes made the snuffles and scratches, not men desperate to catch her and drag her back to Morton Manor. Clutching her linen bag of supplies, she continued through the gloom. A low-hanging branch whipped her face. She caught her foot on the exposed root of a tree and almost went tumbling head-first into a blanket of ferns. Oh, why had she not brought a lantern? She glanced back over her shoulder for the 10th time in as many steps. No matter how many times she blinked to clear her vision, strange shadows danced before her eyes. Heavens above! Nicole said it was but a mile from Morton Manor to the main road, a little further to the coaching inn where she hoped to gain a ride to London. By her calculation, It should take 15 minutes to cover the rough terrain. But she'd ran across the boggy field, her feet squelching in her boots and causing blisters. The sodden hem of her travelling cloak dragged the ground. She'd tripped several times in her eagerness to be away from the horrid place, scratched her hands on brambles, ripped holes in her only pair of stockings. Still, one had to look on the bright side. After spending 6 months locked in a house at her father's behest, she'd finally broken free. The rush of elation was brief. How could she celebrate her good fortune when her friend, Nicole, was still trapped inside the manor? Rose's heart ached at the thought. Nicole Flint was more than a paid companion. Other than her brother, she was the only person Rose had ever trusted. Even now, as she made a hasty escape, Nicole kept watch on the guard they'd bound and gagged. The burning pain in her chest returned, and she stopped to catch her breath. The sound of rustling leaves and crunching underfoot forced her to swing around. Who's there? She expected to see Stokes' gnarled face glaring back, his meaty paws lunging in an effort to grab her and carry her home. The guard had caught her once before. He'd given no thought to her gentle breeding when he'd tied her hands so tightly the rope rubbed her skin raw. But Stokes lay in his sickbed, suffering from a fever, and Nicole would keep the other guard, Baxter, restrained until morning. Pushing all fears aside, Rose straightened her spine, lifted her chin, and continued through the woods. Once out on open ground, she made her way towards the building in the distance. Despite the late hour, the lamps outside the Talbot Inn glowed, a ploy to entice weary travellers to stop and take refreshment or warm their cold limbs. With the inn situated on the main route to London, the innkeeper accepted patrons both day and night. But a lady did not enter an inn unaccompanied, regardless of the hour. What if a well-respected family from town had booked in for the night and recognised her? Her only other option was to walk the 20 miles to the city. With luck, she'd arrive mid-morning, but the sore skin on her toes stung with every step. Once the blisters burst, she'd have no choice but to stop and seek— 4 words sliced through the crisp night air to put paid to her plans— the Earl of Stanton. The blood in Rose's veins chilled. What cruel trick was this? How did her father know she'd escaped? The male voice came from the vicinity of the courtyard, and so she crept up to the entrance and peered around the stone wall. 2 men, a groom and a coachman, conversed as they removed the harnesses from a team of 4 pulling a coach. The lump in Rose's throat made it hard to breathe. She recognised the black and yellow conveyance with red-shod wheels. The irony of the heraldic mark on the door did not escape her. 2 black eagles held the golden shield in their talons, neither wanting to relinquish their grip. As the only blonde Darby in the family, her ebony-haired father and brother were always at war over her mistreatment. "His lordship wants to set off come first light," the coachman said. Was it too much to hope that her father was heading to London? But why stop at the coaching inn when the manor he owned was but a mile away?
"Why your master wants to visit that god-forsaken place is a mystery."
The groom's reply sent her heart pounding against her ribs.
"Even though it ain't an asylum any more, folks say they can still hear the cries of the wretched at night. I'm not paid to question my master's wishes. If Lord Stanton says he wants to visit the manor, then it's my job to drive him there."
Good Lord! The men continued talking, but Rose stopped listening. Fate had conspired against her. Once her father reached the manor and found her missing, heaven knows what he would do. Rose plastered her hand over her mouth for fear the men might hear her ragged breathing. Nicole Flint had taken the job of a paid companion in good faith, only to find herself locked in a rural prison with no hope of reprieve. No, Despite Nicole's insistence that she should not turn back under any circumstances, Rose had to warn her. It was the only solution her conscience would allow. And if she couldn't persuade Nicole to come with her to London, they would venture north, just for a few days. Though her feet throbbed at the thought of taking another step, Rose rushed back along the road and crossed the open field into the woods. But what if she met Stokes in the dark? Best to avoid the route leading directly to the manor. Instead, she continued north on the narrow path, the one overgrown, less trodden. If she had her bearings, it veered west and led to the manor's rusty old gates. Ignoring the pain in her toes, Rose trudged on through the avenue of trees. Slivers of moonlight broke through the green canopy. But as she progressed through the woods, a mist descended, casting everything in a silver-white haze. The trees were tall black shadows, identical, evenly spaced. The view in front mirrored the view behind. Rose swung around, disorientated. Panic flared. Had she missed the path leading back to the manor? But then she saw a faint light in the distance. Like a moth to a flame, it drew her forward out into the open air. The sight of the building calmed her racing heart, even though it was apparent this mansion was not the ghastly Morton Manor. She climbed the stile and limped across the damp grass. If she could just find the stables, wake a groom and beg a ride. The coins in her purse were incentive enough to drag the man from his bed at this late hour. Rose crept along the walkway, around to the right of the house. The gravel crunched like glass beneath her feet. The sound grew progressively louder, no matter how light her steps. But then a woman darted out from the darkness and almost sent her tumbling into the trimmed topiary.
"Move out of my way, girl."
The woman glared beneath the hood of her travelling cloak. She gripped a material bag in her hand as though ready to wallop anyone who dared block her path. Another woman appeared, her breathless pants forming puffs of white in the cool night air. "Mrs. Booth, wait, please, Mrs. Booth." She was of average height, slender, while still appearing sturdy and robust. The long-sleeved brown dress and frilly mop cap confirmed her position as that of a servant. The sight of the silver chatelaine roused visions of Mrs. Gripes, the housekeeper at Morton Manor. But while this woman possessed a friendly countenance, Gripes took pleasure from serving food fit for dogs, from hiding the candles and rationing the coal. "Good heavens!" the woman called out to Mrs. Booth. "It's the middle of the night. Can you not at least wait until morning?" "What, and have him persuade me to stay?" Mrs. Booth called back as she stomped away. "No, I've made up my mind. I'm not staying another minute in this house." The housekeeper stopped short at the sight of a stranger lurking in the shadows. She cast Rose an assessing glance and then tapped her on the arm. "You're early. We weren't expecting you until next week. You can explain why you saw fit to arrive in the middle of the night once we've persuaded Mrs. Booth to stay. But for now, I need your help." Rose shuffled on the spot. What should she say? That she'd lost her way and sought a ride back to the isolated manor? No one must know that she, the daughter of an earl, had spent 6 months locked in an asylum, a place once a home for the insane. "I fear you're wasting your time," Rose said. "Mrs. Booth seems determined to leave. I doubt there is anything you can say to make her change her mind." The housekeeper stared at Rose, her brows drawn together in curious inquiry. "Was your previous master one of those fussy types? A stickler for educating the lower classes, was he? I worked for a man once who made the staff take lessons in the correct pronunciation of vowels." It occurred to Rose that the housekeeper referred to her eloquent diction and turn of phrase. Yes. The Major is an advocate of reform." Rose detested lies, but sometimes they were necessary. "Well, you'll find the master here has no time to care for himself, let alone the staff." The woman ushered Rose along the path.
If Mrs. Booth leaves us, heaven knows how he'll cope." With her nose thrust in the air, Mrs. Booth continued her march towards the front gate, while they followed behind. Whenever Rose's toes hit the top of her boots, she bit back a groan. "Do you have a limp, girl?" the housekeeper asked. "Because there was no mention of it when the master hired you, and he's too honourable a man to tolerate deceit." "It's my boots. They've rubbed blisters the size of walnuts." The housekeeper patted Rose on the arm as they tottered after Mrs. Booth. "A miser, is he?" "Excuse me?" "Your old master. Too tight in the purse to buy his stuff a decent pair of shoes." "Something like that." The Earl of Stanton was a miser, and a man without a conscience or heart. Since declaring her affection for Lord Cunningham, her father had lost all use of his faculties. What sane man bundles his daughter into a hired coach and spirits her away to a dilapidated manor? Poor Lord Cunningham! The man must be beside himself with worry. What must he think of her? No sooner had he professed his love than she vanished without a trace. "Mrs. Booth, wait! You'll put an old woman in her grave if you don't slow down. Will you not listen to what I have to say?" Mrs. Booth swung around. "Mrs. Hibbet, had you endured a week of torture, I'm sure you'd be leaving too. Do you know what I found in my bed this evening?" Mrs. Booth didn't give them a chance to ask, but pointed to an upstairs window and jabbed her finger. "Toads! Yes, you heard me. Toads! Not just one of the slimy things, but more than I could count, hopping about and glaring at me with their cold, lifeless eyes. They're just silly pranks. The children adore you." Although the housekeeper wore an affectionate smile, her words lacked conviction. Mrs. Booth straightened. "I'm leaving, and that's that." "What if I ask the master to increase your wages?" Mrs. Hibbet sounded desperate. "With Jane away and 3 staff sick, we're short as it is." She turned to Rose and patted her arm. "Maybe it's a good thing you arrived when you did." Rose smiled weakly. She had no intention of staying. A ride to Morton Manor was the only thing she needed. "His lordship could offer me a chest full of jewels, and it wouldn't be enough." "The children can't be that bad," Rose said. "Then you tend to them," Mrs. Booth countered. "Let's see if you feel the same when you wake to find your hair sheared and those golden ringlets scattered across the floor." With that, Mrs. Booth swung around with an air of determination and continued on her way. Mrs. Hibbet put her hands on her hips. "Oh, that woman is as stubborn as a mule, but only half as handsome." Rose chuckled, but then a wave of sadness washed over her when she noted Mrs. Hibbet's grim expression. "What will you do now?" "Pray to the Lord for a miracle." A weary sigh left the housekeeper's lips. She shook her head as Mrs. Booth disappeared into the distance. "Those poor blighters need constant supervision, and as we're short of maids, I must be the one to mind them." "Can you not get help in the village?" Mrs. Hibbet put a hand on Rose's back and rubbed affectionately. "Bless you, dear. But the master will only hire staff from the agency in London. He'll not employ anyone from the area." "Why? Is the mistress not keen to support those in the parish?" Mrs. Hibbet's expression darkened. "There is no mistress at Everley, only his lordship and the 2 children. No, the master is most insistent." Only a pompous prig would overlook the local girls in favour of those who'd worked in London's best houses. Then again, if Stokes and Mrs. Gripes were examples of the servants one could expect to hire, Rose couldn't blame him for looking elsewhere. "Come now, there's no point discussing this out in the cold." Mrs. Hibbet scanned Rose's cloak and the linen bag she held in her hand. "Is that all the luggage you've brought with you? My, I'm surprised your previous master didn't confiscate your bootlaces. Do you have your references?"
References? Rose swallowed. Sorry, no. I have nothing in my bag but a few coins and something to eat. How on earth was she to explain her predicament without confessing all? I thought the Major had sent them on. The lie fell from her lips with ease. Why she kept up the charade was beyond her. Mrs. Hibbett's expression brightened. Never mind. She put her arm around Rose's shoulder. Let's get you inside. We'll say someone stole your luggage from the mail coach. Once the master hears you speak, he'll know he's hired quality. Rose opened her mouth to protest, to tell some semblance of the truth, but no words came out. Since as far back as she could remember, she'd been a disappointment. While the Darbys were renowned for their rich ebony locks, Rose wore her golden tresses with shame. After all, her father believed her to be the daughter of the groom or the footman or any other poor soul with whom her mother happened to converse. Now, it will be an early start in the morning, Mrs. Hibbett continued. We're so short of staff, you'll be the parlour maid, the chambermaid, and have jobs to do in the laundry. The housekeeper hugged Rose's arm. The caring gesture made her heart swell. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to help the woman during these trying times. Rose stared at the mansion's imposing facade. When her father reached Morton Manor, Mrs. Gripes would inform him that his rebellious daughter had fled to London. No one would think to search this house looking for a maid. But she had to warn Nicole. The Major always insisted we take a brisk walk before our daily duties, Rose said. In the daylight, she'd find her way to the manor, find a way to inform Nicole that the Earl was staying at the Talbot Inn, and race back before anyone stirred from their beds. Good Lord! Mrs. Hibbett shook her head. There's no one awake at 5 except for the birds. 5? I don't know the details of your daily schedule with the Major, but your duties here begin at 6 sharp. Mrs. Hibbett pursed her lips. A walk is the last thing you'll want after just a few hours' sleep. At the mere mention of sleep, Rose put her hand to her mouth to stifle a yawn. In a matter of hours, Mrs. Hibbett expected to see her awake, dressed, and ready to do a full day's work. If she planned on taking a trip to the manor, it would be helpful to know if Mrs. Hibbett knew a quicker route. A man on the mail coach spoke of an old asylum nearby, Rose said as the housekeeper ushered her in through the servants' entrance. How far is it to Morton Manor? Saints preserve us! Mrs. Hibbett made the sign of the cross. She glanced behind them as they made their way along the corridor, as if the ghosts of the mentally deranged followed behind. We don't speak of that place here. Not ever. A cold shiver ran down Rose's spine. She'd spent 200 nights in that grim house. Yes, the icy breeze often appeared from nowhere. Yes, her heart raced and the hairs on her nape prickled for no reason at all. If I go for a brisk walk at dawn, is it safe to venture into the woods? Mrs. Hibbett opened a door and gestured for Rose to enter the small bedchamber. There's a path over the stile that leads to the village, though no one's used it for some time. Best not wander too far. She clapped her hands. Now, I'll go and find you a nightgown, though I can't promise it will fit. Rose slipped off her cloak, eager to climb into bed and rest her weary bones. Is there fresh water to wash? You can find it yourself if you follow the corridor to the kitchen. The housekeeper gestured to one of 2 beds. Jane's gone home to Aberton to nurse her dying mother and won't be back for a week. You'll have the room to yourself till then. Thank you, Mrs. Hibbett. Rose forced a smile. Her lids were heavy with the need to sleep, and her limbs felt as though they were no longer part of her body. I'll get you some ointment for those scratches on your hand and salt to bathe your feet. Dawn would be upon them by the time Rose had taken care of her ablutions. Do you have a name? Mrs. Hibbett asked. I can't be calling my dear down the stairs, now can I? Lady Rose Darby, daughter of the Earl of Stanton. Rose! The woman's curious gaze searched Rose's face.
Happen your mother chose well. Now try to sleep, dear. You have an early start in the morning. I hope your back is up to the task, as you must do the work of two.
The work of two? After the months spent at Morton Manor, she'd learnt to style her hair, make and change a bed, and light a fire with a tinderbox. She'd even punched a man to escape her prison. Nothing could be more difficult than that. Chapter 2. Christian Knight, 7th Viscount Farley, slumped back in the chair behind his desk, closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. With any luck, he'd misheard Mrs. Hibbett. Or perhaps he was living a scene from a terrible nightmare, and he'd waken a sweat, and with a sudden gasp of relief.
"Did you say Mrs. Booth has left?"
He cleared his throat to prevent a vile curse from escaping.
"Surely not. She's been here but a week."
Mrs. Hibbett exhaled slowly.
"She found toads in her bed, my lord." "Toads?"
During his reckless youth, he'd woken to find the odd toad in his bed too, but he didn't tear off into the night and turn his back on his responsibilities.
I assume these particular amphibians didn't hop up 3 flights of stairs and unlock her door with a key?
"I've no idea how they found their way in there, my lord." Mrs. Hibbett raised her chin. If the house came crumbling down around them, she would never blame the children.
"And where are these slippery creatures?"
"Joseph gathered them up in a basket and released them back into the pond." Christian sat forward.
"And so what are we to do now?"
Mrs. Hibbett struggled to hold his gaze. Is there any point hiring another governess? After all, the twins are but 7 years old. There's plenty of time for tutoring and the like, and I'm not sure a firm hand is what's needed. In any other household, the master would chastise the staff for pressing their opinion. But in the 2 years since Cassandra's death, he'd come to look on Mrs. Hibbett as a member of the family.
"As their father, you know I cannot tolerate their constant disobedience."
He wished to live in peace and harmony. He wished the house rang with laughter, that all their hearts swelled with nothing but love.
"Never mind what happened to Mrs. Booth. Mrs. Marshall could have broken her neck when she slipped on that sticky substance they smothered over the stairs. How long did she last? 10 days?
The pain in his chest returned. His children were his only love, his only failure. Well, not quite.
His marriage to Cassandra had been a disaster from the beginning. But that's what came from marrying too young.
Christian rubbed his aching temple.
"I don't know what to do to help them. The children tell me everything is fine, yet I sense the pain eating away inside."
Mrs. Hibbett shuffled forward. "You don't have to make a decision straight away. Why not leave them for a week or 2? Let them spend time without the constant rules and regulations."
"We're minus 3 maids, a groom and a governess." Christian snorted. "We've barely enough staff to keep the fires stoked, let alone tend to 2 children intent on causing mischief. I need to visit the tenants and assess the repairs to the cottages. And Reverend Wilmslow wants me to attend a meeting to discuss the church roof." Despite being head of an affluent family and receiving a £300 a year stipend, the Reverend was forever snapping at his heels, pleading for funds. "Then it's just as well I've got news that might make things easier."
Mrs. Hibbett rushed to the door, yanked it open, and summoned the person waiting in the hall.
A maid entered and walked up to his desk. She offered a curtsy graceful enough to appease a king. The grey dress should have made her appear dull, her skin sallow, and yet she possessed a natural radiance that lit up the room.
"This is Rose, my lord, come from London." Mrs. Hibbett smiled. She wasn't supposed to arrive until next week. Happened someone saw fit to send us an angel in this great time of need. Rose. He could almost smell the sweet, hypnotic scent. An angel. Golden hair framed her face like a halo. If he ripped off her white cap, those tresses would come tumbling down in all their glory. Good God! Had Christian been a bystander, one party to these inappropriate thoughts, he would have slapped his own face. The woman was a maid in his household. He blamed his heightened emotions and strained nerves on Mrs. Booth's departure. It was not like him to forget his place or his manners. "Welcome to Everley, Rose. I trust Mrs. Hibbett gave you a tour of the house and grounds." Rose smiled.
She did, my lord.
"You may leave your references on my desk, and I shall attend to them later. As I'm sure you're aware, we are short of staff and must pull together during difficult times." The maid opened her mouth to speak, but Mrs. Hibbett tapped her on the arm.
"As to the matter of references, my lord,"
Mrs. Hibbett blinked too many times to count. "There was a dreadful accident on the road, and someone stole Rose's valise. She arrived late last night with nothing but the clothes on her back.
It's why she slept in late this morning."
Christian stared at them both for a moment. Neither met his gaze. Indeed. He'd shared a house with Mrs. Hibbett for nigh on 15 years, was just a boy when she took the position. She had lied to him only once before. What sort of accident? "There's only one sort of accident, my lord," Mrs. Hibbett replied with a snort. "An unfortunate one." Christian focused his gaze on the new maid. "You will tell me what happened on the road." Deceit was a trait he despised, could never tolerate. Short-staffed or not, he'd have the truth from the maid, or she'd be on the next mail coach to London. Perhaps that wouldn't be such a bad idea. Rose proved to be far too distracting, and he'd never had cause to doubt his integrity before. The apples of Rose's cheeks flushed pink. She swallowed 3 or 4 times, sucked in so many breaths there could hardly be any room left in her lungs. "Well, Rose, what have you to say?" With wide eyes, the woman stared at him.
"There wasn't an accident. I lied to Mrs. Hibbett because I have no references."
There, that wasn't too difficult, was it? He admired the strength it took to tell the truth when one's livelihood was at stake. "And why are you without references when it is a condition of your employment? Surely Mr. Burns made that clear at the registry office."
"It's not Rose's fault, my lord."
Mrs. Hibbett jumped to the maid's defence.
"She told me about the references and, well, we're so short of maids.
You thought it wouldn't matter? Was his housekeeper suffering from memory loss? Had she forgotten that he'd thrown a footman out for the part he'd played in Cassandra's charade? Mrs. Hibbett had the decency to hang her head. Christian turned his attention to the maid. "Were you sent by Mr. Burns from the registry office?"
"No, my lord."
The maid raised her chin and took on an air of hauteur usually reserved for society's elite. "Then pray tell me what you're doing here."
"It is all a terrible misunderstanding." Rose turned to Mrs. Hibbett and mouthed a silent apology. "I was on my way to Morton Manor, but got lost in the woods."
We hope you enjoyed this free preview of The Deceptive Lady Darby, Book 2 in the Lost Ladies of London series. To keep the story going, get the complete book today. This has been The Mysterious Miss Flint, Lost Ladies of London, Book 1. Written by Adele Clee. Narrated by Lisa Ivory. Copyright 2017 by Adele Clee. Production copyright 2018 by Adele Clee.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.